Okay guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. When an adult suddenly goes silent, police don't always act right away. It's even less urgent when the person is abroad, living alone, and seems to have chosen a quiet life away from everything. That's exactly what happened to Anna Knizovic. Anna was an American citizen who had recently moved to Madrid, Spain. After 13 years of marriage, she needed a break, a moment to breathe, to reset, and to find herself again. She was in the middle of finalizing a divorce and using her time in Spain to reflect, heal, and plan for what came next. She stayed in touch with friends and family regularly, but on February 2, 2024, she made her last known phone call. From the next day, strange messages started coming from her phone, messages that didn't sound like her at all. One of Anna's close friends immediately sensed something was off. The tone was wrong. The way the words were written didn't match Anna's usual style. Something felt deeply, instinctively wrong. And that's when the alarm was raised. Anna Knizovic was born around 1983 in Montenegro, raised in a household shaped by traditional Balkan values. Her upbringing emphasized discipline, respect, and education. From a young age, Anna stood out, organized, responsible, and fiercely independent. These traits stayed with her for life. Eventually, Anna moved to the United States, where she became a U.S. citizen. She adapted quickly, learned English fluently, and began building a new life, one rooted in self-growth and quiet resilience. She wasn't one to seek attention. Her life was structured, modest, and focused on progress. In the early 2000s, Anna met David Knizovic in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Their connection was quick and intense. They moved in together, married, and over time their relationship became more than just personal. It grew into a shared life and eventually a shared business. But behind the scenes, cracks had already started forming. What happened next would spark an international mystery and a search for answers that has yet to end. They also became business partners together. They founded a company that specialized in tech support and IT solutions. David handled the technical side, while Anna, according to those who knew them, managed organization and long-term planning. Later on, the couple began investing in real estate, purchasing properties across Florida. Outwardly, their relationship appeared solid, stable business, a home, and a settled lifestyle. They gave the impression of a couple confidently working toward financial independence. However, beneath the surface, tensions were brewing. Friends and acquaintances were unaware of the mounting problems in their marriage. Over time, serious issues emerged, ranging from financial disagreements to deeper personal conflicts. By 2023, Anna and David Knizovic's marriage had reached a point of no return. According to those close to them, they were in the middle of a separation, and dividing their assets had become the central issue at stake. Both their tech business holdings and multiple real estate property. Although the divorce hadn't been officially finalized, both sides were already preparing for it. Negotiations were underway. Disputes had begun to surface, and tensions were clearly escalating. Some acquaintances believed the situation was made even more difficult by the fact that it wasn't just an emotional split. It involved significant financial interests. Amid the intensifying conflict, Anna decided to leave the U.S. temporarily in December 2023. She moved to Madrid, renting an apartment in the upscale Salamanca neighborhood. She said this move was necessary to distance herself from the pressure, gain clarity, and peacefully close this painful chapter in her life. She emphasized multiple times that she wasn't looking for a new relationship or distractions. She just wanted to find her balance again. Once in Spain, Anna settled into her new home, began therapy, kept in close touch with friends, and even started planning short trips around Europe. Madrid wasn't an escape. It was a way to step back from a growing conflict that had become overwhelming back in Florida. But just a few weeks into this new life, something happened that brought her independent chapter to an abrupt and troubling halt. After relocating to Madrid, Anna kept in close contact with her longtime friend S.A., who lived in Florida. They spoke daily despite the time difference. The two had been close for years, often traveling together. S.A. was someone Anna trusted deeply. She regularly shared her thoughts, feelings, and details of her day-to-day life. Their text exchanges showed that Ana was open and communicative about her adjustment to life in Spain. In mid-January 2024, the two of them traveled to Austria. After returning, they made plans to reunite again in Madrid. Sana was scheduled to fly there on February 8. Before that, on February 5, Ana had planned a short trip to Barcelona with another friend. Tickets were already booked. This wasn't just a getaway. Ana and her friend planned to attend a conference there. She had discussed the itinerary in advance and spoke enthusiastically about the upcoming trip. On the evening of February 2, Ana had a phone call with Sana. It was around 8:30 p.m. local time. They spoke for over an hour. Ana said she planned to stay home that night. She had no intention of going out. She sounded calm and talked about her day, simple things like errands and household chores. Their conversation ended around 10 p.m. That's the last confirmed time Ana was known to be alive and in contact with anyone. The next morning, on February 3, Saul received an unusual text from Ana's number. It read, "I met an amazing man. He has a summer house about 2 hours from Madrid. We're going there. Signal might be weak. I'll call you when I get back." Later, another message followed. "After my therapy session yesterday, I went for a walk. He approached me on the street. We instantly connected. I've never felt anything like this. Beats Ana." The messages didn't feel right. She knew Ana well. She was cautious by nature and would never leave town with a stranger without giving someone a heads up. Sana replied right away, but no further messages came. Repeated calls went unanswered. At first, Saw tried to convince herself that Ana might really be in an area with poor signal, but as time passed, her concern turned into growing alarm. That same day, another friend of Ana's received similar messages. This friend communicated with her in Spanish, but the wording of the texts felt off. They were written in a flat tone, filled with phrases that didn't reflect Ana's usual voice. The oddest part was the dialect, something distinctly uncharacteristic of Ana. According to Ana's brother, the text seemed like it had originally been written in another language and then run through an automatic translator. That theory made sense. The message read awkwardly and came across as strangely formal, which deeply unsettled him. Both recipients, SA and the Spanish-speaking friend, quickly realized that Ana had not written those messages herself. They compared them to past conversations and noticed the difference. Immediately, Ana's real texts were lively, filled with her unique expressions, none of which appeared here. And beyond the style, the story in the messages didn't line up at all with her recent behavior. The following day, Sana began trying every possible way to reach Ana. She contacted mutual friends, used apps to attempt location tracking, and even called hospitals. Nothing worked. Ana's phone remained on, but she never picked up. After receiving the troubling messages from Ana Knezevich's phone, Sa reached out to the Madrid police right away. She explained that this was completely out of character for her friend. Communication had suddenly stopped, and the texts were in a tone Ana would never use. But local authorities didn't take any immediate action. From their perspective, Ana was an adult woman who had every right to make her own choices, including leaving town without informing others. Officially, her disappearance wasn't considered suspicious. Police said they couldn't launch an investigation without proof that Ana was missing against her will. The strange texts and her silence weren't, in their view, enough. The only concrete marker they were willing to acknowledge was February 5th. Ana had tickets to travel to Barcelona. Authorities stated that if she failed to show up at the station or make contact by then, her absence would be treated as a formal missing persons case. This decision meant that for 3 days after Ana stopped responding, no significant action was taken. Police did not access her phone records, check her apartment, or review any recent movements. During that time, Ana's friends did everything they could on their own, calling her, repeatedly texting, and reaching out to contacts in Madrid. All efforts failed. Appeals to law enforcement were also ineffective. The situation continued to be viewed as a private matter. On February 5, Ana failed to show up at the train station. None of her phones were responding. Only then did the authorities officially declare her a missing person. That same day, a request was submitted to the court for a warrant to access her apartment and phone records, but the request hit a legal roadblock. The judge denied it, citing the absence of any visible signs of a crime at the property. There were no indications of forced entry, loud disturbances, or evidence of aggressive behavior. Legally, there was no justification to authorize a search or access her private data. Days later, when law enforcement finally entered Anna's apartment, they discovered the door was locked. From the inside, everything appeared untouched. Her belongings were neatly in place. There were no signs of a struggle, and nothing of value was missing. Yet her absence in an undisturbed home raised serious concerns. It suggested that either she left voluntarily and never returned, or someone led her out without any sign of forced entry. Anna's brother Philip maintained close contact with Spanish authorities, but noted that international coordination was complicated. He told reporters that investigators in Madrid didn't speak English fluently, and that U.S. officials hadn't yet provided substantial support. He also voiced concern about the lack of communication between Spanish police, the FBI, and the U.S. consulate, even though this involved a U.S. citizen disappearing under mysterious circumstances on foreign soil. The first few days following Anna's disappearance were critically mishandled. This was a crucial window when fresh evidence could have been collected, neighbors interviewed, and phone pings or camera footage reviewed, but instead, precious time was lost waiting. The assumption that Anna had left voluntarily stalled any swift response, delays that may have altered the direction of the investigation. On the fourth day after Anna Gzevich vanished, staff at her residential complex gave police information that changed the entire course of the case. It concerned events from the night of February 2, the last time Anna had been in contact. A building administrator reported that several surveillance cameras at the entrance and along the building's facade had been disabled. This happened around 9:30 p.m., about 30 minutes before Anna stopped responding to her friend. When reviewing the recordings, security personnel noticed the camera lenses had been deliberately obscured. Footage captured an individual dressed in dark clothing and wearing a motorcycle helmet. He approached the outdoor cameras and intentionally sprayed them with paint, directly covering the lenses. He then waited outside until someone exited the building, allowing him to slip inside. Once inside, he did the same to the elevator area camera, spraying paint over the lens. Evidence indicated this was a calculated move. The individual clearly knew where the surveillance devices were and how to disable them quickly and without drawing attention. The building's staff confirmed that the security systems had been tampered with. Copies of the footage were handed over to Spanish investigators. It became the first visual evidence suggesting outside interference may have occurred. However, due to the helmet and dark outfit, identifying the person on video was impossible. His face was fully covered, and his body type didn't provide enough information for a clear identification. Still, forensic experts noted several key details. The person's eyes, a portion of the forehead, and the brow line were briefly visible. Investigators believed the individual had planned this carefully. He brought spray paint and wore gear designed to avoid leaving behind any trace. His appearance on camera aligned precisely with the timeline of Anna's disappearance, deepening suspicions. The fact that the building's surveillance system was targeted and that specific cameras were disabled suggested the individual knew the layout of the premises. It ruled out the possibility of a random act. This wasn't impulsive. It was organized, deliberate, and deeply concerning. Further analysis revealed that the exterior camera had been spray painted in about 30 seconds. The interior one was disabled even faster. Every move was deliberate and confident. At no point did the individual hesitate or look around. This led investigators to believe he knew in advance how long it would take and acted with precision. A few days later, a staff member from the building confirmed that this man appeared on camera just as residents were leaving the premises. He used the opportunity to slip inside, indicating he didn't have authorized access, no keycard, no entry code, which meant he wasn't listed as a resident. His path was direct, from the entrance straight to the camera near the elevator, with no stops or detours. The footage drew immediate attention, not just from law enforcement but from Anna's friends as well. Sana, who had by then arrived in Madrid, shared the video with journalists. That marked the start of the case gaining public attention. Media outlets began speculating that the man in the helmet could be directly connected to Anna's disappearance, yet his identity and motive remained a mystery. After an image from the surveillance footage was released, the FBI launched its own analysis. They explained that even low-resolution footage could be broken down to match visual fragments with their databases. They focused on key facial features still visible despite the helmet, particularly the shape of the eyes, the space between the brows, the brow ridges, and upper face structure. These areas can remain identifiable even with partial concealment. Public interest in the footage grew stronger when it emerged that the paint used to disable the cameras matched a specific brand, one that would later reappear in other parts of the investigation. This detail was not immediately released, but investigators noted that the spray can in question matched both the type and packaging seen in surveillance video from a store. At that store, security footage captured a man who resembled the figure from Anna's building buying the same kind of spray can. After Anna stopped responding to messages and calls, her friend Sana contacted Anna's husband, David Nazevich. That conversation happened on February 4. According to SA, David was in Florida at the time. She suggested they travel together to Madrid to help search for Anna. David agreed and even discussed a specific flight from Miami for the next day. But when the time came, he didn't show up. Later, he said he was in Serbia. That twist left Anna's friends puzzled. David knew that his wife had vanished under suspicious circumstances in a foreign country. He had the means to fly to Spain, but instead, he traveled to Serbia. His decision seemed difficult to explain. Rather than helping with the search, he went to a third country where his relatives lived. Naturally, questions followed. Why didn't he go to the place where his wife had disappeared? Why didn't he take part in the search personally? Sana became increasingly uneasy with David's behavior. She noted that while he wasn't outwardly dismissive, his reactions felt cold. His actions contradicted common sense. Despite the urgency of the first few days, he made no effort to come to Madrid. According to him, there was nothing he could do in Spain. He didn't speak Spanish, didn't have housing there, and wasn't familiar with the city. His lawyer echoed the same reasoning, telling reporters that traveling to a country with no local contacts would be ineffective. He added that David was concerned about Anna's disappearance, but didn't believe his physical presence would help. Following Anna's disappearance, David hired a lawyer in Florida. The attorney stated that his client had been in touch with the FBI and had provided all necessary information, including credit card records and attempts to obtain legal help in Spain. However, none of these efforts included any in-person involvement in the actual search. Despite sharing some data, David kept a noticeable distance and refrained from making any public statements. Additional questions arose after Florida police confirmed that David had reported a theft in January. According to him, $5,000 in cash and personal belongings had been stolen from his vehicle. He said the car door had been left unlocked, and in the morning he discovered the passenger door ajar. Security cameras near his home didn't capture the incident. Officers were unable to identify any suspects at the time. No connection was made to Anna's case. But in light of everything else, the report appeared unusual and hard to fully understand. David's trip to Serbia also sparked major controversy. He claimed he had left the U.S. before Anna disappeared and had been abroad the entire time. However, Sana recounted a phone call with him on February 4 during which he told her he was in Florida. This implied that his flight to Serbia may have happened after that conversation. At the time, there was no official confirmation from border control authorities. David's attorney presented his passport as proof that he had left earlier, but these discrepancies raised doubts and increased suspicion about his involvement. The situation was further complicated by a property dispute that had escalated months before Anna vanished. With the looming division of shared assets, suspicions seemed plausible. It wasn't just a typical divorce, but one involving significant finances and joint holdings. Anna's friends emphasized that the couple's relationship had turned adversarial. David and his attorney, however, denied that, insisting the divorce was amicable and that the two had simply grown apart. Formally, David had not been charged at that time, and he remained outside the U.S. But his absence from the scene, refusal to participate in the search, and inconsistencies in his story became key points for investigators. While David maintained he had nothing to do with Anna's disappearance, a growing list of circumstantial details drew the attention of both police and the FBI. In May 2024, U.S. authorities arrested David Nazevich at Miami International Airport. He had just arrived on an international flight when he was taken into custody by members of the Diplomatic Security Service and the FBI without incident. This marked the first official move directly linking him to the case of Anna Kazevich's disappearance. He was charged with involvement in the abduction of a U.S. citizen outside the country. The arrest was based on a chain of indirect but connected evidence gathered through a multinational investigation. One of the core elements was surveillance footage obtained by investigators in Spain and Serbia at a store near Anna's apartment in Madrid. Cameras had recorded a man resembling David purchasing a can of spray paint and a roll of duct tape. According to forensic analysis, the paint was the same brand used to disable the security cameras in Anna's building. The distinctive label design and paint color matched. Investigators considered this a sign of premeditation. In addition to the video footage, authorities traced a rental car used by David in Serbia. GPS data revealed the vehicle had crossed into Spain, followed a route through Madrid, and then continued through northern Italy before returning to Serbia. The precise tracking of this journey led investigators to suspect that Anna's body might have been transported in that car. A stop in a wooded area of northern Italy drew particular interest, prompting coordinated searches by both Italian and Spanish law enforcement. As of that point, no remains had been found, but the transportation theory remained central. Another significant clue came from elevator footage in Anna's apartment building. Investigators released video showing a man whose build matched David's exiting the elevator with a large suitcase. This occurred the same night Anna disappeared. While the man's face was not visible, the timing and circumstances aligned with other parts of the investigation. Authorities believed the suitcase may have been used to remove Anna's body from the apartment. The rental car David had picked up in Serbia was eventually returned to the agency. Upon inspection, it was discovered that the vehicle's mileage had increased by over 3,000 miles. Additionally, the car had been modified, tinted windows were installed, which had not been part of the original rental agreement. These alterations raised red flags. Investigators also uncovered that the vehicle had been operating with false license plates during the period it was suspected to have been used for cross-bedroom travel. Spanish police had recorded a sighting of a similar car near the area where Anna went missing, but they were unable to identify the driver due to the darkened windows and fake tags. The FBI later connected all of these details: the purchase of materials, interference with surveillance systems, the travel route, the elevator video showing a suitcase, and the car modification. According to their report, the totality of the evidence pointed to a coordinated plan to carry out a criminal act and cover it up. The official statement described it as the abduction of a U.S. citizen that occurred abroad and involved a U.S. national. Despite the absence of a body, authorities believed the evidence was strong enough to warrant an arrest. David was taken into custody without incident and transferred to a federal detention center in South Florida. His attorneys stated that he had cooperated with investigators, voluntarily provided information, and had no intention of fleeing. However, prosecutors argued that the volume of circumstantial evidence and the overall context of the case posed a significant flight risk. The arrest marked a turning point in the investigation. Until that moment, David had remained outside the reach of investigators and had avoided speaking publicly. Now he was at the center of a federal case. The next step was determining whether he would remain in custody pending trial. Following David Kazevich's arrest in Miami, his first court appearance focused on whether he could be released on bail. The judge denied the request, citing a high risk of flight. The ruling emphasized that in the court's view, the acts surrounding Anna Kazevich's disappearance had been carefully calculated and executed. The judge specifically noted the level of planning and sophistication as grounds for continued detention. David's legal team filed an appeal, arguing their client was not a danger and had no intent to evade justice. They offered a significant bail amount, an ankle monitor, a travel ban, and home confinement. The defense pointed to his long-term residence in the U.S., clean record, and willingness to cooperate. Still, the court refused, citing the same concerns, risk of fleeing, and the seriousness of the charges. The defense's main argument was that David could not have been in Spain at the time of Anna's disappearance. His lawyer presented passport stamps and international travel data to support the claim, that he had arrived in Serbia well before February 2. According to this narrative, David was physically incapable of being in Madrid when the alleged crime occurred. The attorney also stressed that David didn't speak Spanish, had no residence or connections in Spain, and therefore would have had difficulty preparing such an act. Prosecutors strongly disagreed. They argued that the evidence pointed to a meticulously planned offense. They highlighted the fact that David's travels across Europe aligned closely with the timeline of Anna's disappearance. The case included data from the rental car's route, the purchase of specific items, and other actions that suggested premeditation. While there was no direct evidence, the prosecution maintained that the weight of circumstantial proof indicated his involvement. To support the prosecution's case, the court was presented with message transcripts, surveillance footage, phone records, and behavioral analysis of the suspect. It was emphasized that certain actions taken by David Knežević couldn't have been coincidental. The judge noted that the prosecution had assembled an impressive network of circumstantial evidence that formed a compelling narrative. While Anna's body had not yet been located, the case material suggested that her disappearance involved aggressive intent and likely implicated a specific individual. In response to the defense's argument that the evidence was insufficient, the judge reminded both parties that the standard for bail is not beyond a reasonable doubt, but rather preponderance of the evidence. This means the court doesn't require definitive proof of guilt, only a high probability of risk, such as flight or interference with the investigation. With that in mind, the court decided to keep Knežević in custody. His legal team announced plans to appeal the bail denial. A formal complaint was filed with the district court, which has the authority to review lower court rulings. As the primary trial approached, David Knežević remained in federal custody. The proceedings were expected to be extensive, involving expert testimony and international cooperation, and were likely to attract widespread media attention. At the same time, investigators turned their attention to a woman who, according to the FBI, may have helped craft the suspicious text messages that appeared to come from Anna on February 3. The woman, who is fluent in Spanish, had previously interacted with David through a dating app. The texts sent from Anna's phone were written in Spanish in a style uncharacteristic of her. Her close friends immediately noted that the wording resembled a machine translation. This theory was later supported by linguistic forensic analysis. The defense continued to argue that there was no direct evidence linking David to the crime. His attorneys pointed out that no one had seen him at Anna's apartment, and that there was no proof of contact between them on the day she disappeared. They also questioned the reliability of the surveillance footage showing a man with a suitcase, arguing that the figure could be someone else, and that partial physical resemblance was not definitive. Furthermore, they stressed that there had been no official confirmation of Anna's death through forensic evidence. In April 2025, news broke that David Knežević, the man charged with the abduction and presumed death of his wife Anna Knežević, had been found deceased in his cell at a federal detention center in Miami. According to his attorneys, he had taken his own life. No note was found at the time of his death. Knežević was being held without bail, awaiting trial. After the news, Anna's family expressed deep sorrow and frustration. The trial never happened, and Anna's whereabouts remain unknown. Her loved ones believe that David took to the grave the answers to what truly happened the night she vanished. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. On the evening of August 23, 2022, 56-year-old Alessandra Mattuzzi was simply heading home, walking the familiar path back to her apartment on Via dell'Arco Baleno in northern Bologna. It was a quiet residential complex, the kind where neighbors knew each other and evenings passed without incident. As she approached her building around 9 p.m., she was casually chatting on the phone with her younger sister. It was just another normal night, until it wasn't. Mid-conversation, something changed. On the other end of the line, her sister heard strange, muffled sounds, quick footsteps, heavy thuds, and a struggle. Then came the unmistakable sound of Alessandra screaming. Panic spread through her voice, desperation rising. Her sister, frozen in fear, could only listen as the chaos intensified. and then the call went dead. Immediately, she dialed emergency services, her voice trembling as she described what she'd just heard. At the same time, the normally still neighborhood came alive. Lights turned on, windows opened. A few residents stepped into the hallway, alarmed by the noise. Some tried to help, but by then, it was too late. Police arrived quickly, but the horror had already unfolded. A haunting silence blanketed the entrance of the building. What happened there would only become clear in the hours to come. An act of violence that stunned an entire community and raised serious questions about how such tragedies can still go unanswered. Alessandra Mattiozzi was born and raised in Italy. At the time of the incident, she was 56 years old and working as a sales representative at a women's fashion boutique. Her professional life was closely tied to the world of fashion, an industry she genuinely loved. Both colleagues and clients described her as punctual, meticulous, and respectful. She was valued for her courtesy, reliability, and calm demeanor. Those close to Alessandra remembered her as warm, considerate, and emotionally perceptive. She was known for her empathy and natural inclination to care for others. She made a point of staying closely connected with her family, especially her mother, who was living in a care facility and required ongoing assistance. Alessandra visited her regularly and maintained a strong emotional bond with her despite the distance. For 2 years, her life was deeply affected by a challenging period when her father became seriously ill. Alessandra took on the role of full-time caregiver, providing him with daily support, companionship, and attention until the end. After his passing, she struggled to regain her emotional footing. The psychological toll was significant. She became withdrawn, avoided new relationships, and declined her loved one's encouragement to rebuild her personal life. Her closest confidant remained her younger sister, Stefania. The two spoke daily, sharing updates, plans, and worries. Their bond was built on trust and deep mutual understanding. Stefania was the person Alessandra turned to when making important decisions or facing personal hardships. Alessandra was also active on social media. Her profiles featured snapshots from events, trips, and workdays. She posted fashion looks, shared pictures from outings, and uploaded moments from family gatherings. She led a quiet, but not isolated life. Alessandra wasn't a recluse. She simply preferred her own company and found comfort in a calm, structured routine. Loud parties and spontaneous meetups weren't her thing. After losing her father, and as her mother's condition worsened, her circle naturally shrank, but she didn't mind. Her days revolved around her job, caring for her mother, daily conversations with her sister, and looking after her pet. That steady rhythm shaped a life that felt safe and predictable, but at some point, everything changed. It was through social media that someone entered her life, starting with kind words and emotional support, and eventually shattered her sense of security and peace. Giovanni Padovani was a professional soccer player who also did some modeling on the side. He was born in Agrigento, Sicily, and when he first connected with Alessandra Mattiozzi, he was 26 at that time. He was signed with a football club. There were no public controversies or past issues tied to his name. Outwardly, he came across well. Athletic build, well-groomed, and confident. He seemed young, full of energy, and quite present in the digital world. Padovani had a very active social media presence. His pages were filled with posts from training sessions, modeling gigs, and travel snapshots. His content got plenty of attention, especially from women, and pulled in a lot of likes and comments. He appeared approachable, outgoing, and friendly. At first glance, he seemed like a typical guy from the younger generation, someone who blended fitness and style. There was nothing in his online behavior that raised red flags. In fact, it helped create the image of a balanced and socially adept man. Alessandro came across his profile in the summer of 2021. Their first interaction happened online, which is pretty common these days. Despite a 30-year age difference, Padovani appeared mature both in appearance and lifestyle. Early on, he showed genuine interest and was capable of holding meaningful conversations. For Alessandro, who wasn't actively seeking a new relationship, the connection felt unexpected but not unsettling. At one point, he opened up about past health struggles. That vulnerability struck a chord with her. Her sister Stefania later noted that Alessandro's empathy played a key role in their emotional closeness. Gradually, their communication became more regular. They texted often, exchanged photos, and talked on the phone. He would ask how her day went, share updates from his training sessions, and talk about his progress. His tone was warm, even a bit shy at first. He thanked her for being understanding and told her how much he appreciated staying in touch. It all felt honest and genuine. Ordinary in the best way. When they finally met in person, Padavani was polite, calm, and attentive. He didn't seem rushed or pushy. He had traveled from another city just to spend a few days with her. During that visit, he saw her home, her daily routine, and the people around her. He respected her boundaries. One moment that stood out was when he offered to visit her mother at the care facility, a gesture that left a strong impression. It signaled that he was willing to embrace her life just as it was. These visits became a regular part of their lives. Whenever Giovanni was in Bologna, they spent time together. At her place, on walks, or just exploring the city. He accompanied her on everyday errands, showed interest in things that mattered to her, and made an effort to be present. He took photos with her, posted them online, and sent her personal messages full of encouragement. He often complimented her appearance, her kindness, and how she seemed to manage everything with such calm. Their relationship developed in an atmosphere of trust. At that stage, the age difference didn't seem to matter. He treated her with respect, called her a strong, beautiful, and mature woman. Alessandra wasn't used to that kind of emotional attentiveness from a man, but his behavior felt genuine. Her sister, who had seen some of their conversations, confirmed that he came across as decent in the beginning, polite and never pushy. Alessandra began to see him as someone she could lean on, someone she could talk to without fear of judgment. Their conversations ranged from the everyday to deeply personal. He would send her small gifts, message her in the mornings and before bed. He wasn't intrusive or controlling. He was simply present, in a way that seemed caring and emotionally tuned in. But things began to shift a few months in. The first troubling signs appeared after the new year. Gradually, Padavani's behavior became more intense. He started calling more frequently than usual, asking detailed questions about who Alessandra was talking to and how she spent her time. What used to be casual conversations turned into interrogations. There was a noticeable shift in his tone. He began expressing doubt, convinced that she was hiding something from him. Those suspicions became more persistent. He even involved her sister Stefania, calling her and asking her to support his perspective. What started as uncertainty soon turned into firm, unshakable accusations. Stefania recalled that his calls became increasingly aggressive. He would raise his voice, throw out accusations, and wouldn't accept any disagreement. Talking to him became emotionally draining. Eventually, Stefania cut off contact. Alessandra didn't immediately follow suit. Even as his behavior worsened, she continued to communicate, hoping things would calm down. She avoided confrontation, trying instead to de-escalate the tension. But Padavani began crossing more and more boundaries. Trust had completely eroded. He grew jealous over any interaction she had with other people. Even neutral social media posts triggered conflict. He demanded explanations for likes and comments. The relationship became increasingly strained. He would call her in the middle of the night, send messages with no real reason, and create moments that felt like emergencies. His actions became erratic, shifting between aggressive outbursts and desperate apologies. Alessandra began to realize she was losing control of the situation, but even then, she couldn't see a clear way out. He had embedded himself into her daily life intensely, emotionally, and relentlessly. In early 2022, Giovanni Padavani escalated his behavior beyond emotional pressure. After one of his visits to Alessandra's home, she discovered that something was wrong with her digital accounts. Her email and social media logins no longer worked when she tried to recover access. She noticed the new passwords included names and phrases closely tied to Padavani, which led her to believe he had accessed her computer and reset her account information to gain control. But it didn't stop there. His actions went beyond just digital interference. At the same time, Alessandra discovered that her WhatsApp account had been linked to an unknown device. Upon closer inspection, she found spyware installed on her phone, software that allowed someone to monitor her conversations, read her message history, and track who she was talking to in real time. This meant Giovanni Padovani had been surveilling her remotely. He was monitoring her digital activity and accessing her private information without permission. This wasn't incidental. It was a deliberate, organized form of digital tracking. Her suspicions were confirmed when Giovanni began referencing things from her private conversations. He seemed to know exactly who she had spoken with and at what times. He accused her of messaging other men, even when no such conversations had taken place. His claims were based on how he interpreted what he'd seen, fueling a growing sense of paranoia. He acted with disturbing confidence and showed a complete disregard for her personal boundaries. His control extended into every detail of her digital life. At the same time, he ramped up the pressure with near constant monitoring. He demanded that Alessandra send short video clips of her surroundings every 10 minutes. These clips served as proof of her location and activities. If she refused, he would lash out in frustration, accusing her of dishonesty, threatening to end the relationship and demanding constant updates. His tone became increasingly authoritarian. Alessandra no longer felt like a partner. She felt watched, monitored, and cornered. Eventually, it became clear that Giovanni had accessed not only her phone, but also the home security system. He had somehow tapped into her surveillance cameras and was watching her in real time. One recovered message between Giovanni and his mother confirmed this. He had sent her a screenshot of Alessandra, taken directly from her home's security feed. It was yet another violation in a growing pattern. Alessandra had no idea how deeply he had invaded her private world. By the second half of 2022, Giovanni Padovani's behavior became openly aggressive. He wasn't just monitoring her online. He started following her in person. He began showing up at her apartment without warning, lingering outside for hours waiting for her to come home and watching her windows. She no longer felt safe even in her own neighborhood. Neighbors noticed him frequently. One resident reported seeing him trying to gain access to the complex. Another saw him on the building's rooftop. Alessandra asked her neighbors not to open the door if they saw Giovanni outside. These requests came from a place of constant fear. She wasn't sure anymore whether he would stop at surveillance. He had stopped hiding his intentions. Eventually, he started damaging Alessandra's property. There were instances where her car was vandalized. In one case, the wiring responsible for the car's lights was cut. He also tampered with the power in her apartment, unscrewing fuses to cut the electricity. These acts served as a pretext to draw her outside, to force a face-to-face interaction without witnesses. He was trying to create a situation where she would have no choice but to come out and face him. Broken objects, shouting, and signs of physical struggle became a common occurrence. Neighbors reported hearing loud arguments and heavy banging. His jealousy and obsessive need for control stripped away any self-restraint he may have had. He crossed every line. In one incident, he climbed onto the roof again, attempting to break into her home. This happened after she had stopped letting him inside. His behavior had become erratic and threatening. Alessandra's mental state deteriorated sharply. She lived in constant anxiety, gripped by fear. Each time she approached her home, opened a window, or stepped into the hallway, she started carrying pepper spray in her purse, something she had never done before. She told those close to her that she was scared to return home. Panic had become part of her daily life. To feel at least somewhat safe, Alessandra occasionally stayed with her sister, Stefanana, who welcomed her, even though the situation made her deeply uneasy. But even on those nights away, Alessandra couldn't stay gone for long. Her dog was still at the apartment, and she had a strong emotional bond with him. Returning home wasn't a choice. It was a necessity. She couldn't abandon her place completely, and that made her vulnerable. It meant she could never fully escape Giovanni's pursuit. The period between July and August became particularly intense. Alessandra knew her safety was in jeopardy. She confided in Stefanani, describing specific incidents of aggressive behavior. Still, even then, she continued to look for ways to de-escalate. She avoided confrontation, holding on to the hope that something in his behavior might shift. But Giovanni's obsession only deepened. He didn't see distance as a boundary. He took it as a personal insult. As the danger escalated, Alessandra Matuzzi decided it was time to seek protection. She filed her first official police report on July 29, 2022. In the complaint, She detailed Giovanni Padovani's actions, his stalking, invasions of her privacy, and the ongoing threats she felt. She included documentation, screenshots of threatening messages, and photos confirming his presence near her home. Despite her efforts, no immediate protective measures were taken. The following weeks passed in limbo. Alessandro remained fearful and anxious, but stayed in contact with authorities. On August 3, she returned to the station with further details. She provided new evidence and elaborated on the continued stalking. Still, the investigation remained in a preliminary phase. No decisions about safety measures were made. On August 8, she filed another complaint. By then, the harassment hadn't stopped. Padovani was still showing up near her residence, attempting to get inside and disturbing her peace. Alessandro shared that she feared the situation was spiraling out of control. She documented specific incidents: power outages, damage to her car, attempted break-ins. These acts were accompanied by text messages laced with aggressive undertone. A fourth meeting with law enforcement took place on August 13. Alessandro once again made it clear she feared for her life. She reported that Giovanni was still monitoring her movements, interfering in her daily life, showing up at her home and using technology to track her. The case file now included direct quotes from his messages, where the threatening language left little room for doubt. One of Alessandro's statements was especially chilling: "I don't want to die." That sentence captured the state of mind she was in, but official responses from police offered no real reassurance. No actionable steps were taken. Authorities didn't issue a restraining order, didn't formally warn Padovani, and didn't initiate surveillance around her apartment. Officials cited procedural guidelines and the need for more witness statements, and yet, Alessandro had already provided detailed information on intrusions, stalking, property damage, and tampering with her home's electrical system. Investigators noted delays due to witnesses being on vacation. This slowed the process down. Some members of the prosecution claimed her report didn't indicate an immediate risk to life, as there had been no documented cases of direct physical harm, viewing it as a stalking case rather than a critical threat. Authorities failed to treat the situation as urgent. That perspective would ultimately play a key role in what followed. Alessandra did everything she could to protect herself. She asked for help, kept records, and warned about the potential danger. The events were unfolding rapidly, but there was no intervention that could have meaningfully altered Padovani's behavior. No temporary orders or monitoring protocols were put in place. She continued living in fear, constantly bracing for the next incident. Alessandra's family later brought forward serious concerns about the actions of law enforcement. Her loved ones believed the tragedy could have been prevented. From a logical standpoint, the signs of escalation were undeniable. Giovanni Padovani's behavior had evolved from persistent obsession to overt intimidation. His actions were calculated, repetitive, and dangerous. But at the administrative level, there was no meaningful intervention. On August 20, 2022, just 3 days before the incident, Padovani created a checklist. It was later found on his phone in the Notes app. The list named specific items: duct tape, a hammer, rope, or hand restraints. He also wrote out steps: simulate a conversation with Alessandra, convince her to let him in, bring the necessary tools. These entries left no question about his intent or the level of planning involved. This wasn't a spur-of-the-moment outburst, it was a premeditated act, thought out in chilling detail. His planning included physical preparation. On August 21, Padovani left Sicily, where he had been involved in soccer activities, and traveled to Senigallia, under the pretext of personal matters. From there, he made his way to Bologna, arriving on August 22. Travel routes and timestamps later confirmed this timeline. He didn't inform Alessandra of his visit. His movements were covert, pointing to a deliberate effort to catch her off guard. Once in Bologna, Padovani hid a hammer in a bush near Alessandra's home. He'd already scouted a secluded area within the residential complex. The tool was placed in a way that allowed him to retrieve it quickly when the moment came. This single act alone shows a disturbing level of foresight. Investigators also discovered that he climbed to the building's rooftop to monitor Alessandro's return. That happened just hours before the crime, one of the most alarming pieces of evidence. There was also a digital journal entry Padavani had written weeks earlier. In a note dated July 2, he wrote, "I'll end her because she ended me emotionally." He portrayed himself as a victim, accusing Alessandra of using him and making him look unstable. The message went on to justify his plan and showed full awareness of what was to come. "I know I'll end up in prison. This note will explain to the police what she did to me." The content made it painfully clear his decision had been made well in advance, and what followed was a calculated attempt to reclaim control. On the morning of August 23, 2022, Giovanni Padavani was already in Bologna. He had arrived the day before and had told no one. Alessandro had no idea he was in town. He spent the entire day in the shadows, watching her movements from a spot near her apartment complex. He waited for the exact moment she would return home. Earlier, he had secured the hidden hammer, making sure it was within reach. That evening, around 9 p.m., Alessandro approached the entrance to her building. She was on the phone with her sister at the time. Padavani, already positioned nearby, made his move. From that moment, everything unfolded rapidly. As Alessandra reached the front door, Padavani closed in within seconds. He was right beside her. Her sister, still on the line, suddenly heard a drastic change in Alessandra's voice, followed by the unmistakable sounds of a struggle. Based on the call recording and eyewitness accounts, Alessandra tried to defend herself, but the assault was abrupt and violent. Padavani retrieved the hammer and struck her. The first blow was so forceful that the metal head of the tool detached from the handle. When the hammer broke apart, Padavani didn't stop. He continued the assault, using his fists, striking Alessandro on the head and body. Then he grabbed a heavy wrought iron bench located near the entrance to the building and used it as a weapon. He delivered multiple blows with it, ending the attack with extreme aggression. According to the forensic examination, Alessandra had sustained at least 20 separate injuries, many of them fatal. The trauma affected her skull, chest, and limbs. The report also noted multiple fractures and evidence that her body had been dragged across the ground. Despite the screams and the growing commotion that drew the attention of neighbors, Padavani made no attempt to flee. He remained at the scene. When law enforcement arrived, they found him sitting calmly near the building's entrance. Officers later testified that he showed no signs of panic or agitation. When questioned, his only words were, "Good thing you came." He didn't resist arrest. His demeanor was described as composed and fully aware. Alessandra was rushed to the nearest hospital in critical condition, but the injuries were too severe. She passed away within minutes of arrival. The nature of the wounds, their number, and the force behind them led authorities to classify Padavani's actions as a crime committed with extraordinary cruelty. He had made no attempt to flee, hide evidence, or stage the scene to look like an accident. Everything pointed to a deliberate, premeditated act. Neighbors who witnessed the final moments said he acted quickly, decisively, and without hesitation. Some tried to intervene, but they weren't able to reach her in time. Alessandra's sister, who had been on the phone with her during the attack, immediately called emergency services. Her testimony was crucial in establishing the exact sequence of events, from start to finish. The assault lasted only a few minutes. His crime marked the end of a long escalation, beginning with psychological pressure, moving through stalking and digital surveillance, and culminating in a fatal act of physical aggression. On the day of the attack, Padavani showed no signs of emotional breakdown or loss of control. His actions were cold, methodical, and aligned with what he had previously documented in his digital journal. After his arrest, Giovanni Padavani was placed in a psychiatric facility. He showed no remorse. During the initial interview, he chose to remain silent, invoking his right to withhold testimony. Later, during the investigation, he made several unsolicited statements, attempting to shift blame onto Alessandra. He claimed he felt betrayed and emotionally devastated, and said his actions were the result of overwhelming distress. Investigators confirmed that the crime had been carefully planned in advance. However, Padavani's defense pushed for a psychiatric evaluation. The court reviewed possible mental health issues, including paranoid tendencies and obsessive behavior patterns. Ultimately, the experts concluded that he had full awareness of his actions and was capable of controlling his behavior. As a result, legal insanity was ruled out. Before sentencing, Padavani made a final statement. He said he felt as if he had been living in a nightmare. He added that if the court believed he was mentally fit, then he deserved the maximum penalty. He described himself as a broken man and tried to frame the crime as the outcome of emotional strain caused by Alessandra. The court rejected Giovanni Padavani's defense. The circumstances of the case, his level of preparation, the content of his journal entries, and his composed behavior after the attack all pointed to full awareness of his actions. His attempt to blame the victim by claiming emotional devastation was found to be unfounded. The court concluded that his actions were driven not by a mental breakdown, but by pathological jealousy and a desire to regain control. His explanations were seen as an effort to rationalize a meticulously planned crime. After the death of Alessandro Mattausi, the online space became a secondary scene of aggression. News stories about the case attracted hundreds of comments, many of which shifted blame onto the victim. Alessandro was criticized for her age, appearance, clothing style, and the age difference between her and Padavani. Some users defended the perpetrator, suggesting he had snapped because he was deceived or that he was too emotionally fragile. One comment sparked particular outrage. Donatello Alberti, regional head of the Italian branch of the Red Cross, wrote, "You could see why he was jealous just by looking at her." Under pressure from widespread criticism, he followed up with, "Women should behave more modestly like our grandmothers did." These remarks ignited a national backlash, and Alberti was removed from his position. Shortly afterward, Alessandro's family filed a collective complaint against 25 individuals responsible for the most hostile online messages. The Bologna prosecutor's office launched a rare, large-scale investigation into cyber harassment. Public discourse had evolved into a new form of aggression, this time directed at a victim who could no longer respond. On February 12, 2024, Giovanni Padavani was found guilty of stalking and committing a violent crime against Alessandra Mattausi. He was sentenced to life in prison. The court emphasized several aggravating factors: premeditation, extreme cruelty, and lack of remorse. It also took into account the pattern of stalking and psychological manipulation that preceded the act. At the same time, the court ruled on the cyber harassment case. All 25 users were held accountable. The case set a significant legal precedent for addressing posthumous digital harassment. Jealousy-induced delusion, known in psychological terms as Othello syndrome, is a pathological condition where a person becomes irrationally convinced of a partner's infidelity. Giovanni Padavani showed classic signs: extreme control, repeated accusations, invasion of personal privacy, and escalating aggression when the relationship began to unravel. Unlike ordinary jealousy, this condition involves obsessive thinking, a break from reality, and an inability to engage in critical self-reflection. In severe cases, it can lead to aggression or lethal outcomes. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. On a quiet September night in 2009, a family of 6 in the small town of Beeson, Illinois, prepared for what they believed would be just another peaceful evening. The children were tucked into bed, the lights were dimmed, and the comforting routines of family life played out one last time. But before the night was over, everything would change. By morning, the house would be silent, not with sleep, but with death. A stranger had entered their home, and what followed was a night of pure horror. The crime was so brutal, so deeply disturbing, that it would later be named the Beeson Bloodbath. Even the most seasoned investigators were shaken by what they found inside. The quiet town of Beeson, with its population barely reaching 200, would never be the same. Surrounded by farmland and rolling hills, Beeson had always felt like a safe, almost forgotten place. But after that night, it became the center of one of the most chilling crimes in Illinois history. At the heart of this story are two families, the Gees and the Constants, neighbors, friends, and longtime residents of the area. Let's start with Rick G. Rick was known for being hardworking and determined. He had a never-give-up attitude that everyone respected. Early in his career, he worked at his stepfather's construction company in Lincoln, the closest town with schools, stores, restaurants, and other basic services. Lincoln was where you went if you needed something that small town Beeson didn't have. Rick's stepdad, Pudge, and his mother, Judy, had lived in Lincoln for years. It was a close-knit area where everyone knew each other, and that made what happened next even more devastating. Rick hustled hard, picking up construction gigs wherever he could, and saving every penny to build a better future for himself and his daughter, Nicole G. His dedication finally paid off when he bought property on the edge of Beeson, and instead of sticking with his stepdad's company, he started his own business, which he called G Construction. He snagged a ranch-style home with a 2-car detached garage, an above-ground pool, and plenty of farmland for keeping chickens and other animals. But owning a business came with its costs, so Rick decided to rent out a room in his home. That's when Ruth Constant entered the scene, moving in with her 2 little kids, 3-year-old Justina and 1-year-old Dylan Constant. Initially, Ruth became Rick's tenant, but it didn't take long for sparks to fly between them. Ruth was a warm-hearted woman known for her outgoing personality and sense of humor, and Rick was the perfect match for her. As their bond grew stronger, Ruth discovered she was pregnant in 1997. They tied the knot with Rick at 34 and Ruth at 27. Not long after, they welcomed a baby boy, Austin, and their home was bustling with life. A year later, they celebrated the arrival of a baby girl, Jessica G., filling their hearts with more joy. Unfortunately, that joy was short-lived, as they learned that little Jessica was born with a serious neurological condition, leaving her with disabilities that required around-the-clock care. With no facilities in Beeson that could meet Jessica's needs, and unable to afford the necessary care, they reluctantly had to move her 50 miles away to Peoria, Illinois, where she became a temporary ward of the state. It was reported that she died well before the tragic murder occurred. Dylan was also showing signs of trouble. According to their relatives, he was full of energy and often acted out, which is typical for kids his age. His teachers frequently sent home behavior reports, and Rick and Ruth worked hard to find ways to help him. Eventually, he was diagnosed with ADHD after they decided to seek therapy for him. While the therapy helped a little, it didn't make a significant difference. However, there was a glimmer of hope when Rick's daughter Nicole turned 18 and started dating Christopher Harris, a 21-year-old local. Their relationship grew serious quickly, and they married, moving just a minute away from Rick's house. Not long after, Nicole discovered she was pregnant, making Ruth and Rick grandparents for the first time with the arrival of little Elisa Harris. They were thrilled, and Nicole and Chris often dropped Elisa off with Ruth while they worked, and in late July 2009, Nicole and Chris welcomed their second baby. To everyone who knew them, they seemed like the perfect family. With a new baby expected to start crawling soon, Rick's stepdad Pudge and his grandson Adam decided to help Nicole by putting in new carpet in her home that September. The following day, 10-year-old Seton Landstrom ran over to the Gee's house to show off his new bike, but when he reached the porch, he froze at the sight of blood smeared all over the porch and the door slightly open. Worried, he dashed to Nicole's house, where Rick's stepdad had spent the night. As soon as they heard the boy's discovery, they immediately went to the house, and Adam was the first to reach the porch and noticed the blood as well as a knife at the bottom of the porch steps. When Adam entered the door and turned the lights on, he saw a scene that would haunt him for the rest of his life. Lying in the hallway was Rick, face down in a thick pool of blood. Frozen in shock, Adam dared not to move further. He turned and ran outside to Pudge, telling him to call 911, though he didn't know what to tell the police, since he hadn't seen it all firsthand. And when the police arrived, they were met with a huge pool of blood, around 2 to 3 feet wide. As they moved deeper into the house, they saw that Rick's head was completely wrecked, and his body looked like it had been through hell. At first, they couldn't tell how he died, but the gruesome scene made them suspect a shotgun was used. They hadn't even checked the other rooms yet. As they walked down the hallway, they noticed the walls were all messed up, like someone had punched or smashed them. Then they found the second victim, 14-year-old Dylan, curled up on the floor just outside the main bedroom, wearing nothing but shorts. His body was badly hurt, and his head was just as wrecked as Rick's. Blood splattered everywhere, even on the ceiling, making the officers feel uneasy as they continued through the house. When they stepped into the main bedroom, they saw Ruth lying on the floor in her nightgown. Half of her skull had caved in, and again blood was splattered all over the walls. Pushing on, they entered the attached bathroom, where they found 11-year-old Austin, dressed only in his underwear, lying face down on the bloody tile floor. It was clear that the G family never saw this evil coming. They must have been caught off guard, getting ready for bed the night before. The officers moved cautiously through the house, unsure if the killer was still inside. They walked down that bloody hallway past Dylan's lifeless body and headed to 16-year-old Justina's room. And when they entered the room, they found something far more gruesome than what was initially found in the house. Blood smeared across every surface, soaking into her bed, where Justina lay on her stomach, her head hanging over the edge, leaving a puddle of brain matter below. She had suffered the worst injuries of anyone in the family, and just when they thought it couldn't get worse, they braced themselves for what came next. As they left Justina's room, they checked an adjacent space and initially saw no more victims, but then they spotted something in the dark closet. There they found a 3-year-old girl's body crumpled on the floor, surrounded by blood, with skin peeled back above her right ear. It broke the officers' hearts. They were trained professionals, but nothing could prepare them for such a brutal scene, especially involving such a young child beaten to death. Suddenly, a corporal noticed something move. It was the child. A paramedic rushed over and scooped her up like a baby, dashing out to the ambulance. They quickly ushered Nicole into the ambulance too, and off they sped toward the nearest hospital. But when they arrived, they discovered that Tabitha's vital signs were alarming. Moments later, Nicole's husband Chris showed up at the G's house. He had been called from work about the terrible incident. When he arrived, the police confirmed the heartbreaking truth. The family had been murdered. But in the middle of all the chaos and tragedy, there was hope. The police told Chris that Tabitha had survived. Everyone felt a wave of relief because despite the horrific events, Tabitha was alive and might be able to help uncover who was behind this terrible crime. But not for Chris. He felt nervous when he learned Tabitha was alive. Without thinking twice, Chris jumped back in his truck and drove urgently toward the trauma center where Tabitha was being rushed. Meanwhile, 2 first responders, Logan County Sheriff's Corporal Michael Block and Illinois State Trooper Paul Hennessy, were left to sift through the crime scene for clues about what had happened inside the G family's home. 2 o'clock. Officers found a bloody handprint on the bathroom vanity where Austin was killed, along with a fresh shoe print outside that matched K-Swiss' tennis shoe. Officers canvassed the small community and followed up on tips. One neighbor reported seeing a silver pickup truck passing by around the time of the murders, noting it had exhaust pipes coming up through the bed behind the cab. Despite these leads, police found no further clues. Jar John Ralston, a forensic pathologist, performed the autopsies that night. He photographed every inch of the victims' bodies, but the injuries were so numerous that it was hard to keep track of them. But one thing was clear: they had been brutally attacked, and it wasn't from a gun, initially thought to be caused by a shotgun. It turned out that each member of the G family had been bludgeoned to death, suffering with each blow until they were too weak to fight back. Starting with Rick G., the father, he had 39 impact wounds, 13 of which were to his head. His wife, Ruth, suffered 28 blows all over her body, and her skull was crushed. Their 11-year-old son, Austin, had a caved-in skull and was struck at least 21 times. Signs showed he had been pushed against hard objects, and someone had stomped on his feet. 14-year-old Dylan had over 100 wounds and was struck at least 52 times. 16-year-old Justina had at least 15 identifiable injuries and was missing the top part of her skull. Meanwhile, Tabitha was in a real fight for her life. Doctors quickly discovered she had multiple skull fractures and serious brain swelling. It was tough for her. She couldn't speak or see because of the swelling in her face, but there was a small silver lining. She could still move her arm, showing she had some strength left to help her recover. The doctors made the difficult decision to remove a few small pieces of her skull. They hoped this would ease the pressure from the swelling and help her brain heal properly. It was a scary situation, but the medical team was doing everything they could to save her. Nicole remained by Tabitha's side throughout her recovery at the hospital. The atmosphere was tense, with police officers standing vigil behind her hospital bed. They knew Tabitha was the only survivor of the horrific incident, and there was a real concern that the suspect might try to come after her. This made it all the more important for the authorities to keep a close watch on her. Additionally, Nicole did her best to help the authorities, sharing everything she could about her loved ones and what had happened. On the other hand, Chris was a constant source of support for Nicole during this incredibly tough time. He spent hours with her, trying to offer comfort and help her navigate the chaos surrounding them. However, things weren't simple between Chris and Nicole. Their relationship had been tumultuous, filled with ups and downs. They had broken up several times, but had only managed to patch things up again earlier that same year in 2009. Days passed, and the police found themselves at a standstill, despite following every lead they could. Like the details of the suspicious car and the fresh shoe prints, they still hadn't identified any official suspects. The G family had no known enemies. In fact, they were well liked in the neighborhood, known for their generosity and kindness. Many neighbors could vouch for their good nature, painting a picture of a family that was both wealthy and loving. In light of the recent events, the police took precautions and encouraged everyone in the community to secure their homes and stay alert. A week passed, and the funeral for the G family was held on the 28th of that same month. It was a heartbreaking day, but among all the grief, Tabitha was still fighting for her life in the hospital. And while the community mourned, there was also a lingering fear, because the killer was still out there, and no one knew when or if they might strike again. Then, in a random but significant twist of fate, a major break in the case came at the hospital where Tabitha was being treated. One officer, after finishing his shift in guarding Tabitha, shared an elevator ride with Chris Harris, who had just left Tabitha's room. The officer happened to glance down and noticed Chris's shoes, K-Swiss sneakers with an aggressive tread, just like the shoe print found outside the crime scene. The officer quickly informed detectives, which led to Chris being called in for questioning. They compared his tread to the print found at the scene, but there was a slight discrepancy. The shoes were a half size too big. However, the detectives knew something was off, so they didn't stop there. They collected Christopher Harris's fingerprints and palm prints, sending them to the crime lab for further analysis to prove his innocence. His brother Jason Harris stepped in to defend him, providing an alibi and claiming they had been together the entire time, far away from Beeson where the murders occurred. Meanwhile, Nicole was furious at the mere suggestion that Christopher could be involved. She took to her MySpace page to defend him, writing in an emotional, though error-filled message, "This whole situation is such a mess and so unfair. Not only have my children lost 5 close family members, but now their daddy is being set up and taken away. This is too much to bear." Nicole continued, "There's solid evidence that all 6 victims fought for their lives, and Chris doesn't even have a scratch on him. He's been with us through everything, and now they've taken him too." Nicole wasn't the only one standing up for Chris. His stepmother, Debbie Harris, also spoke out to the media, saying their family believed in his innocence. Chris's father, Ed, was in tears during a phone call with Chris from jail. According to Debbie, Chris was shocked by his arrest and scared for his family's safety, telling his father, "Dad, I'm scared because I know the killers are still out there." He swore he didn't commit the murders. When police booked Chris, they photographed his entire body. Although he didn't have any injuries, they noticed a large blister on the palm of his right hand. Coincidentally, a tire iron was later found near a creek by Jason's house, where investigators were still searching for clues. On October 2, when they seized Chris's truck, they found it belonged to Jennifer Ernest, Jason's girlfriend and mother of his other children. Both Jennifer and her mother, Sarah Duncan, had provided alibis for Chris and Jason on the night of the murders, but as the investigation unfolded, those alibis were proven false, leading to their arrest for obstruction of justice. The police were able to discredit the alibis, partly because Chris's palm print had been found at the scene. Additionally, A woman named Lori Cole, an armed security guard, came forward. She claimed that on the night of the murders, around 11:35 p.m., Chris and his brother Jason knocked on her door, asking if she wanted to party. Lori, who lived not far from the G family, recalled telling Chris she wasn't interested and needed to sleep for work. She noticed a Ford Ranger parked outside, similar to the one Chris and Jason were seen with earlier. Although she told them to leave, their behavior left her unsettled, as they seemed to have already been partying and didn't want the night to end. Another woman, Christy Moore, came forward during the investigation. She told investigators that she and Chris had been on-again, off-again lovers. She revealed that Chris had called her late on that same Sunday night, but she was busy with her kids and couldn't meet up for what she knew he wanted: sex. However, she agreed to see him after her children went to school. The next morning, Chris arrived at her house in Clinton, just a 15-minute drive from Beeson, about 12 hours after the murders. They slept together, and Christy said Chris was acting completely normal afterward. Christy even took selfies of the two of them in bed. In the pictures, they were kissing and giving each other flirtatious looks, with Chris smiling in some of them. She told investigators that Chris had no visible injuries or marks on his body, and that nothing about him seemed unusual, except that she hadn't seen him in the past 2 months, likely because he had just had a baby with Nicole 2 months earlier. From the moment Chris was accused, he maintained his innocence, denying any involvement in the murder. However, when confronted with fingerprint evidence, he invoked his Fifth Amendment right to remain silent and got a lawyer. It seemed that Chris was content to let the legal process play out, but things took a sharp turn as the pressure began to mount on his brother, Jason. Initially charged with obstruction of justice, Jason's charges were soon upgraded to 5 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of attempted murder, the same as Chris's charges. Jason, now facing the possibility of life in prison, had a choice to make: stay silent and support his brother, or tell the truth and save himself. The survival instinct kicked in, and Jason began to talk. The story he told was chilling. According to Jason, the night had started with drugs and alcohol. He and Chris had been out partying hard, drinking and snorting cocaine. Eventually, they decided they needed a woman's company to keep the night going. They first tried to reach out to some ex-girlfriends, but both women turned them down. That should have been the end of the night, but under the influence of drugs and Chris's heightened libido, the brothers continued their search for female company, which tragically led them to the G family's home. Jason recounted that they had first tried to visit Lori Cole, the armed security guard who lived nearby. He waited in the truck while Chris approached Lori's door, but she turned him away. What happened next is where Jason's story became inconsistent. He gave 13 different versions of the events, but the one thing that remained constant was his claim that Chris killed the G family. Jason alleged that it was Chris's idea to go to the G residence with the intent of having sex with Justina G, the 16-year-old daughter of the family and Chris's sister-in-law. Chris had convinced himself that Justina had been flirting with him. Whether they planned for it to be consensual or not remains unclear, but Jason said Chris believed Justina was interested in him. He then said that he stayed in the truck while Chris approached the house. In some versions of the story, Chris was already armed with a tire iron. In others, he went to the door without it. In one account, Rick G., the father, answered the door, and after a brief conversation, things escalated, leading Chris to retrieve the tire iron from the truck. Jason said he then heard screams and thumping sounds coming from inside the house, the horrifying beginning of what would turn into a gruesome massacre. Jason said he stayed in the pickup truck the whole time, just listening to the chaos inside the house. He heard loud thumps and screams and saw Dylan jump out of a bedroom window. After that, Dylan ran to the front door and went back inside. Next thing Jason knew, Dylan burst out of the house, bleeding a lot, with Christopher Harris right behind him. Jason saw Chris hit Dylan 5 or 6 times with a tire iron before heading back inside. Miraculously, Dylan got back on his feet and went into the house again. A few minutes later, Chris came out and hopped into the pickup. As they drove down the dirt road, he tossed his shoes and the tire iron out the window like it was no big deal. It's important to note that there had been a complaint of attempted sexual assault against Christopher Harris involving Justina, but this complaint was dropped just a week before the incident. Jason suggested that Christopher had intended to go to the G house for sexual motives, which ultimately did not happen. Investigators retraced the path that Jason Harris had described during his testimony. They found the case Swiss shoes and the tire iron thrown into a ditch beside the road. Forensic tests confirmed that the DNA found on these items matched both Christopher Harris and the G family. On May 31, 2013, a jury found Christopher Harris guilty of murdering the G family. His sentencing happened on July 19, 2013, where he received 5 consecutive life sentences. In addition, he was sentenced to 30 years for the attempted murder of Tabitha, 30 years for home invasion, and 20 years for robbery. Christopher Harris's defense team tried to argue that he had walked in on Dylan during the murders and acted in self-defense when he killed Dylan. However, this argument was quickly dismissed. In 2013, just before his sentencing, Christopher and his legal team sought a retrial, but their request was denied. Later, in 2019, they filed an appeal with the Appellate Court of Illinois 4th District, but that too was denied. If you think the story ends here, well, not quite. A former cellmate of Chris stepped forward, claiming that Chris had confided in him about the terrible events of that night. This cellmate revealed a story even darker than what Jason had shared. According to him, when Chris arrived at the G home, Rick answered the door. An argument broke out, escalating quickly. When Chris hit Rick with the tire iron, Ruth heard the commotion and rushed in to see what was going on. Sadly, as she entered the room, Chris turned his violent rage on her. In the midst of the chaos, Dylan grabbed a kitchen knife trying to protect his mother, but Chris was too strong, and it was during this intense moment that Jason saw Dylan crash through the window for the first time. In a chilling twist, the cellmate reported that Chris felt no remorse for his actions. In fact, he claimed his only regret was not burning down the house that night, suggesting that if he had, no one would ever know he was responsible for the violence. And let's not forget Nicole. With all the evidence piling up against Chris, she went from defending him to cursing him. Additionally, during the sentencing hearing, Tabitha also delivered an emotional statement that tugged at everyone's heartstrings. She said, "I am 7, and it still breaks my heart. I wish you were dead and my brother, sister, and mommy and daddy were alive. You don't sneak up on other people. You have to say sorry. Because do you know how badly that broke my heart?" As for Jason, he got a 10-year sentence in exchange for testifying against Chris, with credit for time served. This decision sparked debate. Many questioned if it was fair for someone who played a part in such terrible acts. There were many times that night when Jason could have stepped in to help. He heard Dylan calling out for assistance, begging him to intervene, but he didn't act. However, his testimony helped bring justice for the G family. After the trial, Jason's girlfriend Jennifer and her mother faced probation and fines for hiding evidence. Meanwhile, little Tabitha, who was protected by state troopers during her hospital stay, formed a special bond with them. They painted her toenails, read her stories, and played games, showering her with the love and care she needed. They even threw her a birthday party. Despite going through many surgeries, Tabitha made a remarkable recovery, and fortunately, the head injuries she suffered allowed her to forget the horrific events that took her family away. Tabitha spent some time in foster care, but eventually found a loving home with her sister, Nicole. As the community mourned and tried to heal from this tragic loss, they dedicated a playground in memory of Austin Dillon and Justina, creating a space where their spirits could be honored and celebrated. In an interesting twist, in 2014, the show When Murder Comes to Town aired, trying to shed light on the G family murders. Despite interviewing various residents and officers involved in the case, the show leaned heavily on the defense's narrative, suggesting that Dylan was a deeply troubled boy capable of violence. This portrayal sparked outrage among those who had worked on the case. The officers involved wrote an open letter questioning the show's accuracy, particularly how Dylan was portrayed. They emphasized his heroism, stating he wasn't just a victim, but a brave teen who tried to protect his family. I agree with their perspective, as Dylan's actions deserve recognition for his courage in the face of tragedy. What are your thoughts? Was the sentencing fair, or do you believe the accomplices should have received harsher penalties? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Just minutes after a frantic 911 call, police arrived at the Beverly Hills mansion of Jose and Kitty Menendez, and what they found inside was pure carnage. The couple had been shot execution style, their bodies so brutally mutilated that they were nearly unrecognizable. The scene was chilling. But what shocked the world even more came 7 years later, when their own sons, Lyle and Eric Menendez, were convicted of the murders. Case closed? Not quite. Decades later, the Menendez brothers' case continues to spark debate, dominate headlines, and flood social media feeds. Some still believe they were cold-blooded killers, motivated by greed. Others argue they were deeply traumatized, victims of long-term abuse who saw no other escape. But before we can begin to unpack the controversy, we need to understand where they came from. The Menendez family wasn't just wealthy, they were extravagantly rich. They lived a life most people could only fantasize about: private jets, luxury cars, and million-dollar homes. In the late 1980s, their Beverly Hills mansion looked like something straight out of a Hollywood fantasy, more fitting for a movie star than a family of four. But their lavish lifestyle didn't come easy. It was built on the relentless ambition of one man, Jose Enrique Menendez. Born in Cuba, Jose fled the country during the Revolution. At just 16, he arrived in the United States with no money and no safety net, only an unshakable determination to succeed. He earned a degree in accounting, but he didn't stop there. He climbed the corporate ranks in the entertainment industry with laser focus, eventually landing powerful positions at major companies like RCA Records and Live Entertainment. By the time of his death, Jose was a multi-millionaire, a self-made man who believed in hard work, success, and control. But behind the closed doors of their perfect home, something else may have been brewing. Something darker. Something that would eventually explode into one of the most infamous family murders in American history. His wife, Kitty, was once a school teacher, but she left her career behind as Jose's success skyrocketed. With their growing fortune, the Menendezes gave their sons every possible privilege. Lyle and Eric attended elite private schools, wore designer clothes, and lived a life free from financial worries. But beneath the glamorous surface, cracks were forming in the perfect family image. Eric, the younger of the two, had an undeniable talent for tennis. Ranking among the top young players in the country, his potential could have taken him to the professional level, competing against tennis legends like Pete Sampras and Andre Agassi. Lyle, the older brother, was accepted into Princeton University, but he struggled academically and was eventually suspended for plagiarism by the summer of 1989. Lyle was 21 and Eric was 18. Their future was seemingly set. Their father's fortune, their connections, and their privileged upbringing meant they had access to a world of opportunity. The Menendez estate alone was worth well over $10 million, 0 cents. And had things played out differently, their father might have told them, "One day, kids, all of this will be yours." Instead, on the night of August 20, the Menendez brothers walked into the family room where their father was watching television. Armed with shotguns, they unleashed a brutal attack, firing multiple rounds at their parents. The gunshots echoed through the mansion, shattering the illusion of a perfect family. When it was over, their father was riddled with bullets. His body slumped over in the chair where he had been watching television. Their mother, who had tried to escape, was shot so many times that part of her skull was blown away. The sheer violence of the attack stunned even the most seasoned investigators. But what happened next was just as shocking. The brothers didn't panic. They didn't flee in fear. Instead, they cleaned themselves up, changed into fresh clothes, and went to the movies that night, while their parents' bodies lay lifeless in their blood-soaked home. Lyle and Eric sat in a theater watching Batman. After that, they returned home, and that's when they called the cops and pretended to be shot. When the police arrived at the scene, they found Eric rolling around on the front lawn, curled up in the fetal position, howling in grief. His cries echoed through the night, an Oscar-worthy performance that would have fooled even the most seasoned detectives. But given what they went through throughout their childhood, the realistic cries of them just make sense. The brothers sobbed, clung to each other, and played the part of heartbroken sons to perfection. But behind the theatrics, something didn't sit right. Investigators pieced together the brutal execution. Jose Menendez had been sitting on the couch, watching television, completely unaware of what was coming. The first shotgun blast struck the back of his head, killing him instantly. The force of the shot was so powerful that it nearly decapitated him. Kitty, hearing the deafening explosion of gunfire, rushed into the room. Her scream barely had time to leave her lips before the second shot rang out. The blast struck her in the leg, sending her sprawling to the floor. She attempted to crawl away, leaving behind a slick trail of blood on the polished hardwood, but there was nowhere to go. Her own sons towered over her, reloading their weapons. The next round of shots tore through her chest and arms as she writhed in agony. But it wasn't enough. The final devastating shot was delivered point blank to her face, obliterating her features and rendering her unrecognizable. It was a grotesque overkill, something more akin to a mob hit than a spontaneous crime of passion. And then, in an eerie and calculated move, the brothers fired additional shots into their parents' kneecaps. This detail was chilling. Why would sons do such a thing to their own parents? To detectives, this screamed of a professional-style execution, a deliberate attempt to stage the murder as a mafia hit. But here's where things got truly bizarre. The Menendez brothers were not immediate suspects. Despite being the only people with a clear financial motive, despite their suspicious behavior, and despite the glaring brutality of the crime, the police initially bought into their grieving act. They didn't even test them for gunshot residue, a basic procedure in homicide investigations. For a while, it seemed like they might just get away with it, but their greed would be their downfall. In the weeks following the murders, instead of retreating into mourning, Lyle and Eric embarked on a jaw-dropping spending spree. Lyle returned to the Princeton area and began a kind of spending frenzy. His friends say they thought it was his way of dealing with his grief. Over several weeks, he bought clothes, a Rolex, a $62,000 0-cents Porsche. Rather than return to school, he bought a restaurant, saying his mother would have been pleased. Meanwhile, Eric wasn't exactly keeping a low profile either. He hired a new top-tier tennis coach. On top of that, the brothers vacationed in exotic locations like London and the Caribbean, dined at five-star restaurants in Los Angeles, and drove around town in their deceased mother's Mercedes-Benz convertible. The money hemorrhaged out of their accounts at an alarming rate. In just 6 months, they had burned through over $700,000, 0 cents. They moved into high-end condos in Marina del Rey, flaunting their newfound freedom with reckless abandon. But while they were celebrating their new lives, the police were busy chasing a dead end. Investigators initially believed Jose Menendez's business dealings had made him a target. He was known for his ruthless and cutthroat style, making enemies in the entertainment world. The police considered the possibility of a mob hit. The staged kneecap shots made it look like an organized crime execution. But something didn't add up. If the mafia wanted Jose dead, why kill Kitty too? And why had nothing been stolen? As detectives struggled to find leads, Eric made a mistake that cracked the case wide open. Feeling guilty, overwhelmed, and unable to keep the secret buried, he confided in his psychologist, Dr. Jerome Oziel. He admitted everything: how they planned the murder, how they executed it, and how they covered it up. Dr. Oziel, bound by doctor-patient confidentiality, initially kept the confession secret. But here's where things took a wild turn. Oziel had a mistress, a woman named Judalon Smith. She knew about the confession, and in a moment of betrayal, she went to the police. Now, if you were the doctor's mistress at the time, what would you have done? According to her, she knew that Lyle and Eric were sexually abused, so if you knew that for a fact, would you still report it to the police? I want to hear your thoughts on this. At this point, Lyle and Eric were still oblivious. They truly believed they had pulled off the perfect crime. Lyle even went so far as to hire bodyguards for his shopping trips, parading around like a celebrity. Additionally, the two brothers had just established their own business called the Menendez Investment Enterprises. But law enforcement wasn't so easily fooled. With Judalon Smith's tip, they finally had the breakthrough they needed. The police were about to turn the tables on the Menendez brothers, and the downfall of Lyle and Eric was just beginning. They arrested Lyle first, since he was in California, and then Eric was taken into custody after he returned from playing in a tennis tournament in Israel. The case, however, was anything but simple. The legal battle was just beginning, and what followed was a courtroom drama filled with shocking twists and relentless maneuvering from both the prosecution and defense. The prosecution had what they believed to be a solid piece of evidence: the therapy session tapes. A judge ruled that these tapes could be used in court, but the brothers had hired a top-tier legal team, and they fought tooth and nail to suppress them for over a year. Every motion, every appeal, every legal loophole was explored. It was a fierce battle of legal expertise and strategy, stretching out the case and delaying the inevitable. First things first, let's talk about the person who first knew who killed the Menendez parents: Dr. Jerome Oziel. They started discussing what would happen, or how it would be, if the person who was a dominating force and a negative force and a very controlling person in their life wasn't there anymore. And at that point, it evolved into a discussion about killing the parents, most particularly the father. Basically, that the father had just been completely dominating and controlling, was impossible to please, had perfectionistic standards, that he was controlling of a lot of different aspects of Eric and Lyle's life in a very extreme way. They went up to the office where the infamous confession tape was recorded, a piece of evidence that would shake the entire case. But despite how damning the tape was, it didn't immediately lead to a guilty verdict. Instead, it played a major role in the Menendez brothers' defense. They claimed their father had abused them for years, physically, emotionally, and sexually, and they saw no other way out. In the tape, the brothers not only admitted to the murders, but also revealed something shocking. They had found their mother's suicide note before the killings, which deeply affected their decision. Eric described his mother's pain, how she discovered their father's long-term affair, and how it broke her. He recalled her struggling with alcohol and pills, telling him, "You don't understand how much stress I'm under. I take 13 pills a day and drink." The brothers believed that by killing her, they were actually doing her a favor, freeing her from misery. But there was also another terrifying thought. If she took her own life, they would be left alone with their father, and that was even worse. Eric later testified in court, revealing horrifying details about the abuse. He said that one night he finally told his older brother Lyle what had been happening. When asked why, Eric simply said, "I wanted it to stop." He described how their father forced him into oral sex and even used pins and tacks to hurt him during the assaults. He also shared that their father once threatened him with a knife, a jagged Rambo knife, to keep him silent. Lyle also took the stand and testified about the abuse he suffered between the ages of 6 and 8. To back up their claims, their defense team showed disturbing photographs as evidence, revealing the dark reality the brothers said they had endured. This is a proof sheet of the sequence of photographs from Eric's 6th birthday party. These photographs were found in an envelope with the handwriting of their mother. Among those photos was one that should have never existed, one of Lyle's nakedness, saved by his own mother. Lyle would later testify that his father, Jose Menendez, took photographs of them in their most vulnerable moments, bathing, changing, just being kids. Lyle said that he wouldn't ask, he wouldn't say anything. He would just come in, snap the photo, and leave. Lyle described in court how, after sports practice, his father would massage him. Then the touching began. It escalated, and Lyle was forced to touch back. After this, they would undress, and the nightmare played on repeat. 2 to 3 times a week, in his bedroom or the bathroom. Then there were the object sessions, a toothbrush, a shaving brush, a tube of Vaseline. This was his father's twisted routine, and when Lyle finally found the courage to tell his mother, her response was, "Stop exaggerating. Your father loves you. He's punishing you because you do things wrong." But the trauma didn't stop with Lyle. The abused become the abuser. Lyle admitted that he did the same to Eric. He took Eric to the woods. He used the same toothbrush, and in the courtroom, with the weight of his own guilt crushing him, he could only say one thing: "I'm sorry." Years later, Eric finally confided in Lyle. He revealed that their father had been abusing him too, and when Lyle confronted Jose about it, the fear set in. However, the prosecution had its own version of the story. They painted the Menendez brothers as cold-blooded killers who wiped their father's computer, erasing the will to cover up their crime. A computer expert testified that the data was gone, irretrievable. But here's the twist. Lyle's computer expert confirmed that he was hired not to recover the files, but to make sure they could never be recovered. So was it greed or was it fear? Back in the late 1980 CAS and early 1990 CAS, conversations around male sexual abuse were almost non-existent. It wasn't just a taboo topic, it was something that society outright dismissed or refused to acknowledge. Many people found it hard to believe that men, especially young men from wealthy, privileged backgrounds, could be victims of such horrific abuse. The concept of male vulnerability was often met with skepticism, mockery, or outright denial. And when Lyle and Eric Menendez stood trial for the brutal murder of their parents, Jose and Kitty Menendez, the nation was divided. The trial, broadcasted in real time across national television, turned into a media spectacle. While some people sympathized with the brothers and believed their accounts of long-term sexual and physical abuse at the hands of their father, others ridiculed them, especially for the way they broke down in tears on the stand. At one point, SNL even created a skit poking fun at the brothers during their trial. Their emotional testimonies were dissected, with critics accusing them of faking their distress to gain sympathy. Late-night talk shows made them the butt of jokes, and tabloid headlines painted them as greedy, spoiled rich kids who had killed out of a thirst for money and freedom. However, the trial took an unexpected turn when a forensic psychologist took the stand, presenting a crucial argument. The crime was not premeditated, according to the psychologist. Lyle and Eric's actions stemmed from years of abuse, fear, and trauma, rather than cold, calculated planning. For a moment, it seemed like the judge was leaning in their favor, acknowledging that the psychological impact of prolonged abuse could have led to a spontaneous, desperate act of violence, rather than an orchestrated murder for financial gain. But then, in a shocking twist, a key witness in the case, Lyle Menendez's best friend Donovan Goodrow, seemingly contradicted himself on the stand. Goodrow had previously provided a recorded statement in which he admitted that Lyle confided in him about years of sexual abuse at the hands of their father. However, in court, Goodrow shockingly denied ever hearing such things from Lyle. This contradiction sent shockwaves through the courtroom and was even aired on Prime 9 News. The revelation forced the trial into a temporary halt as the judge and attorneys debated the significance of the tape, which directly challenged Goodrow's testimony. At the heart of the case was a question that divided the nation. Were Lyle and Eric Menendez calculating killers who brutally executed their parents for inheritance money? Or were they lifelong victims who finally snapped after years of unspeakable torment? Brutal prosecution was completely focused on the idea that Eric and Lyle Menendez were greedy rich kids that had killed their parents because they were in a hurry to inherit their money. The jury struggled to reach a consensus. After weeks of deliberation, both juries, one for Lyle and one for Eric, ended up hopelessly deadlocked. On January 13, 1994, Eric's jury announced they were unable to reach a verdict, and just days later, Lyle's jury did the same. The mistrials left the nation in turmoil, with public opinion split. Some believed that the brothers' allegations of sexual abuse should have justified a lesser charge such as manslaughter. Others argued that no amount of trauma could excuse such a brutal and premeditated act of murder. The prosecution, meanwhile, remained steadfast in its stance that the Menendez brothers were driven by greed rather than fear. When their second trial began in August 1995, the media frenzy had died down significantly. Judge Stanley Weisberg, who had presided over the first trial, made a critical decision this time. No cameras were allowed in the courtroom. The lack of live television coverage meant the case no longer held the same level of public spectacle, and as a result, much of America lost interest in the proceedings. But behind closed doors, the defense faced major setbacks. Judge Weisberg significantly limited the testimony regarding the brothers' claims of sexual abuse, making it harder for the defense to argue that the killings were an act of desperation rather than cold-blooded murder. Additionally, unlike in the first trial, the jury was not given the option to convict the brothers of manslaughter instead of first-degree murder. Prosecutors dismissed the brothers' claims as nothing more than an abuse excuse and worked aggressively to dismantle their defense. Lyle, who had testified in the first trial, chose not to take the stand this time. On March 20, 1996, after just 4 days of deliberation, the jury found Lyle and Eric Menendez guilty of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit murder. 3 weeks later, after 3 more days of deliberations, the jury sentenced them both to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The once prominent Menendez brothers, who had grown up in Beverly Hills luxury, were now locked away for life, their fate sealed. But despite their convictions, their story was far from over. Years later, new evidence surfaced that suggested the Menendez brothers had been telling the truth all along. In May 2023, the defense team filed a habeas petition citing newly discovered evidence that could potentially overturn their convictions. One of the most significant pieces of evidence was a letter Eric Menendez had written to his cousin Andy Cano in December 1988, 8 months before the murders. In the letter, Eric detailed the ongoing sexual abuse he was enduring at the hands of his father. He expressed his fear, his inability to escape, and his hesitancy to tell anyone, even his own brother, because of his father's threats. Despite this evidence, the prosecution had previously dismissed Cano's testimony during the original trials, branding him a liar. However, the letter written long before the murders suggested that Eric had indeed been desperate for help, contradicting the prosecution's claim that the abuse allegations were fabricated after the fact to justify the killings. But the revelations didn't stop there. In 2023, Roy Rossello, a former member of the Latin boy band Menudo, came forward with shocking allegations. Rossello claimed that Jose Menendez, who was an RCA Records executive at the time, had sexually assaulted him when he was just 14 or 15 years old. According to Rossello, Menendez had lured him to his home, drugged him, and raped him. He further alleged that he had suffered multiple assaults by Menendez, once before and once after a performance at Radio City Music Hall. His sworn affidavit was submitted as part of the Menendez brothers' legal appeal, lending further credibility to their claims of abuse. If their appeal is successful, the Menendez brothers could be retried under different charges, possibly reducing their convictions to manslaughter. Given that the maximum penalty for voluntary manslaughter in California is 11 years per count, and considering they have already served more than 34 years behind bars, a retrial could mean their release after decades. Lyle and Eric were kept in separate prisons, Lyle at Mule Creek State Prison, and Eric at Richard J. Donovan Correctional Facility. They were only allowed to communicate through daughters. But in 2018, after nearly 20 years apart, the California Department of Corrections granted their request to be housed together. The moment they were reunited was deeply emotional, with both brothers expressing relief and joy at finally being able to see each other again. Life behind bars has been drastically different for each brother. Eric married his longtime pen pal, Tammy Ruth Sackman, and has spent years painting and donating his artwork to charity. He even gifted a portrait to comedian Kathy Griffin. Lyle, on the other hand, has dedicated his time to inmate advocacy, serving as president of the inmate government at Mule Creek and working with support groups for survivors of sexual abuse. His first marriage ended in divorce after his wife discovered he had been writing letters to other women. Despite spending more than 3 decades in prison, the Menendez case has recently seen a resurgence in public interest, particularly among younger generations on social media platforms like TikTok. Many of these young activists argue that the Menendez brothers were victims who acted out of fear rather than greed. Thousands of supporters have written letters to California officials demanding clemency. Yet after all these years, one question remains. Will Lyle and Eric Menendez ever walk free? Or will they spend the rest of their lives behind bars? What do you think? Were they victims seeking justice, or were they cold-blooded killers? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. A young woman, 24 years old, brilliant, vibrant, and overflowing with potential, walked into a quiet restaurant one evening in Malibu, California. Her name was Mitrice Richardson. By all accounts, it was supposed to be an ordinary night, but what happened inside that restaurant would set in motion a tragic mystery that continues to haunt those who knew her, and many who didn't. Mitrice was taken into police custody that night. That much is undisputed. But just a few hours later, in the early morning hours, she was released from the Lost Hills Sheriff's Station, alone, no phone, no money, no transportation, into the cold darkness of the Santa Monica Mountains. She vanished that night, without a trace. For months, her name echoed through news reports, whispered in homes, shouted in protests, and carried in the prayers of a grieving family. Theories swirled, conflicting reports emerged, yet no clear answers surfaced. And when her remains were finally discovered nearly a year later, deep in a rugged canyon, the questions only grew darker. What really happened to Mitrice Richardson? Why was she released in such vulnerable conditions? And why, even after all this time, does justice still feel so far out of reach? To understand her story, we need to understand the young woman behind the headlines. Mitrice LaVaughn Richardson was born on April 3, 1985, to Lettice Sutton and Michael Richardson, both still in high school at the time. Young, uncertain, and navigating their own lives, they made the difficult decision to have Mitrice raised by her great-grandmother in Covina, California. It was a home filled with love, but also change. Her parents eventually separated, and later Mitrice moved back in with her mother, who married Larry Sutton. With her stepfather in the picture, Mitrice adapted quickly. She was magnetic even as a child, always in motion, always laughing. She danced, she lit up rooms. She was the kind of person you didn't forget. Her energy was electric. Her spirit, unforgettable. And that's what makes the silence surrounding her case so deafening. Because a light that bright should never have vanished so easily. And it should never have taken so long to find out why. She carried that same spirit into her school years. First at South Hills High School in Covina, then at California State University Fullerton. Mitrice wasn't just a good student, she was exceptional. A 4 GPA honors graduate, a degree in psychology, the first in her family to earn a college degree. It was a time of self-discovery. While navigating the demands of school, she also embraced her identity, coming out as a lesbian to her family, who supported her fully. She had ambition, dreams of graduate school, a future she was still shaping. After graduating in 2008, she took on multiple roles. She worked as a store clerk, danced at an LGBTQ+ club, and interned with Dr. Rhonda Hampton, a psychologist who saw something bright in Mitrice, but also something troubling, because even with all her success, something was off. Mitrice's behavior began to shift in ways that unsettled those closest to her. Friends noticed her moods changing. Social media posts became strange, disjointed rants that didn't sound like the Mitrice they knew. Dr. Hampton would later recall moments during her internship that raised concern. Moments that hinted at a struggle happening beneath the surface. By 2009, Mitrice had moved back in with her great-grandmother, now 91 years old. It was a quiet home, a place of stability, a relationship built on mutual care. Mitrice was a companion to her great-grandmother, offering support, company, and in return, she had a place to stay. As she figured out her next steps, she had her whole life ahead of her. And yet something was coming, a shift, a single night, that would unravel everything. Her story changed on the night of September 16, 2009. The Pacific Coast Highway stretched along the cliffs of Malibu, quiet except for the occasional car passing by. The night was still, but something about it felt unsettling. Matrice wasn't familiar with Malibu. She knew Covina, where she grew up. She knew Fullerton, where she had excelled in her psychology studies. She knew Long Beach, where she worked Friday nights dancing under neon lights. She knew South LA, where her father lived, and the quiet streets near 118th and Central, where she stayed with her great-grandmother. But Malibu? It wasn't her world. Then she saw it, a sign glowing in soft blue letters, Jeffrey's, located below Point Dume. Jeffrey's was a high-end restaurant known for its ocean views and exclusive diners. Matrice pulled into the parking lot. She turned off the engine and sat there for a moment. The valet approached, expecting her to hand over her keys, but something was off. By the time he reached her, she wasn't in her car anymore. She had moved into his. The door was open, and she sat in the driver's seat of his vehicle. Her body relaxed, as if this was normal. Hazel eyes peered up at him, flickering with an unreadable energy. Her curly hair stuck out from beneath a Rastafarian-style hat. She wore a long-sleeved white shirt under a black Bob Marley t-shirt, paired with faded jeans and a pink alligator mixered belt. Her Vans were slightly worn, but she seemed unconcerned with appearances. The valet hesitated. She wasn't aggressive, but something about her behavior felt strange. Her words, when she spoke, were cryptic. She muttered something about Michael Jackson's death, as if she were solving a puzzle only she understood. Then, just as casually, she handed him her own car keys and asked a bizarre question. "Vanessa here?" She told him to look out for a girl with tattooed arms, as if he should already know who she was talking about. Before he could respond, she strolled past him and entered the restaurant. Matrice took a seat and placed her order, a Kobe steak and an Ocean Breeze cocktail. At first, she dined alone. Then she became drawn to a nearby table, where a group of 7 people were engaged in lively conversation. Without hesitation, she got up and joined them, slipping into their conversation as if she had always been there. Her energy was erratic, her words fast and disjointed. She talked about astrological signs, jumping from topic to topic without pause. The group exchanged glances, uncertain but entertained. She wasn't causing trouble, just behaving in a way that felt offbeat, unusual. After a while, she returned to her own table, but minutes later she was back. This time she had an announcement. She was going to Hawaii. She told them she would call them when she arrived. They smiled politely, humoring her. Then they paid their bill and left Matrice. However, she stayed. When she tried to leave, the restaurant manager stopped her. Her bill remained unpaid, $89.00 in total. She looked confused. Hadn't the other table covered it? Matrice was asked to pay her bill, which was more of a shocking news to her. A slow smile spread across her face, as if this were an amusing misunderstanding. She gazed at the restaurant's computer screen, watching the numbers blink and change. Her expression shifted, lost in thought. "I am busted," she finally said. "What are we going to do?" As the manager spoke, she wasn't listening. Her eyes remained fixed on the screen, as if she were deciphering something invisible to everyone else. Then her demeanor changed. She said something strange. She wasn't from here. She was from Mars. Her voice was calm, her expression unbothered. She wasn't joking. The staff grew uneasy. When she emptied her pockets, she found nothing but a small joint. And a restaurant employee picked up the phone and dialed the Lost Hills Sheriff's Station. They told the sheriff that this girl seemed crazy, that she might be on drugs or something. In the distance, the glow of approaching headlights cut through the dark. A patrol car was on its way. Matrice's night, however, was far from over. It was just beginning. While the sheriff's deputies were en route, Matrice continued talking, this time to the hostess. She told her she had been watching a soap opera at work earlier that day when God instructed her to take the afternoon off. Her words were confident, as if this was an undeniable truth. Then she made another strange claim. She had no parents, she said, just her great-grandmother, Mildred. Concerned, the hostess decided to call Mildred. When the elderly woman answered, her voice was filled with worry. She quickly offered her credit card number to pay the bill. But there was a problem. The restaurant required a signature. The 90-year-old Mildred was unable to help. She was still on the phone at around 9 p.m. when the Lost Hills deputies, Frank Brower, Armando Lerrero, and John McKay arrived. The manager quickly filled them in on what had happened and described Mitress's bizarre behavior. One of the deputies took the phone from the hostess and spoke to Mildred, who pleaded for them to take care of her great-granddaughter. Then the phone was passed to Mitress. She sounded completely unfazed, as if nothing about the situation concerned her. Mildred, however, was not amused. "You put that phone close to your ear," she warned. "They're get ready to take your black ass to jail." Her words carried the weight of experience, the urgency of a grandmother who knew trouble when she felt it. After the call ended, Mildred wasted no time. She immediately dialed another number, Lettice Sutton, Mitress's mother. Mitress's mother was already worried. When she found out her daughter had been arrested, she called the sheriff's station before Mitress had even arrived. Would they be releasing her that night? She wanted to know. Lettice was uneasy. Mitress didn't know the area, and this kind of behavior was so unlike her. She even tried to joke, hoping to ease the growing knot of fear in her stomach. At 12:30 a.m., Mitress was released from the Malibu Lost Hills Sheriff's Department, alone, 50 miles from home, no phone, no wallet, no car. She stepped out into the night, disappearing into the darkness. By the time Lettice found out, it was already morning, and then began the journey of going back and forth at the doorsteps of law enforcement, demanding justice for their beloved daughter. For months, Mitress's name was on top of missing persons reports. Theories surfaced. Was she working as a prostitute, being held against her will? Her father, Michael Richardson, was convinced he had seen her in January. He was in Las Vegas when he spotted a young woman who walked like Mitress, moved like her. He almost got hit, but by the time he reached her, she was gone. Just like that night in Malibu. In the days following Mitress Richardson's disappearance, her father, Michael Richardson, desperately sought help from local officials. He approached Malibu Mayor Andy Stern, hoping to rally support for the search. But instead of finding an ally, he was brushed off. Stern, in a hurry to attend a meeting, dismissed Richardson's plea, claiming he didn't have time to stop and talk. But Michael Richardson wasn't willing to be ignored. He decided to test the mayor's priorities. He called Stern's real estate business, disguising his voice and posing as a black professional football player interested in purchasing one of Stern's multi-million-dollar properties. The response was immediate. Stern suddenly became available, eagerly offered to cancel his meeting and show the property right away. When he realized he was actually speaking to the same man he had just rejected, Stern was caught off guard and embarrassed. The situation spoke volumes about whose concerns the mayor found worth his time. Tensions between the two escalated in October when Richardson called Stern again to discuss the case. The mayor abruptly hung up, later claiming Richardson had become abusive. Frustrated and desperate, Richardson left voicemails threatening to organize a protest outside the mayor's office. Stern responded by reporting Richardson to the sheriff's department. Despite this slow and reluctant response from local officials, the search for Mitress continued. By November, the city of Malibu finally offered a $15,000 0-cents reward for any information leading to her whereabouts. A month later, in December, Congresswoman Maxine Waters intervened, requesting an FBI investigation into the case. In January, law enforcement from the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department and the LAPD joined forces to conduct a search across the Lost Hills and Malibu Canyon area, but by then, crucial time had already been lost. Mitress Richardson was 24 years old when she vanished. At that age, most people are building their futures, but for some it is the first time mental illness manifests in full force. Bipolar disorder, classified as an adult-onset disorder, often doesn't reveal itself until a person's early or mid-20s. Witness accounts from the night of her arrest strongly suggest that Mitress was in the middle of a manic episode. Employees at Jeffrey's Malibu described her behavior as erratic. She seemed euphoric, talking about astrological signs and claiming she was from Mars. She attached herself to strangers, convinced they would pay for her meal, and when confronted about her unpaid bill, she became detached, as if the situation didn't fully register. The restaurant manager noted her fixation on the numerical patterns on a computer screen, her thoughts turning into incomprehensible statements, her speech patterns, delusions, and impulsivity were all red flags. Yet instead of recognizing these signs, authorities dismissed them. The sheriff's department did not conduct a proper mental health evaluation. Instead, they released her into the night, alone in a desolate area she had never been to before, without her car, phone, or money. After Mitress's disappearance, her father spoke with a restaurant employee who revealed an alarming detail. Mitress's car was filled with clothes, purses, books, makeup, and stacks of journals, almost as if she had been living out of it. Her friends later confirmed that it wasn't unusual for her to sleep in her car for days at a time. All the signs pointed to a mental health crisis. Her mother, Lettice Sutton, had called the sheriff's station the night of her arrest, pleading with them not to release her in the middle of the night. She explained that Mitress was unfamiliar with the area and that her behavior was completely out of character. She even raised her concerns of finding her daughter's head chopped off, disguised as a joke. But little did she know what she feared would happen. If a police officer believes that an arrested person is mentally unstable, they have the power to detain them for a 5150 hold, a legal term for someone who may be a danger to themselves or others. In these cases, the person is either kept under strict watch at the station or sent to a hospital for a 72-hour psychiatric evaluation. But both options require extra paperwork, time, and effort. That didn't happen with Mitress Richardson. The deputy who arrested her, Loretto, didn't mention anything unusual in his report. No strange behavior, no odd statements, just a simple charge, failing to pay her bill at Jeffrey's and carrying a small amount of marijuana. Her record was clean. Keeping her locked up without reason would have been against policy. Mitress never called her mother from jail. The only number she had memorized was her great-grandmother, Mildred. The jail's logbooks show she tried to call Mildred 4 times that night. The sheriff's department later claimed that she had a conversation, but Mildred swears her phone never rang. And then came a shocking piece of information. The payphone in the station was broken. That meant Mitress had to use a line that didn't record calls. No one knows if she actually spoke to anyone. She could have been talking to a dial tone. Alone in that cold, fluorescent-lit room, with no way to reach her family. Her mother Lettice assumed Mitress would sleep in the holding cell overnight, but at 5:35 a.m., she called the station to check on her daughter, only to hear words that would haunt her forever. "She's not here." The jailer, Sharon Cummings, knew Mitress had no belongings, nothing but her driver's license and 2 keys in her pocket. She also knew no one had come to pick her up. Yet, despite all that, Mitress was released at 12:15 a.m. into the pitch-black night, alone, with nowhere to go. The sheriff's department later claimed she was offered a place to stay in the lobby, but that she turned it down, saying she was going to meet friends. But what friends? No one was expecting her. The jail sat along a desolate stretch of road. The nearest open businesses were a mile away, out of sight, past empty sidewalks and darkened buildings. Beyond that, just the vast, sprawling wilderness. A moment after speaking to Cummings, Lettice called the station again. This time she spoke with Deputy Kenneth Baumgardner. She had no idea that this conversation would mark the beginning of a nightmare after her release. Sightings of Mitress were unsettling, to say the least. At 5:30 a.m., a man called the sheriff's department to report a young black woman asleep on his lawn. When he approached her, she assured him she was just resting. By the time deputies arrived, she had disappeared again. Another sighting at 7:30 a.m. reported a black woman walking around the area. After that, the trail went cold. For months, there were whispers that Mitress had been spotted in downtown Los Angeles and even in Las Vegas. Some theorized she was being held against her will or had been forced into sex work. Remember when her father almost got hit? It happened when he believed he saw her in Las Vegas, running into a girl with the same walk and body language as his daughter. The encounter was so eerily familiar that he jumped out of a moving car, risking his own safety just to chase after her. Yet law enforcement dismissed his claims, only taking them seriously when another witness reported something similar. The idea that Mitress had simply vanished without a trace was not just improbable, it was impossible. The sheriff's department justified their decision to release Mitress by stating that she had passed a field sobriety test and showed no obvious signs of impairment. But that reasoning ignored the reality of mental illness. A person experiencing mania does not always appear obviously distressed. They may seem alert, talkative, even overly energetic. That does not mean they are okay. What logical person would choose to be released into an unfamiliar area with no resources in the dead of night? The answer is simple. Someone who is not thinking clearly. And yet, despite her mother's urgent warning and all the bizarre behavior witnessed earlier that night, Matrice was sent out alone. The Friends Group of Pasadena later wrote to the Sheriff's Department demanding transparency about their nighttime release policies. Why had no mental health assessment been conducted? Why was Matrice not held for further observation? When Matrice Richardson went missing, people had questions. But when her body was found nearly a year later, the mystery only grew darker. It was a hot August afternoon in 2010 when park rangers made the shocking discovery. They were deep in Dark Canyon, a remote and wild part of the Santa Monica Mountains, checking on an old marijuana farm. The farm had been abandoned after a police raid the year before, but the rangers were making sure no one had come back to restart the operation. Dark Canyon was the perfect hiding place, thick with trees and steep hills. It was hard to reach and rarely traveled. It was close to Malibu and Calabasas, yet felt completely cut off from the world. The only way through was by scrambling over boulders and pushing through sharp, scratchy bushes. Poison oak grew everywhere, and the creek that ran through the canyon made the ground as slippery and uneven. Anyone moving through this area had to be careful. The rangers found the usual signs of an old grow site: coiled garden hoses, broken pipes, and other scattered equipment, but no new plants. Satisfied that the farm was still shut down, they started heading back. Then they saw something unusual: a clearing about 60 feet from the creek. It looked like nothing at first, just dirt and fallen leaves. But as they stepped closer, something pale stood out against the dark earth: a skull, and beneath it, a body. The remains were badly decomposed, lying in the dirt, uncovered and exposed. The rangers froze. They had come expecting to check on a drug operation, but instead, they had walked into something far worse. They immediately radioed for help. The Malibu or the Lost Hills Sheriff Station, the same station that had released Matrice alone into the night nearly a year ago. I was alerted. Deputies arrived quickly, securing the area and calling in the coroner. Though no one had confirmed it yet, they all knew. The missing woman had finally been found. But instead of bringing closure, this discovery only raised more disturbing questions. How did Matrice end up in this isolated canyon, miles from where she was last seen? Had she wandered here alone, or had someone brought her here? And most haunting of all, what really happened to Matrice Richardson? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Okay guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. When an adult suddenly goes silent, police don't always act right away. It's even less urgent when the person is abroad, living alone, and seems to have chosen a quiet life away from everything. That's exactly what happened to Anna Knežević. Anna was an American citizen who had recently moved to Madrid, Spain. After 13 years of marriage, she needed a break, a moment to breathe, to reset, and to find herself again. She was in the middle of finalizing a divorce and using her time in Spain to reflect, heal, and plan for what came next. She stayed in touch with friends and family regularly. But on February 2, 2024, she made her last known phone call. From the next day, strange messages started coming from her phone, messages that didn't sound like her at all. One of Anna's close friends immediately sensed something was off. The tone was wrong. The way the words were written didn't match Anna's usual style. Something felt deeply, instinctively wrong. And that's when the alarm was raised. Anna Knežević was born around 1983 in Montenegro, raised in a household shaped by traditional Balkan values. Her upbringing emphasized discipline, respect, and education. From a young age, Anna stood out, organized, responsible, and fiercely independent. These traits stayed with her for life. Eventually, Anna moved to the United States, where she became a U.S. citizen. She adapted quickly, learned English fluently, and began building a new life, one rooted in self-growth and quiet resilience. She wasn't one to seek attention. Her life was structured, modest, and focused on progress. In the early 2000s, Anna met David Kniezevich in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Their connection was quick and intense. They moved in together, married, and over time their relationship became more than just personal. It grew into a shared life and eventually a shared business. But behind the scenes, cracks had already started forming. What happened next would spark an international mystery and a search for answers that has yet to end. They also became business partners together. They founded a company that specialized in tech support and IT solutions. David handled the technical side, while Anna, according to those who knew them, managed organization and long-term planning. Later on, the couple began investing in real estate, purchasing properties across Florida. Outwardly, their relationship appeared solid, stable business, a home, and a settled lifestyle. They gave the impression of a couple confidently working toward financial independence. However, beneath the surface, tensions were brewing. Friends and acquaintances were unaware of the mounting problems in their marriage. Over time, serious issues emerged, ranging from financial disagreements to deeper personal conflicts. By 2023, Anna and David Kniezevich's marriage had reached a point of no return. According to those close to them, they were in the middle of a separation, and dividing their assets had become the central issue at stake. Both their tech business holdings and multiple real estate property. Although the divorce hadn't been officially finalized, both sides were already preparing for it. Negotiations were underway. Disputes had begun to surface, and tensions were clearly escalating. Some acquaintances believed the situation was made even more difficult by the fact that it wasn't just an emotional split. It involved significant financial interests. Amid the intensifying conflict, Anna decided to leave the U.S. temporarily in December 2023. She moved to Madrid, renting an apartment in the upscale Salamanca neighborhood. She said this move was necessary to distance herself from the pressure, gain clarity, and peacefully close this painful chapter in her life. She emphasized multiple times that she wasn't looking for a new relationship or distractions. She just wanted to find her balance again. Once in Spain, Anna settled into her new home, began therapy, kept in close touch with friends, and even started planning short trips around Europe. Madrid wasn't an escape. It was a way to step back from a growing conflict that had become overwhelming back in Florida. But just a few weeks into this new life, something happened that brought her independent chapter to an abrupt and troubling halt. After relocating to Madrid, Anna kept in close contact with her longtime friend, S.A., who lived in Florida. They spoke daily despite the time difference. The two had been close for years, often traveling together. S.A. was someone Anna trusted deeply. She regularly shared her thoughts, feelings, and details of her day-to-day life. Their text exchanges showed that Anna was open and communicative about her adjustment to life in Spain. In mid-January 2024, the two of them traveled to Austria. After returning, they made plans to reunite again in Madrid. Sana was scheduled to fly there on February 8. Before that, on February 5, Anna had planned a short trip to Barcelona with another friend. Tickets were already booked. This wasn't just a getaway. Anna and her friend planned to attend a conference there. She had discussed the itinerary in advance and spoke enthusiastically about the upcoming trip. On the evening of February 2, Anna had a phone call with Sana. It was around 8:30 p.m. local time. They spoke for over an hour. Anna said she planned to stay home that night. She had no intention of going out. She sounded calm and talked about her day, simple things like errands and household chores. Their conversation ended around 10 p.m. That's the last confirmed time Anna was known to be alive and in contact with anyone. The next morning, on February 3, Saul received an unusual text from Anna's number. It read, "I met an amazing man. He has a summer house about 2 hours from Madrid. We're going there. Signal might be weak. I'll call you when I get back. Later." Another message followed. "After my therapy session yesterday, I went for a walk. He approached me on the street. We instantly connected. I've never felt anything like this. Beat Sana." The messages didn't feel right. She knew Anna well. She was cautious by nature and would never leave town with a stranger without giving someone a heads up. Sana replied right away, but no further messages came. Repeated calls went unanswered. At first, Saw tried to convince herself that Anna might really be in an area with poor signal, but as time passed, her concern turned into growing alarm. That same day, another friend of Anna's received similar messages. This friend communicated with her in Spanish, but the wording of the texts felt off. They were written in a flat tone, filled with phrases that didn't reflect Anna's usual voice. The oddest part was the dialect, something distinctly uncharacteristic of Anna. According to Anna's brother, the text seemed like it had originally been written in another language and then run through an automatic translator. That theory made sense. The message read awkwardly and came across as strangely formal, which deeply unsettled him. Both recipients, S.A. and the Spanish-speaking friend, quickly realized that Anna had not written those messages herself. They compared them to past conversations and noticed the difference. Immediately, Anna's real texts were lively, filled with her unique expressions, none of which appeared here. And beyond the style, the story in the messages didn't line up at all with her recent behavior. The following day, Sana began trying every possible way to reach Anna. She contacted mutual friends, used apps to attempt location tracking, and even called hospitals. Nothing worked. Anna's phone remained on, but she never picked up. After receiving the troubling messages from Anna Knezevich's phone, Sa reached out to the Madrid police right away. She explained that this was completely out of character for her friend. Communication had suddenly stopped, and the texts were in a tone Anna would never use. But local authorities didn't take any immediate action. From their perspective, Anna was an adult woman who had every right to make her own choices, including leaving town without informing others. Officially, her disappearance wasn't considered suspicious. Police said they couldn't launch an investigation without proof that Anna was missing against her will. The strange texts and her silence weren't, in their view, enough. The only concrete marker they were willing to acknowledge was February 5th. Anna had tickets to travel to Barcelona. Authorities stated that if she failed to show up at the station or make contact by then, her absence would be treated as a formal missing persons case. This decision meant that for 3 days after Anna stopped responding, no significant action was taken. Police did not access her phone records, check her apartment, or review any recent movements. During that time, Anna's friends did everything they could on their own, calling her, repeatedly texting, and reaching out to contacts in Madrid. All efforts failed. Appeals to law enforcement were also ineffective. The situation continued to be viewed as a private matter. On February 5, Anna failed to show up at the train station. None of her phones were responding. Only then did the authorities officially declare her a missing person. That same day, a request was submitted to the court for a warrant to access her apartment and phone records, but the request hit a legal roadblock. The judge denied it, citing the absence of any visible signs of a crime at the property. There were no indications of forced entry, loud disturbances, or evidence of aggressive behavior. Legally, there was no justification to authorize a search or access her private data. Days later, when law enforcement finally entered Anna's apartment, they discovered the door was locked. From the outside, inside, everything appeared untouched. Her belongings were neatly in place. There were no signs of a struggle, and nothing of value was missing. Yet her absence in an undisturbed home raised serious concerns. It suggested that either she left voluntarily and never returned, or someone led her out without any sign of forced entry. Anna's brother Philip maintained close contact with Spanish authorities, but noted that international coordination was complicated. He told reporters that investigators in Madrid didn't speak English fluently, and that U.S. officials hadn't yet provided substantial support. He also voiced concern about the lack of communication between Spanish police, the FBI, and the U.S. consulate, even though this involved a U.S. citizen disappearing under mysterious circumstances on foreign soil. The first few days following Anna's disappearance were critically mishandled. This was a crucial window when fresh evidence could have been collected, neighbors interviewed, and phone pings or camera footage reviewed, but instead, precious time was lost waiting. The assumption that Anna had left voluntarily stalled any swift response, delays that may have altered the direction of the investigation. On the 4th day after Anna Knezević vanished, Staff at her residential complex gave police information that changed the entire course of the case. It concerned events from the night of February 2, the last time Anna had been in contact. A building administrator reported that several surveillance cameras at the entrance and along the building's facade had been disabled. This happened around 9:30 p.m., about 30 minutes before Anna stopped responding to her friend. When reviewing the recordings, security personnel noticed the camera lenses had been deliberately obscured. Footage captured an individual dressed in dark clothing and wearing a motorcycle helmet. He approached the outdoor cameras and intentionally sprayed them with paint, directly covering the lenses. He then waited outside until someone exited the building, allowing him to slip inside. Once inside, he did the same to the elevator area camera, spraying paint over the lens. Evidence indicated this was a calculated move. The individual clearly knew where the surveillance devices were and how to disable them quickly and without drawing attention. The building's staff confirmed that the security systems had been tampered with. Copies of the footage were handed over to Spanish investigators. It became the first visual evidence suggesting outside interference may have occurred. However, due to the helmet and dark outfit, identifying the person on video was impossible. His face was fully covered, and his body type didn't provide enough information for a clear identification. Still, forensic experts noted several key details. The person's eyes, a portion of the forehead, and the brow line were briefly visible. Investigators believed the individual had planned this carefully. He brought spray paint and wore gear designed to avoid leaving behind any trace. His appearance on camera aligned precisely with the timeline of Anna's disappearance, deepening suspicions. The fact that the building's surveillance system was targeted and that specific cameras were disabled suggested the individual knew the layout of the premises. It ruled out the possibility of a random act. This wasn't impulsive. It was organized, deliberate, and deeply concerning. Further analysis revealed that the exterior camera had been spray painted in about 30 seconds. The interior one was disabled even faster. Every move was deliberate and confident. At no point did the individual hesitate or look around. This led investigators to believe he knew in advance how long it would take and acted with precision. A few days later, a staff member from the building confirmed that this man appeared on camera just as residents were leaving the premises. He used the opportunity to slip inside, indicating he didn't have authorized access, no keycard, no entry code, which meant he wasn't listed as a resident. His path was direct, from the entrance straight to the camera near the elevator, with no stops or detours. The footage drew immediate attention, not just from law enforcement but from Anna's friends as well. Sana, who had by then arrived in Madrid, shared the video with journalists. That marked the start of the case gaining public attention. Media outlets began speculating that the man in the helmet could be directly connected to Anna's disappearance, yet his identity and motive remained a mystery. After an image from the surveillance footage was released, the FBI launched its own analysis. They explained that even low-resolution footage could be broken down to match visual fragments with their databases. They focused on key facial features still visible despite the helmet, particularly the shape of the eyes, the space between the brows, the brow ridges, and upper face structure. These areas can remain identifiable even with partial concealment. Public interest in the footage grew stronger when it emerged that the paint used to disable the cameras matched a specific brand, one that would later reappear in other parts of the investigation. This detail was not immediately released, but investigators noted that the spray can in question matched both the type and packaging seen in surveillance video from a store. At that store, security footage captured a man who resembled the figure from Anna's building buying the same kind of spray can. After Anna stopped responding to messages and calls, her friend Sana contacted Anna's husband, David Nazevovich. That conversation happened on February 4. According to SA, David was in Florida at the time. She suggested they traveled together to Madrid to help search for Anna. David agreed and even discussed a specific flight from Miami for the next day. But when the time came, he didn't show up. Later, he said he was in Serbia. That twist left Anna's friends puzzled. David knew that his wife had vanished under suspicious circumstances in a foreign country. He had the means to fly to Spain, but instead, he traveled to Serbia. His decision seemed difficult to explain. Rather than helping with the search, he went to a third country where his relatives lived. Naturally, questions followed. Why didn't he go to the place where his wife had disappeared? Why didn't he take part in the search personally? Sana became increasingly uneasy with David's behavior. She noted that while he wasn't outwardly dismissive, his reactions felt cold. His actions contradicted common sense. Despite the urgency of the first few days, he made no effort to come to Madrid. According to him, there was nothing he could do in Spain. He didn't speak Spanish, didn't have housing there, and wasn't familiar with the city. His lawyer echoed the same reasoning, telling reporters that traveling to a country with no local contacts would be ineffective. He added that David was concerned about Anna's disappearance, but didn't believe his physical presence would help. Following Anna's disappearance, David hired a lawyer in Florida. The attorney stated that his client had been in touch with the FBI and had provided all necessary information, including credit card records and attempts to obtain legal help in Spain. However, none of these efforts included any in-person involvement in the actual search. Despite sharing some data, David kept a noticeable distance and refrained from making any public statements. Additional questions arose after Florida police confirmed that David had reported a theft in January. According to him, $5,000 in cash and personal belongings had been stolen from his vehicle. He said the car door had been left unlocked, and in the morning he discovered the passenger door ajar. Security cameras near his home didn't capture the incident. Officers were unable to identify any suspects at the time. No connection was made to Anna's case. But in light of everything else, the report appeared unusual and hard to fully understand. David's trip to Serbia also sparked major controversy. He claimed he had left the U.S. before Anna disappeared and had been abroad the entire time. However, Sana recounted a phone call with him on February 4 during which he told her he was in Florida. This implied that his flight to Serbia may have happened after that conversation. At the time, there was no official confirmation from border control authorities. David's attorney presented his passport as proof that he had left earlier, but these discrepancies raised doubts and increased suspicion about his involvement. The situation was further complicated by a property dispute that had escalated months before Anna vanished. With the looming division of shared assets, suspicions seemed plausible. It wasn't just a typical divorce, but one involving significant finances and joint holdings. Anna's friends emphasized that the couple's relationship had turned adversarial. David and his attorney, however, denied that, insisting the divorce was amicable and that the two had simply grown apart. Formally, David had not been charged at that time, and he remained outside the U.S. But his absence from the scene, refusal to participate in the search, and inconsistencies in his story became key points for investigators. While David maintained he had nothing to do with Anna's disappearance, a growing list of circumstantial details drew the attention of both police and the FBI. In May 2024, U.S. authorities arrested David Nazevich at Miami International Airport. He had just arrived on an international flight when he was taken into custody by members of the Diplomatic Security Service and the FBI without incident. This marked the first official move directly linking him to the case of Anna Kazevich's disappearance. He was charged with involvement in the abduction of a U.S. citizen outside the country. The arrest was based on a chain of indirect but connected evidence gathered through a multinational investigation. One of the core elements was surveillance footage obtained by investigators in Spain and Serbia at a store near Anna's apartment in Madrid. Cameras had recorded a man resembling David purchasing a can of spray paint and a roll of duct tape. According to forensic analysis, the paint was the same brand used to disable the security cameras in Anna's building. The distinctive label design and paint color matched. Investigators considered this a sign of premeditation. In addition to the video footage, authorities traced a rental car used by David in Serbia. GPS data revealed the vehicle had crossed into Spain, followed a route through Madrid, and then continued through northern Italy before returning to Serbia. The precise tracking of this journey led investigators to suspect that Anna's body might have been transported in that car. A stop in a wooded area of northern Italy drew particular interest, prompting coordinated searches by both Italian and Spanish law enforcement. As of that point, no remains had been found, but the transportation theory remained central. Another significant clue came from elevator footage in Anna's apartment building. Investigators released video showing a man whose build matched David's exiting the elevator with a large suitcase. This occurred the same night Anna disappeared. While the man's face was not visible, the timing and circumstances aligned with other parts of the investigation. Authorities believed the suitcase may have been used to remove Anna's body from the apartment. The rental car David had picked up in Serbia was eventually returned to the agency. Upon inspection, it was discovered that the vehicle's mileage had increased by over 3,000 miles. Additionally, the car had been modified, tinted windows were installed, which had not been part of the original rental agreement. These alterations raised red flags. Investigators also uncovered that the vehicle had been operating with false license plates during the period it was suspected to have been used for cross-bedroom travel. Spanish police had recorded a sighting of a similar car near the area where Anna went missing, but they were unable to identify the driver due to the darkened windows and fake tags. The FBI later connected all of these details: the purchase of materials, interference with surveillance systems, the travel route, the elevator video showing a suitcase, and the car modification. According to their report, the totality of the evidence pointed to a coordinated plan to carry out a criminal act and cover it up. The official statement described it as the abduction of a U.S. citizen that occurred abroad and involved a U.S. national. Despite the absence of a body, authorities believed the evidence was strong enough to warrant an arrest. David was taken into custody without incident and transferred to a federal detention center in South Florida. His attorneys stated that he had cooperated with investigators, voluntarily provided information, and had no intention of fleeing. However, prosecutors argued that the volume of circumstantial evidence and the overall context of the case posed a significant flight risk. The arrest marked a turning point in the investigation. Until that moment, David had remained outside the reach of investigators and had avoided speaking publicly. Now he was at the center of a federal case. The next step was determining whether he would remain in custody pending trial. Following David Nizevich's arrest in Miami, his first court appearance focused on whether he could be released on bail. The judge denied the request, citing a high risk of flight. The ruling emphasized that in the court's view, the acts surrounding Anna Nizevich's disappearance had been carefully calculated and executed. The judge specifically noted the level of planning and sophistication as grounds for continued detention. David's legal team filed an appeal, arguing their client was not a danger and had no intent to evade justice. They offered a significant bail amount, an ankle monitor, a travel ban, and home confinement. The defense pointed to his long-term residence in the U.S., clean record, and willingness to cooperate. Still, the court refused, citing the same concerns, risk of fleeing, and the seriousness of the charges. The defense's main argument was that David could not have been in Spain at the time of Anna's disappearance. His lawyer presented passport stamps and international travel data to support the claim that he had arrived in Serbia well before February 2. According to this narrative, David was physically incapable of being in Madrid when the alleged crime occurred. The attorney also stressed that David didn't speak Spanish, had no residence or connections in Spain, and therefore would have had difficulty preparing such an act. Prosecutors strongly disagreed. They argued that the evidence pointed to a meticulously planned offense. They highlighted the fact that David's travels across Europe aligned closely with the timeline of Anna's disappearance. The case included data from the rental car's route, the purchase of specific items, and other actions that suggested premeditation. While there was no direct evidence, the prosecution maintained that the weight of circumstantial proof indicated his involvement. To support the prosecution's case, the court was presented with message transcripts, surveillance footage, phone records, and behavioral analysis of the suspect. It was emphasized that certain actions taken by David Nizevich couldn't have been coincidental. The judge noted that the prosecution had assembled an impressive network of circumstantial evidence that formed a compelling narrative. While Anna's body had not yet been located, the case material suggested that her disappearance involved aggressive intent and likely implicated a specific individual. In response to the defense's argument that the evidence was insufficient, the judge reminded both parties that the standard for bail is not beyond a reasonable doubt, but rather preponderance of the evidence. This means the court doesn't require definitive proof of guilt, only a high probability of risk, such as flight or interference with the investigation. With that in mind, the court decided to keep Knežević in custody. His legal team announced plans to appeal the bail denial. A formal complaint was filed with the district court, which has the authority to review lower court rulings. As the primary trial approached, David Knežević remained in federal custody. The proceedings were expected to be extensive, involving expert testimony and international cooperation, and were likely to attract widespread media attention. At the same time, investigators turned their attention to a woman who, according to the FBI, may have helped craft the suspicious text messages that appeared to come from Anna on February 3. The woman, who is fluent in Spanish, had previously interacted with David through a dating app. The texts sent from Anna's phone were written in Spanish in a style uncharacteristic of her. Her close friends immediately noted that the wording resembled a machine translation. This theory was later supported by linguistic forensic analysis. The defense continued to argue that there was no direct evidence linking David to the crime. His attorneys pointed out that no one had seen him at Anna's apartment, and that there was no proof of contact between them on the day she disappeared. They also questioned the reliability of the surveillance footage showing a man with a suitcase, arguing that the figure could be someone else, and that partial physical resemblance was not definitive. Furthermore, they stressed that there had been no official confirmation of Anna's death through forensic evidence. In April 2025, news broke that David Knežević, the man charged with the abduction and presumed death of his wife Anna Knežević, had been found deceased in his cell at a federal detention center in Miami. According to his attorneys, he had taken his own life. No note was found at the time of his death. Knežević was being held without bail, awaiting trial. After the news, Anna's family expressed deep sorrow and frustration. The trial never happened, and Anna's whereabouts remain unknown. Her loved ones believe that David took to the grave the answers to what truly happened the night she vanished. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. On April 27, 2024, a 55-year-old man set out for what he thought would be a peaceful day of fishing near Myrtle Beach. His chosen spot was along the Lambert River, deep within the quiet expanse of Lambert State Park, a place he often visited to escape the noise and pace of everyday life. Unlike the crowded beaches and bustling boardwalks of the city, this park offered something different: solitude. He set up his fishing gear along a remote, overgrown section of the riverbank, surrounded by thick vegetation. As he cast his line into the slow-moving water, the only sounds were the rustling of leaves and the distant hum of wildlife. But then, something changed. He heard it. Faint, restrained, almost ghost-like, the sound of a woman crying. It wasn't hysterical or loud, but soft and uneven. It came from across the river, somewhere within the dense underbrush. The man paused, alert. For a moment he considered investigating, but quickly second-guessed himself. Maybe it was just someone having a quiet moment, a private breakdown in nature. Respecting their space, he turned back to his fishing line. Then, silence. The crying stopped, and the forest returned to stillness. The man exhaled and tried to ease back into his rhythm. But just as he did, a sound rang out. Sharp, sudden, and unmistakable. A gunshot. It echoed across the river, slicing through the quiet like a blade. In that moment, the tranquility of the park was shattered, and what began as a peaceful retreat was now the front line of a mystery that would soon grip the entire state. This sound jolted him into action, making it clear that something serious might have happened. Feeling compelled to investigate, he decided to move toward the area where the sounds had originated. He navigated approximately 200 yards through dense vegetation before arriving at a small, cleared section of the riverbank. There, he encountered an unusual sight. A backpack lying on the ground, accompanied by a pair of sunglasses and a cell phone. The immediate area appeared deserted, with no signs of anyone nearby. The man inspected the belongings, but found no evidence of a struggle or anything else alarming, such as blood. This only heightened his sense of unease. Curiosity and concern drove him to open the backpack, hoping to find clues about its owner. Inside, he discovered a wallet containing identification, cash, credit cards, some personal items, and a small Bible. Despite the contents, there was nothing that explained the strange sequence of events. Realizing the situation could be far more serious than he initially thought, the man promptly contacted emergency services. Law enforcement officers arrived approximately an hour later. After conducting a preliminary survey of the scene, they began a broader search of the surrounding area. Later that same day, a second report came in from another park visitor who stumbled upon something even more unsettling. Myrtle Beach, located along the Atlantic coast in South Carolina, is renowned as a popular tourist destination. While the city's population sits at approximately 35,000, it swelled significantly during the summer months with the influx of visitors. Myrtle Beach is famous for its expansive sandy beaches, upscale resorts, and a variety of entertainment options, including fine dining, golf courses, and attractions such as one of the largest aquariums in the region and a towering Ferris wheel. Beyond its appeal to tourists, Myrtle Beach is home to numerous churches that play a central role in the local community. One of the most notable is Solid Rock Church, located in the heart of the city. Established as a spiritual hub for those seeking guidance and support during challenging times, Solid Rock quickly gained popularity. The church offers not only traditional services but also educational and recreational programs tailored to the community, including youth activities. At the core of Solid Rock's mission is Pastor John Paul Miller, appointed in 2009 at the age of 35. He brought with him a wealth of experience in spiritual leadership, known for his charismatic approach and deep involvement with his congregation. John Paul quickly became a beloved figure. He was married to Allison, and together they raised 3 children, along with 1 child from a previous marriage. The Miller family lived in a house near the church, allowing them to maintain close ties with the community. That same year, the Francis family joined Solid Rock Church. Angelita and Michael Francis, along with their daughters Micah and Sierra, had recently relocated to Myrtle Beach and chose the church as their spiritual home. For 14-year-old Micah, the church became a significant part of her life. She quickly formed friendships and immersed herself in the youth programs, many of which were led by Pastor John Paul. This involvement helped Micah integrate into the local community. Micah's older sister, Sierra, also participated in church activities, though her role was less prominent. Micah, on the other hand, stood out for her enthusiasm and faith, which did not go unnoticed. Her active engagement in church life provided opportunities to connect with other young members of the congregation. One such individual was Jeremy, a participant in the same youth programs as Micah. Over time, their relationship grew closer, and after several years, the young couple decided to marry. Their union appeared to be a perfect match. Their shared dedication to church activities and the strong support of their families seemed to lay a solid foundation for a happy life together. The wedding was held at Solid Rock Church, officiated by Pastor John Paul himself, underscoring its importance to the community. The ceremony was a joyful event, drawing a large number of congregants. Both families expressed their pride in the couple, viewing their marriage as a reflection of family values and spiritual unity. At that time, Micah and Jeremy were filled with optimism about their future, one they envisioned as centered around shared faith and mutual goals. After their wedding, Micah and Jeremy became even more deeply involved with the operations of Solid Rock Church. Micah took on administrative responsibilities, handling paperwork and coordinating events, while Jeremy focused on youth sports programs. He managed the church's flag football team and contributed to the development of other activities for teenagers. These roles allowed them to spend significant time together, which seemed like a seamless extension of their marriage. However, a few months after the wedding, the first signs of strain began to emerge in their relationship. The demands of their shared responsibilities at the church started to take a toll on Micah. Unlike the period before their marriage, when they had more time to focus on each other, their lives had become centered around work. Jeremy, deeply committed to his role, began to dedicate less time to providing emotional support for Micah, leaving her feeling increasingly isolated. Adding to the tension was Micah's growing involvement with other members of the church community, including the pastor's wife, Allison. As Micah took on more responsibilities in the administrative office, she became an indispensable part of the team. This blending of her professional and personal life created additional stress in her marriage. While their relationship appeared outwardly harmonious, the underlying issues continued to build. The couple chose not to share their struggles with others, maintaining an image of a happy union. Yet those close to them began to notice subtle cracks in their relationship. These early signs of discord would later lay the groundwork for more significant challenges that would alter the course of their lives. After several months of working in the administrative office, Micah was promoted to a new role as the personal secretary to Pastor John Paul Miller. This decision was attributed to her organizational skills and her eagerness to take on more responsibilities within the church. The position required her to work closely with John Paul, including frequent one-on-one meetings and consistent communication to fulfill her duties. As Micah transitioned into this role, she began spending a significant amount of time with the pastor. John Paul valued her dedication and enthusiasm for church activities. Over time, their professional relationship evolved into more personal interactions. What started as discussions about faith and life eventually turned into more intimate conversations, forming a close emotional connection between them. This shift began to create tension in Micah's marriage. In 2016, everything changed abruptly. John Paul's wife, Allison, unexpectedly returned home early one day and discovered him in a compromising situation with Micah. This incident sparked a major conflict within the Miller household. Allison demanded an explanation, leading to a heated argument between the couple. Upon learning what had happened, Allison also chose to inform Micah's husband, Jeremy. The fallout from this event had repercussions that extended beyond the two families, impacting the church community as well. While those involved agreed to keep the details private, rumors of the affair began circulating among the congregation. Church staff and others close to the families noticed changes in the behavior of both John Paul and Micah, as well as the increasing strain between them and their spouses. Despite attempts to maintain a facade of normalcy, the conflict became impossible to hide. Both Allison and Jeremy filed for divorce around the same time. The process was deeply challenging and emotional for everyone involved. Allison left the church and relocated from Myrtle Beach with her children, seeking to rebuild her life away from the events that had shattered her marriage. Jeremy, for his part, ceased his involvement with Solid Rock entirely, choosing to distance himself from the church. A few months after the divorces were finalized, John Paul and Micah publicly announced their relationship. They openly declared themselves a couple, igniting another wave of discussion within the congregation. For many church members, this was a devastating revelation. The pastor, who had previously preached about the importance of family loyalty, was now at the center of a scandal that undermined his reputation and eroded the trust of some parishioners. In 2017, a year after beginning their relationship, John Paul Miller and Micah officially became husband and wife. Their wedding took place at Solid Rock Church, where John Paul continued to serve as pastor despite the lingering controversies surrounding his prior actions. The ceremony was attended by close friends, family, and members of the congregation. For many, it was seen as an attempt to restore trust in the pastor and mend the community's fractured perception of him following the revelation of his affair with Micah. For Micah, who was 23 years old at the time, the marriage marked a new chapter in her life, along with increased responsibilities within the church. Becoming the pastor's wife placed her in a leadership role where she was expected to mentor and organize within the congregation. Many church members viewed this union as an opportunity for both the church and its pastor to move forward, leaving the mistakes of the past behind. Immediately after the wedding, Micah embraced her new duties at Solid Rock. Beyond her administrative work, she became an active participant in church programs, focusing on organizing missionary trips and charitable events. One of her key projects involved missions to Kenya, using funds raised through donations. Micah oversaw the construction of schools, providing essential educational opportunities such as English and math instruction. These trips to Africa became a significant part of her new life. Micah personally managed local educational programs and coordinated the delivery of humanitarian aid. Her initiatives garnered strong support from the congregation, many of whom enthusiastically participated in these efforts. Micah's dedication and energy made her a symbol of activism within the community, inspiring others to engage in charitable work. In addition to her mission work, Micah began leading classes and seminars at the church. Her presentations focused on topics like family values, personal faith, and overcoming challenges. One subject particularly close to her heart was addressing domestic struggles. She spoke publicly about this issue, drawing attention not only from church members but also from a wider audience. On social media, Micah frequently shared content on her platforms, emphasizing the importance of respectful relationships and the need for support systems for those experiencing hardship. Micah's efforts gradually began to rebuild John Paul's reputation. While many in the congregation still harbored criticism toward him for his past behavior, Micah's proactive involvement in church and community activities helped shape the image of a stronger, more forward-thinking ministry. Her work became a cornerstone for Solid Rock, fostering youth engagement and promoting both spiritual and social growth. Despite Micah's dedication to maintaining both her marriage and her work alongside John Paul, tension within their relationship began to escalate over time. It became evident that their union, initially rooted in mutual understanding, was facing significant challenges. The core issues included increasing control from John Paul and his interference in both Micah's personal and professional life. One of the first signs of trouble was frequent disagreements over finances. John Paul assumed complete control of the family's bank accounts, restricting Micah's access to funds. While he justified this as a means of safeguarding their finances, it became a source of stress for Micah. She felt stripped of independence, especially given her active role in church and mission projects. Additionally, Micah began to notice her connections with friends and family becoming increasingly limited. John Paul criticized her for spending too much time with her family and accused her of being overly involved in matters he believed detracted from their marriage. He also began monitoring her phone calls and messages, leaving Micah with a constant sense of being under surveillance. These controlling behaviors added to the strain in their relationship, creating an environment where Micah felt increasingly isolated and constrained. Psychological manipulation within Micah and John Paul's marriage escalated to include threats. Micah confided in her sister, Sierra, and close friends that John Paul used her past mistakes and vulnerabilities as leverage. One of the most distressing instances involved personal photographs that he allegedly threatened to expose if she attempted to leave the marriage. These tactics deepened her fear and uncertainty about ending their relationship. Amid these challenges, Micah began taking steps to break free from John Paul's control. She reached out to Sierra for support and shared her intention to file for divorce. Together, they visited an attorney who started preparing the necessary documents. However, when John Paul became aware of her plans, the situation worsened. He confronted her, refusing to discuss divorce terms, and insisted that their marriage must remain intact to protect the church's reputation. Unable to find common ground, Micah temporarily moved in with her family to escape the pressure. This time away gave her a brief reprieve, allowing her to reflect on the severity of her situation. However, John Paul convinced her to return, promising to change his behavior. Despite his assurances, the problems persisted. One of the most alarming incidents occurred with Micah's car. She contacted the police after discovering that all 4 of her tires had been slashed and a GPS tracker had been placed underneath the vehicle. Micah strongly suspected John Paul's involvement, although there was no concrete evidence linking him to the act. His sudden appearance at the repair shop heightened her suspicions. The pressure from John Paul intensified. He pushed for Micah to be hospitalized, claiming her behavior had become erratic. Based on his assertions, doctors diagnosed her with a psychological disorder and recommended treatment. Micah, however, maintained that her recent actions were driven by a desire to reclaim her independence, not by instability. After her discharge, she filed a police report, alleging that John Paul had used her hospitalization as a means to undermine her autonomy. Micah's efforts to end the marriage faced significant obstacles. Despite support from her family and legal counsel, the divorce process was drawn out. John Paul continued to exert control over her life, leaving her in an increasingly vulnerable position. April 27, 2024, marked a turning point in this story. On that day, Micah left her home without informing her family or friends of her plans. The events that followed, pieced together from surveillance footage, phone records, and discovered evidence, revealed a sequence of actions leading to her untimely death. Surveillance footage confirmed that Micah visited a gun store earlier that morning. Store employees later described her as calm and composed during the visit. While completing her purchase, she engaged in casual conversation with the clerk. She left the store carrying a small case containing a legally purchased handgun. The receipt and payment records confirmed that she had made the purchase herself. After leaving the gun store, Micah drove toward Lambert National Park. Surveillance cameras captured her car along the highway leading to the park. Data from her mobile phone revealed several search queries for secluded locations and park areas, indicating that she had carefully planned her destination. Upon arriving at the park, Micah parked her car and walked toward the river. After some time, she made a call to emergency services. During the call, she stated her intention to end her life and requested that her location be shared with her family. The recorded call, later released to law enforcement, captured the somber tone in her voice, though it lacked any signs of panic or distress. Less than an hour later, a passerby fishing nearby reported hearing the sound of a gunshot. Responding officers discovered Micah's body along the riverbank. Nearby, they found her belongings, including a backpack containing identification, a phone, a wallet, and a small Bible. The handgun used in the incident was recovered in the water close to the scene. The investigation concluded that the firearm showed no evidence of other fingerprints. Based on the collected evidence, authorities determined that the gunshot was self-inflicted. It was also confirmed that Micah had arrived at the location alone and no other individuals were captured on surveillance footage trailing her. The official police report listed the cause of death as self-inflicted harm. However, this conclusion raised concerns among Micah's family, who argued that she had not exhibited any signs of depression and had maintained an active lifestyle. They pointed to her recent efforts to finalize her divorce as evidence of her determination to start anew, despite the official findings. Micah's tragic death stirred widespread attention and gave rise to numerous theories about what might have led to the event. With so many unanswered questions, the story resonated deeply, affecting both her loved ones and the public. The central argument raised by Micah's family was based on information she had shared with her sister Sierra shortly before her tragic passing. Micah confided in Sierra about the pressure and manipulation she faced from her husband John Paul. According to Sierra, Micah had even warned her that if anything happened to her, John Paul would be responsible. These claims were further supported by entries in Micah's journal discovered in her apartment after her death. The journal contained detailed accounts of her troubled relationship with John Paul. She wrote about emotional and psychological mistreatment, constant control, and threats. Micah described how John Paul frequently used her past mistakes against her and threatened to expose personal information if she attempted to leave him.
In addition, both her family and the community began to scrutinize revelations about John Paul's conduct, including potential inappropriate relationships with other women in the church and allegations of financial misconduct. Some members of the congregation claimed that the pastor may have misappropriated funds meant for missions, using them for personal purposes. These accusations fueled a wave of rumors and conspiracy theories on social media and in the press. Speculation about John Paul's potential motives became a heated topic of discussion. His history of questionable behavior, such as allegedly placing a GPS tracker on Micah's car and threatening to release private photos of her, intensified public criticism.
Some online users accused him of indirectly contributing to the tragedy, while others put forth more extreme theories suggesting a staged crime. Despite the lack of direct evidence, the accusations against John Paul drew the attention of both law enforcement and the public.
He became a focal point of widespread condemnation, even as authorities found no grounds to open a formal case against him. Micah's family's persistence and the details that emerged from her life kept the story alive, creating an atmosphere of tension and mistrust. After Micah's tragic death, the police immediately launched an investigation to uncover the circumstances surrounding the incident. However, it quickly became clear that local law enforcement would struggle to handle the case alone due to the widespread public attention, pressure from Mika's family, and numerous allegations against John Paul. The FBI stepped in to assist. Their involvement was driven by the complexity of the case and the need for an impartial examination of all aspects. The key focus of the investigation was the firearm found near Micah's body. Investigators confirmed that the handgun was purchased by Micah herself on the day of her death, supported by surveillance footage and financial transaction records. No evidence suggested that anyone else was involved in the purchase. Similarly, footage from the Lambert Park parking lot showed no suspicious vehicles or individuals who might have been following or accompanying her. Despite confirming that Mika had acted alone, the investigation expanded due to public accusations against John Paul. The FBI began a thorough review of his past, including his financial activities and interactions with church members. Evidence surfaced suggesting possible financial improprieties. While no formal charges were filed, these findings heightened suspicions surrounding John Paul and prompted further inquiries. One of the most discussed aspects of the case was John Paul's potential role in contributing to Micah's deteriorating emotional state. Her family provided investigators with her journal, which detailed instances of manipulation, threats, and psychological pressure allegedly exerted by her husband. While these entries did not lead to criminal charges, they raised serious questions about whether John Paul's actions might have played a part in the tragic outcome. The investigation also explored allegations of John Paul's inappropriate relationships with other women in the church community and his overall reputation. Several witnesses came forward with claims of questionable behavior by the pastor that may have negatively impacted those around him. However, none of these accusations were substantiated with sufficient evidence to hold him accountable. As of now, John Paul remains formally uncharged, though his standing within the church community has been severely damaged. He has been removed from his pastoral role, but reportedly continues to receive payments from the church's budget.
This decision has sparked mixed reactions among the congregation. Some have called for a complete severance of ties with him, while others argue that the allegations remain unproven.
This tragic story has also left a lasting mark on Solid Rock Church itself. The controversy surrounding Mika's case has eroded trust in the church's leadership, leading to a significant decline in attendance and casting doubt on the effectiveness of its internal structures.
Many former active members have publicly expressed their disappointment and ceased participation in church activities. By the conclusion of the investigation, many questions remained unanswered. The primary focus centered on the extent of John Paul's influence on his wife's emotional state and his potential responsibility in the events leading to her death. While law enforcement has not found sufficient grounds to press charges, the public continues to follow the case closely, debating new theories and emerging details. This story remains a deeply painful chapter for everyone involved, serving as a poignant reminder of how devastating hidden conflicts and unresolved injustices can be. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Dismembered limbs. A head boiling in a pot. Blood smeared across nearly every surface of the home. These are the horrifying scenes that greeted officers during what began as a simple welfare check at the Guy family residence in Tennessee. What they uncovered was something out of a nightmare. A crime so gruesome, so unthinkable, it left even the most seasoned investigators shaken. For most parents, there's no greater purpose than raising their children, nurturing them, guiding them, protecting them long after they've grown. Joel and Lisa Guy were no different. They had devoted their lives to giving their son the best they could offer. But in a chilling twist, it was that very devotion that would be their undoing. Before we go any further, consider this your warning. What you're about to hear is graphic, disturbing, and not for the faint of heart. This isn't just another true crime story. This is one of the most savage murders ever committed by a child against their own parents. To understand what led to this horrific act, we need to take a closer look at the victims. And if you're picturing cold, abusive parents, you're wrong. Joel Guy Sr., known as Michael to his friends and family, was a kind, hard-working man, the kind of father who showed up, provided for his family, and tried to lead by example. Alongside him was his wife Lisa, a loving mother who poured everything she had into raising their children. They had spent their lives making sacrifices for their son, but behind closed doors, their generosity was being manipulated, and what happened next would turn a quiet suburban home into the scene of one of the most horrifying family massacres in American history. Michael was born on February 10, 1955, and he worked as a pipeline engineer. With his experience in the field, it's safe to say he was doing well for himself. He earned a solid salary, enough to comfortably support his growing family. Anyone who knew Michael would tell you he wasn't just kind. He was the type of person who made you feel seen and cared for, always willing to lend a hand or give advice, even when you didn't ask for it. He took immense pride in everything he did, whether it was his career or his family, and he made sure the people around him felt that pride too. If you were close to Michael, you knew he wasn't just a dad or a husband. He was someone who genuinely cared and wanted to make sure everyone around him was doing well. Now, Michael had 3 daughters from his first marriage. While the reasons behind the divorce weren't entirely clear, one thing was certain. The daughters held no grudges against their father. They had always maintained a good relationship with him, and that didn't change when he remarried. Michael's second wife, Lisa, was as kind-hearted as he was. Just like Michael, Lisa was someone who made everyone feel welcome and cared for. His daughters quickly warmed up to her, and there was no drama or resentment. Lisa treated them like her own children, showering them with love and affection. This was evident when one of Michael's daughters testified in court, explaining how Lisa became a mother figure in her life. She even went as far as to get an engagement ring that resembled Lisa's. She remembered all the small details about Lisa, the favorite shirt, the favorite cups, and everything else that made Lisa so special to her. Just like you just heard, this wasn't a mom who abused her children or mistreated them in a way that made them feel unloved. It's clear, just from the words of her stepdaughter alone, that Lisa poured love into every single member of her family. Additionally, Lisa worked in human resources at an engineering firm and was known for being reliable and generous. She was the kind of person who, no matter how busy she was, would stop to comfort a stranger in distress. She had a big heart, always putting others first. From this perspective, it was evident that both Michael and Lisa were known for their giving nature, and to everyone around them, they seemed like the perfect couple. Soulmates living a perfect life. However, everything began to change when Michael and Lisa welcomed their only biological child together, Joel Guy Jr. That moment marked the start of a shift no one could have foreseen. Unlike his warm and kind parents, Joel was reportedly the complete opposite, cold and distant to almost everyone. In fact, Joel Guy Jr.'s life before 2016 remains a mystery in many ways. Even his half-sisters, who grew up alongside him, admitted they didn't really know him. Whenever they visited, Joel would lock himself in his room, avoiding any interaction with family. On the rare occasions he did speak, he was dismissive and rude, treating his relatives as if they were beneath him. Over time, most of the family distanced themselves, choosing not to engage with Joel unless absolutely necessary. Joel's behavior was fueled by an inflated ego, believing he was the smartest person in the room at all times. His confidence was bolstered during his school years, especially when he performed well academically. In his final years of high school, he attended the prestigious Louisiana School for Math, Science, and the Arts, a magnet school known for its small elite class sizes. Getting accepted into the class of 2006 only reinforced Joel's belief in his superiority. After high school, he enrolled at George Washington University for 1 semester before transferring to Louisiana State University, where he pursued studies to become a plastic surgeon. However, Joel never became a plastic surgeon or held any job for that matter. While he was in school, up until the age of 28, he lived entirely off his mother Lisa's income. Lisa, who worked full-time in human resources at Oak Ridge Engineering, sent her paychecks directly to Joel. Michael and Lisa decided to fully support Joel so he could focus on his studies without worrying about finances. They paid for his tuition, housing, and other expenses, hoping he'd graduate quickly and start his career. But their generosity backfired. Joel began to see this financial support not as a gift, but as something he was entitled to, his birthright. He believed his parents owed him this money simply because they were his parents. Though he claimed to be working hard toward his goals, Joel was far less focused on school than he led his parents to believe. Living alone in Baton Rouge, he spent his time doing whatever he wanted, completely oblivious to the financial strain he was placing on his family. He didn't understand or care about the sacrifices his parents were making for him. However, in 2016, things began to change. Michael's father lost his job and took a hard look at their finances. He realized that he and Lisa could retire if they stopped supporting Joel and sold their family home. Excited for this new chapter, Michael and Lisa shared their plans with their daughters in the family group chat. They explained that they intended to move into Michael's parents' home and stop financially supporting Joel. However, they were nervous about how Joel would react to the news. At 28 years old, Joel had never been financially independent, and his parents worried about what he would do once the financial support stopped. Despite their concerns, Thanksgiving that year seemed like a turning point for the Guy family. Thanksgiving was always a big deal, a time when everyone gathered at Michael and Lisa's home to celebrate, including their daughters, extended family, and their new families. So just like any other normal family, that year was very joyful for the Guy family. The adults gathered in the garage enjoying their cigarettes and catching up, while the kids ran around, and the aroma of delicious food filled the house. At every Thanksgiving, there's always that one person who locks themselves away, avoiding everyone, and in the Guy family, that was always Joel. However, this year was different, shockingly so. For the first time ever, Joel actively engaged with his family. He surprised everyone by playing with his stepsister's kids, children whose names his sisters doubted he even knew before that day. He brought them upstairs to his old room and gifted them toys his parents had lovingly preserved from his childhood. Joel laughed, joked, and even posed for family photos, a rarity that caught everyone off guard. His sudden shift in behavior was so remarkable that his sisters whispered to each other about how he might finally be turning over a new leaf. What made Joel's transformation even more puzzling was its timing. Just weeks earlier, Lisa had told him that she had given her 2 weeks' notice at work. She and Michael planned to retire, sell the family home, and stop financially supporting him. Originally, they'd intended to break the news at Christmas, but Lisa decided to tell Joel early, hoping to give him time to prepare for independence. Everyone braced for a meltdown or tantrum, but instead, Joel seemed fine. More than fine, actually. He appeared happier and more social than anyone had ever seen him. His family took this as a positive sign. Maybe this was the wake-up call Joel needed. Perhaps he'd already made peace with the idea of standing on his own 2 feet and was reconnecting with his family as part of a fresh start. One of his sisters even mentioned to Michael that Joel might be trying to repair their relationship. Still, Michael held firm that they wouldn't resume funding his lifestyle, no matter how well he was behaving. Little did they know, Joel's cheerful demeanor masked something far darker. While he was smiling and bonding with his family, he was also laying the groundwork for a chilling plan. That day, Joel brought over 2 large plastic tubs, which he carried into the house without much explanation. They seemed heavy, but no one thought to ask what they contained. What they didn't know was that Joel had spent weeks plotting his parents' murders. Those tubs held the tools he intended to use in his gruesome plan. As it turned out, Joel wasn't handling the loss of his financial lifeline as gracefully as he appeared when Lisa told him they were cutting him off. Joel didn't see it as a push toward independence. He saw it as a betrayal. He decided to take matters into his own hands, crafting a plan to murder his parents, frame his father for his mother's death, and stage it all as a murder-suicide. In Joel's warped mind, he was a genius capable of orchestrating the perfect crime. His education and endless hours of watching crime shows like Law and Order convinced him that he could pull it off without a hitch. But while Joel once excelled in academics, his arrogance blinded him to his own shortcomings. So instead of heading back to his apartment like usual, Joel decided to stick around at his parents' house for 2 whole days. At first, Lisa and Michael probably thought it was a nice change. Maybe Joel was feeling sentimental about the family house before they sold it. After all, with Lisa preparing for retirement, they were all gearing up for a big life change, and the idea that Joel might actually want to spend some time with his family seemed like a nice, albeit unexpected gesture. But things took a strange turn just 2 weeks before Lisa was set to retire. Her co-workers and boss had been planning a celebratory send-off for her. She was well-liked, dependable, and a hard worker who would always communicate if anything was off. So when November 28 came around, and Lisa didn't show up for work, Jennifer, her boss, started to worry. It wasn't like Lisa to just vanish without a word, especially since she'd been so involved in the retirement celebration plans. Jennifer tried calling her several times, but there was no answer. Then she reached out to Michael, but he didn't pick up either. That was strange. Lisa and Michael were the kind of people who always made sure to check in, even if something came up. This wasn't adding up, and Jennifer knew it. So after a couple more unanswered calls, Jennifer made the decision to call the non-emergency police line and request a welfare check at the Guy family home. When the officers first arrived at the house, everything seemed normal, so they didn't think much of it and were about to call it off. But Jennifer, Lisa's boss, wasn't convinced. She had a gut feeling something wasn't right, so she called again. What they uncovered next was something no one could have prepared for. During a thorough check, the officers noticed a few strange things. The house had a for sale sign out front, but something seemed off. There was no lockbox on the front door for a realtor's key, and the doorknob didn't look like it had been there long. It didn't even match the door. It had obvious signs of being tampered with, likely with a screwdriver. Not wasting any time, the officers decided to check the back of the house, and that's when things took an even darker turn. The back door was missing its doorknob altogether. One officer peered through the hole where the knob should have been and was immediately hit with a blast of heat from inside the house. But that wasn't the worst part. There was a sharp chemical smell hanging in the air. It was the kind of smell that instantly tells you something was seriously wrong. The officer looked closer and saw bottles of bleach scattered across the floor, still unopened. But the clues didn't stop there. He also noticed groceries that had been dropped at the front door, like someone had rushed inside without finishing what they were doing. That was enough for them to make their move. They headed back to the front, found an unlocked vehicle with the garage door opener inside, and used it to gain access. The officers entered the house, and what happened next was all caught on body cam footage. The pot you saw earlier? Yeah, that was the same one Joel used to boil his mother's head for about a day. It's chilling when you think about it. Investigators first found a table with the guy's wallets and a sledgehammer on top, followed by another table with long guns. As they made their way up the stairs, they could hear a dog intermittently barking. They then spotted Michael's ring on the floor in a hallway and eventually discovered the dismembered bodies submerged in a solution in the bathroom. Among the other items found in the home were sewer line cleaner, a bag of baking soda, drain opener, a bottle of muriatic acid, lye, hydrogen peroxide, several bottles of bleach, a spray bottle, gloves, and trash bags. Investigators also came across a note inside an open suitcase, which included the name and address of a Louisiana Ace hardware store, as well as a reference to sewer line cleaner. Given the hazardous chemicals, the Knox County Sheriff's Office hazmat team had to step in for biohazard removal. With the overwhelming amount of evidence, the KCSO Forensics Unit worked through Monday night and into the next day to process the crime scene. Now, what really happened after that Thanksgiving on November 26? Joel Guy Jr. attacked and killed his father in a second-floor exercise room while his mom was out shopping at Walmart. The scene was chaotic, with torn blinds and blood splattered on the walls and an overturned Bowflex machine. The amount of blood was beyond horrific. The struggle must have been brutal. The poor man's clothes were shredded from the knife wounds, and it was reported that he was stabbed at least 40 times. However, this is just an estimate according to the autopsy, since most of the tissue was gone when they found the body. The actual number of stabs could never be fully determined. But it doesn't stop there. Joel also dismembered the body, leaving his father's hands behind in the room. When his mom came home from Walmart, Joel tricked her into going upstairs. She was in such a rush that her groceries got scattered across the foyer. But when she reached the top of the stairs, Joel ambushed her, stabbing her in the back over and over, just like he did to his father. Blood was everywhere. The prosecution later claimed he used so much force to decapitate her that her head actually broke. And then, get this, he just chopped her up like it was nothing, then put her head in that same boiling pot on the stove. According to the medical examiner, Lisa was stabbed at least 31 times, and 9 of her ribs were completely severed. During the trial, the forensic examiner testified that the head wasn't just severed, but had been forcefully broken off. Both victims had their arms and legs detached, Michael at the waist and Lisa at the knees, and their body parts were placed in a bin filled with chemicals to help dissolve them. This was the very same bin that Joel had brought into the house during Thanksgiving. After death, both bodies had deep cuts made so that the chemicals could more easily penetrate the body's main cavities. So you can probably imagine how heartbreaking it must have been for both of them, loving their child and spoiling him all the way into adulthood, only for them to be brutally murdered like this. It's beyond evil. But despite Michael loving his son so much, he didn't go down without a fight. Joel sustained several cuts on his hands, including a deep gash on his left thumb. Around 3:30 p.m., he was seen in the first aid section at Walmart buying bandages and ointment for his hand injuries. He also picked up isopropyl alcohol and hydrogen peroxide. It was also around this point that Joel returned to his apartment, likely because he was too lazy to continue with his plan. After spending 2 intense days carrying out his crime, it seems that for the first time, he was exhausted. He probably felt he had worked harder than ever before and needed a break, so he headed back to his apartment, possibly to rest. Little did he know, it was exactly during this time that the police also uncovered what he had done. The police began questioning those closest to Michael and Lisa. When they inquired about who had been at the house that weekend, everyone pointed to Joel. His sisters revealed that he was about to be cut off financially and that his behavior over Thanksgiving had been strangely out of character. The soiled clothes found at the crime scene matched the description given by his sisters, and when investigators found a book bag containing a notebook filled with Joel's meticulous plan, it became undeniable he was behind the murders. The only thing left to do was finalize the paperwork for his arrest. Now, the day after the bodies were discovered, Joel was arrested while heading back to the house. In his trunk, police found a KitchenAid meat grinder, a chilling indicator that he wasn't done with the gruesome process yet. But what really exposed Joel's intentions was what he had written in his notebook. From the gruesome methods of killing and dismemberment to his strategy for destroying the bodies and erasing forensic evidence, every step was carefully thought out. He planned to grind the bodies, destroy all DNA evidence with bleach and lye, and even set a fire to cover his tracks. He went as far as faking an alibi by scheduling a text message from his mother's phone, attempting to erase any evidence that could point back to him. Joel's motive, driven by a financial incentive, was also clearly outlined in the notebook. He calculated his parents' life insurance policies, assets, and joint property with the intention of inheriting everything. His obsession with money was evident, as he described in detail how he would inherit the full value of his mother's assets, including her life insurance, the family homes, and other financial resources. In the weeks leading up to the murder, Joel continued to buy supplies like knives, acid, and plastic bins, keeping the notebook hidden in his backpack alongside his school books. He made sure to pay in cash, thinking he was being smart and inconspicuous, but in reality, Joel's arrogance and sense of entitlement were his downfall. He believed his meticulous preparations would guarantee his success, unaware that he was overlooking the most basic human realities. Joel was so spoiled and out of touch with the real world that, even while erasing his tracks, he grew lazy and decided to take a break from his gruesome task. He had no real understanding of the consequences of his actions, thinking he could simply get away with it. But what he failed to factor in was the kindness of his parents and how their disappearance would immediately raise suspicions. Despite the mountain of evidence stacked against him, Joel Guy Jr. still pleaded not guilty, dragging his family through a painful 4-day trial. He knew he couldn't win. It was clear to everyone that he was guilty, but he wasn't trying to win. Instead, he wanted to make his family suffer by refusing to admit what he'd done. He kept control over them, forcing them to hear every ugly detail of his crime. It was like his final act of revenge, making them live through his cold, calculated cruelty. Even Joel's defense lawyers struggled to defend him. All they could muster was that Joel was a kind man who couldn't possibly commit such a horrific crime. But the jury wasn't swayed by this weak argument. On October 2, 2020, Joel Guy Jr. was found guilty of 2 counts of first-degree murder, 3 counts of felony murder, and 2 counts of abuse of a corpse. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Additionally, his appeal to overturn his conviction was shot down by the Tennessee Court of Criminal Appeals in April 2023. With that, Joel's fate was sealed. He will now spend the rest of his life behind bars at the Northwest Correctional Complex in Tiptonville, Tennessee, where he will forever live with the consequences of the brutal crime he committed. Now, remember when we first said that not much was known about Joel's past? Well, as the trial went on, a surprising revelation came to light. Joel actually had one and only one friend. People were shocked to find that Joel had a friend he cared so deeply about that he even called him in prison to apologize. That friend's name was Michael McCracken. Very little is known about the nature of Joel and Michael's relationship, but it seemed that, at the very least, Joel respected him. The two met when they lived together in their high school dorms, and when Joel went off to study at George Washington University, he left after just 1 semester and transferred to Louisiana State University, where Michael was going. They ended up living in the same apartment building, and when Michael's roommate moved out, Joel moved back in with him. Some have speculated that their relationship might have been more than just friendship, but that's all we really know about the situation. When Michael was questioned about the case, he stated that he wasn't surprised that Joel had killed his parents. He explained that over the years, Joel had become increasingly reclusive, spending weeks on end alone in his bedroom, to the point where Michael sometimes didn't see him for months at a time. For whatever little comfort it may offer, Joel will spend the rest of his natural-born life in prison, exactly where he belongs. He will forever be remembered not as the genius he thought he was, but as a gigantic fool who couldn't take care of himself, and despite his so-called wisdom, made the catastrophic mistake of leaving a notebook, a kind of manifesto, at the crime scene. But what do you think about this case? I mean, we can all agree that Joel was definitely a psychopath, right? It's hard to believe he had any real justification for killing his parents, other than his own twisted desire to live a carefree life. But do you think there were other factors behind his actions? Was there something deeper going on that we're missing? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. He was planning a massacre at his school, but before he could step through its doors with a loaded shotgun, he turned his rage inward on the people who loved him most. In the early hours of a quiet morning in Luton, while the town lay asleep, a nightmare unfolded behind the walls of a modest flat on Wallett's Bank Drive. 3 lives. His mother, his 13-year-old sister, and his 16-year-old brother were taken in brutal succession. A shotgun, a teenage hand, a plan that changed course in the most devastating way. The United Kingdom, still haunted by the memory of Dunblane in 1996, had not seen a school shooting in nearly 3 decades. There had been warnings, close calls, arrests, but never the act itself. Until now, that line had not been crossed. But evil doesn't always begin in public. Sometimes it grows quietly, inside homes that feel warm, safe, and familiar. Juliana Prosper knew about starting over. Born Juliana Falcon in June 1976, she was raised in the coastal city of Mar del Plata, Argentina. It was a place where the ocean met hardship, where people learned to be both resilient and hopeful. Juliana was one of those people. She was the kind of woman who pushed forward, no matter how steep the climb. Years later, she left behind her home country and began again in England. It was more than a move. It was a reinvention. She married Ray Prosper, and together they built a life. 4 children, a simple home, a future. Juliana wasn't loud, wasn't flashy, but she was present, devoted, a quiet force who centered her world around her kids. By 2024, she lived in that small Luton flat with 3 of them. Life wasn't glamorous, but it was full of purpose. She kept routines, celebrated the little things, and did what so many mothers do, sacrificed in silence, loved without condition. What she couldn't see, what no one could have seen, was what was growing beneath the surface. Behind one bedroom door, darkness had begun to take root. And when it finally erupted, it didn't just shatter a home. It shattered the fragile illusion that tragedies like these couldn't happen here. Not in the UK. Not again. Not until now. There was a storm brewing within those walls, in disguise of a boy who seemed too meek to even hit an object in his path. Nicholas Prosper was the kind of boy who didn't just fade into the background. He clung to it. A December child born in 2005, he came into the world quietly, and for the most part stayed that way. Diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder early on, he walked through life a few steps apart from everyone else. Not always alone, but always slightly removed, as though he were watching the world through a speck only he could see through. In his younger years, he had friends, not many, but enough to keep him anchored. He wasn't a troublemaker, not in the traditional sense. He was geeky, they said, soft-spoken, obsessive about computers, the kind of kid who could disappear into a screen for hours and still not feel like he'd scratched the surface. Teachers remembered him as bright, even promising. But what they couldn't see, or maybe chose not to see, was the slow erosion happening beneath the surface. The way isolation began to calcify into something harder, something darker. By the time he reached his late teens, that gentle geekiness had twisted into something far more unpredictable. He stopped trying to connect. The friend group dissolved. The screen stopped being a sanctuary and became something else entirely. A tunnel with only darkness at the end, only reflections of death, hatred, and perversion. He spiraled down corners of the internet where empathy dies, where violence is glorified and human suffering is cataloged like some kind of collectible. At some point, he was banned from one such site, a morbid database where real death was archived and dissected like entertainment. But even there, even in that graveyard of humanity, Nicholas had crossed a line. He made comments in support of pedophilia, vile and unfiltered, as though empathy had been surgically removed from his vocabulary. He wasn't just watching the darkness, he was absorbing it, he was becoming it. And no one knew just how far that darkness had sunk, how deeply it had planted itself in his bones, how it was growing, feeding, waiting. Because Nicholas Prosper wasn't just withdrawing from the world, he was preparing for war. By the time September's Friday the 13th crept into the calendar, the plan had matured into something monstrous, no longer a passing thought or a twisted fantasy confined to the corners of a screen, but an intention, rehearsed in silence and fed with obsession. Nicholas Prosper had immersed himself so deeply in the world of school shootings that his fascination had eroded whatever boundary there might have been between watching and committing. His mind was absorbed in the details of Sandy Hook, the timelines, the methods, the body count. Not from a place of grief or horror, but from an ambition to create something even more devastating. A spectacle of violence that would end with him turning the weapon on himself, leaving behind a trail of bodies and questions that would never quite be answered. His choice of target spoke volumes about his mindset. He didn't pick his old primary school because he had suffered there. or because of some open wound from childhood. He picked it because he knew its insides, the security system, the classroom layout, the way the corridors turned, like someone choosing the most familiar battlefield for the most calculated slaughter. There was no emotional trigger, no personal vendetta, only cold strategic advantage. When he tried to acquire a firearm in August, the attempt failed. But rather than derail his plan, the setback only seemed to strengthen his focus. He had already been preparing for over a year, building the idea piece by piece in his mind, layering it with research, false starts, and obsessive planning. A delay didn't shake him. It gave him more time to refine the vision. On 12 September, just hours before he would destroy his family, Nicholas finally secured the weapon. He purchased a double-barreled shotgun and 100 cartridges for £650 0 pence, from a local dealer, using a forged firearms license that mimicked the real thing with disturbing accuracy. He had spent time studying every element of a UK license, the paper's weight, the seals, the placement of the official signatures, and had replicated it with extreme meticulousness. The dealer, though uneasy, believed the documentation to be genuine and notified police, but the warning came too late. The weapon was his. His timeline had locked in. As night took hold and the town around him drifted towards sleep, Nicholas wasn't winding down or hesitating. He was finalizing. His browser history from that night became a window into a mind that had spiraled beyond recognition. Search after search for methods of killing with a shotgun, anatomical specifics, outcomes, the kind of blunt force horror usually reserved for war zones and nightmares. Mixed in were searches tied to necrophilia and to the murder of Sarah Everard, as though his appetite for violence was expanding, even as the clock ticked toward morning. Then came the video, a final digital confession broadcast from his bedroom into the world. He described himself as a follower of Clementine, a fictional character from the Walking Dead video game series, latching onto her image, not for her humanity, but for some twisted symbolic allegiance that only made sense in his fractured reality. He spoke poison about his sister Giselle, referencing a choice she had made in the game months earlier, a moment so trivial that it might have been laughable had it not been spoken with such vile certainty. He said her face would be mutilated further than necessary, delivering the line with a coldness that felt rehearsed, devoid of any trace of human feeling. Though prosecutors would later argue that this reference was irrelevant to the murders, it felt like a sign that nothing, not even a game played with family, was safe from the rot that had taken hold of his mind. As the hours passed and darkness deepened, Nicholas Prosper stood on the edge of his own carefully constructed horror, armed, ready, and emotionally removed from everything that had once tied him to normalcy. Behind him was the quiet of a flat where his family slept, unaware that the boy they had raised, the brother they had laughed with, the son who once played video games in the next room, was preparing to become a vicious monster. Under the thin veil of early morning silence, as the world outside remained unsuspecting, Nicholas Prosper sat alone in his room, watching violent, animated pornography while continuing the same heinous research he had started the day before. It was well past midnight. By 4:32 a.m., he had already test-filled the double-barreled shotgun once into a teddy bear. His plan had been to kill 3 people, his mother and 2 younger siblings, in under 30 seconds. He thought the timing would be tight enough to escape detection by the neighbors, but Juliana woke up early. She wasn't supposed to. She saw her son with the gun. There was panic, there was shouting, and a struggle followed. Prosper attacked her with a knife first, slashing and stabbing her hands and arms as she tried to fight him off. He then shot her in the head at close range, killing her. Her body would later be found sprawled in the hallway. Giselle heard the chaos and got up. She was shot at, the bullet grazing the back of her head. She ran, trying to hide under the dining table. He followed. He shot her in the face. Kyle tried to resist. He grabbed a kitchen knife. He tried to fight. Prosper shot him in the chest from across the room. Then he walked over and stabbed him more than 100 times while Kyle begged him to stop. His lung was punctured. He still got up and ran. He made it to the hallway. Prosper shot him in the head. 7 cartridges were fired. He reloaded at least twice. Neighbors heard it all, the shouting, the fighting, the crashing sounds. One of them walked to the door to complain about the noise. She heard ruffling, a boy groaning, and then a shot. She turned around and ran. The first emergency call came in at 5:29 a.m. CCTV footage until 4:47 captured Prosper's eerily calm walk out of the flat at 5:33 a.m. Almost 20 minutes later, the police had reached the scene. They entered the flat at around 6. They found Juliana, Giselle, and Kyle, blood streaks across walls, bloody handprints, bloodied knives scattered. A copy of How to Kill Your Family was placed on Juliana's body. Nicholas had packed the shotgun and 33 cartridges in a large bag. He started walking towards St. Joseph's primary school, the same one he had attended, the same one he had planned to attack. But the school was still closed. Police activity was increasing. He didn't go through with it. He hid in a nearby wooded area for 2 hours. He shared the video he'd recorded earlier, the one about the walking dead. He tossed away 2 mobile phones, hoping to protect a group of pedophiles he had spoken with online. Nicholas also left the shotgun and ammunition in a bush near a playing field. At 7:55 a.m., he walked out from the woods and down Birmingham Road. He raised his hand to a passing police car. The officers were returning from the crime scene. They stopped. They saw the blood on his face and arrested him. "It's not murder," he kept repeating. "He didn't want to show up." The courtroom was ready. The families were waiting. The hour was set, 10:30, a.m. sharp. But Nicholas Prosper, triple murderer, self-styled executioner, failed school shooter, was refusing to step back into the dock. Not out of fear, not out of remorse, because he simply didn't want to. At 8:45 a.m., word reached the judge. The convict was refusing to appear. Mrs. Justice Chima Grubb wasn't having it. There would be no sentencing in absentia. He was to be dragged in if necessary. Not for his sake, for the sake of the mother, the sister, the brother, the people whose blood he spilled, for those who had come to see the face of the boy who had torn their lives open. "You do not want to be here," she said from the bench, "but it is not your choice." She had him brought in and he sat there in silence, staring straight ahead. Prosper had always rejected what the world had tried to give him: help, assessments, understanding, structure. His parents and teachers knew something wasn't right. They saw him withdraw. They watched him lose interest in the living and wrap himself in shadows. They had begged for an evaluation, reached out to child mental health services, tried to get him diagnosed for autism spectrum disorder. He refused it all, shut every door, sidelined every attempt. A psychiatrist would finally look into him, but not until after the murders. In the cold, clinical light of custody, a diagnosis came: mild ASD traits. A report detailed the hollow space where empathy should have been. It was not just a lack, it was an extreme lack, the kind that echoed through every corner of this case. He wasn't unreachable, but he was uninterested. There were no friendships, no real connections. Only deep obsessive spirals about serial killers, about school shootings, about death as a spectacle. The judge laid it bare. These weren't just odd fixations. They weren't just dark corners of the internet. They were what shaped his identity. A boy who had failed to hold even a thread of ordinary social interaction, had built himself a sanctuary in violence. The internet had opened the floodgates. He waded in freely. Every disturbing image, every cold commentary, every headline soaked in blood, it all fed him. Yes, there was an indirect link between his autism and the way he moved through the world, but as the judge made clear, ASD does not make one violent. It doesn't instruct a person to plan a massacre. It doesn't teach someone how to craft a fake firearms license. It doesn't guide their hands when they aim a shotgun at their own mother. That was Nicholas, and now, whether he wanted to or not, he had to listen to the law, to the families, to the judgment. Because monsters do not get to vanish quietly. They must be seen, they must be named, and they must sit shackled in silence while justice carves its final word. The courtroom was silent when the full story came out in March 2025. These weren't spontaneous acts of violence. They were planned in detail with a clear goal to become infamous, Nicholas Prosper murdered his mother, sister, and brother as the first stage of a broader scheme to carry out a mass shooting at St. Joseph's Catholic Primary School. The preparations had been ongoing for months. Prosper picked St. Joseph's because he knew it well. He had studied there, as had his siblings. He searched the school's website for photos of students and teachers and noted the timing of assemblies and classes. Everything was methodical. He chose Friday the 13th deliberately, hoping the date would add weight to his actions. His plan was to kill his family early in the morning, leave home by 8:30 a.m. and arrive at the school during assembly to carry out a mass shooting. Earlier that night, he researched how to use the weapon and searched for disturbing content related to violence, including the murder of Sarah Everard and material connected to necrophilia. Neighbors heard the noise. Some reported shouts, banging and groaning, followed by what sounded like gunshots. One went to the door to complain but fled after hearing a loud bang. A police call was placed at 5:29 AI Muse. A chase of cat and mouse followed, which ended with Nicholas being found with the blood of his family on his face and clothes. He was charged with 3 counts of murder. He was also charged with possessing a shotgun and a knife in public, as well as acquiring a shotgun without a certificate. Child abuse images were later discovered on his phone, but no charges were filed for that. When the police found him, Nicholas Prosper stood in black and yellow. It wasn't a random outfit. He had chosen the colors on purpose. This was the look he wanted to be remembered by. The judge sentenced him to life with a minimum term of 49 years. Now, this does not mean that Nicholas will be out in the world in 49 years. A life sentence with a minimum term of this many years means that the person will spend the rest of their life in prison. But they must serve at least 49 years behind bars before they can even ask to be released after the decided tenure. They can apply for parole, which is a formal request to be let out of prison. However, being eligible for parole does not guarantee release. A special board will review the case to decide whether the person is still a danger to the public. If they believe it is unsafe to let the person out, the person will stay in prison. Even if parole is granted, the person will remain under strict supervision for the rest of their life and can be sent back to prison at any time if they break the rules or commit another crime. Going back to the heinous crime that Nicholas committed, it didn't just shake a courtroom. It sent waves through an entire system that many believed was working just fine. But behind the horror of what Nicholas Prosper did was a quieter, more troubling truth. It had been far too easy for him to get his hands on a gun. Law enforcement knew it, and they weren't subtle about it. They pointed out how shockingly simple it still was for someone to sell a firearm privately. All a person really needed was a certificate, real or fake, and a willing seller. And that was it. No double-checking, no verification, no questions. Just a deadly loophole wide open. In response, police and safety officials started calling for changes that felt long overdue. One of their key suggestions was to build a national database for firearm license holders. Something clear and central, where every certificate could be checked against real records. And not just that. They pushed for a rule that would force sellers to get clearance from the police before selling a weapon, to make sure the buyer had the right paperwork, real ID, and a legitimate reason to own a gun. But the danger wasn't only in how Nicholas got the weapon, it was also in what had been building inside his head long before he pulled the trigger. Officials spoke of an obsession, rooted in endless hours online, wrapped in disturbing content, soaked in stories of mass murder, brutality, and control. What happened wasn't just a crime. It was a slow-growing sickness that had fed on unfiltered violence found in dark corners of the internet. Completely unbothered and those watching this unfold didn't hold back. They saw this as a warning. One that wasn't just about guns or loopholes, but about the growing storm of violent content reaching young people and changing the way they think, feel, and act. And the message from the government was clear. This couldn't be ignored anymore. They promised to act, to make the laws stricter around private gun sales, to close the cracks in background checks, and to do more to protect communities from the kind of thinking that leads to something like this. It wasn't about just one tragedy. It was about making sure no one else walks the same path, with a weapon in their hands and a plan built from hate. Even after the government of the UK has promised change, It takes time, and time is something we can no longer afford to waste. The next Nicholas Prosper may already be watching, waiting, learning, just as quietly, just as patiently. And as the world spins forward, more connected and exposed than ever, the real question lingers in the quiet. What happens when the next warning sign goes unnoticed? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. The insane courier of death. How quickly would you open your door? If a stranger knocked, would you hesitate? Ask who they are, why they've come? Most people would. It's common sense. But what if the stranger wore a uniform, held a package, and looked like any other delivery person? Would you still pause? Or would you open the door without a second thought? During the summer of 2020, at the height of the pandemic, couriers became lifelines, connecting the isolated with the essentials of daily life. Groceries, medicine, work documents, all passed through the hands of delivery workers who now seemed more trusted than ever. But in one case, behind the mask and the uniform, hid a killer. In the midst of lockdown, a man posing as a delivery driver was bringing something far more sinister than packages. He was bringing death, and no one knew who his next target might be. Police were baffled. No fingerprints, no clear motive, no witnesses. They feared spreading panic, but the truth was, a calculated killer was on the move. Everything changed on July 11th, 2020. That day, the masked courier arrived at a secluded, upscale property in the mountains southeast of Los Angeles. Inside was Mark Angelucci, a highly respected attorney, known across the country for his work on high-profile legal cases. Like many others, Mark had retreated to isolation during the pandemic, continuing his work remotely and waiting for the world to heal. But the world was about to come crashing down on his doorstep. And what appeared at first to be a random act of violence was only the beginning of a much darker story. On that day, the 52-year-old homeowner wasn't expecting any visitors or deliveries. But when a courier in FedEx Corporation uniform rang his doorbell with a package in hand, the man, without hesitation, opened the door. The lawyer probably thought that one of his partners or clients had sent some important documents, forgetting to inform him. Nothing indicated trouble, and the person on the doorstep did not seem alarming or suspicious. The courier, appropriately wearing a special protective mask and gloves for that period, had a parcel and an invoice that required a signature. However, as soon as the lawyer was about to receive the package, the delivery person suddenly drew a pistol and fired several shots at close range, aiming for vital organs to ensure the lawyer would be fatally injured. The lawyer had no chance to react, and being unarmed in his home robe, he had no chance of survival. After the deed, the courier simply left the scene, leaving the victim bleeding out on the floor. Since the house was in a rather secluded location, none of the neighbors noticed anything unusual, though sounds resembling shots did prompt them to call emergency services and report the disturbing incident. No leads at all. Mark Angelucci succumbed to his injuries at the scene, and the arriving medics and law enforcement could only confirm he was dead. Upon examining the crime scene, detectives immediately dismissed the notion that robbery was the criminal's motive. The house was truly luxurious, adorned with antique items, containing a safe and visibly expensive possessions, yet everything remained untouched. In the lawyer's home office lay a mass of important documents concerning various cases, but these too did not interest the perpetrator. Everything in the house was left undisturbed. Nothing was searched or moved, and the criminal did not even cross the threshold of the home. Thus, from the very beginning, the main objective was clearly to eliminate the homeowner. The criminal was caught on several outdoor surveillance cameras, but as he was wearing a company cap from FedEx and a medical mask, it was virtually impossible to discern any distinctive features. All that could be determined was that he was a white male of average height and slender build. The criminal wore gloves, thus leaving no fingerprints anywhere. Essentially, the only evidence consisted of bullets extracted from the deceased's body. The police were baffled and initially they decided to investigate the people closest to the lawyer to understand who might wish him harm and who might benefit from his death. The possibility that the crime was related to his professional activities was also not ruled out. Therefore, it was also necessary to examine which cases the lawyer had been handling recently, whether he had any dissatisfied clients, and whether he had conflict with any colleagues. There was a vast amount of work to be done, and determining a priority direction seemed impossible at the moment. So they decided to start with the relatives and close friends of the lawyer, rich, successful, and utterly alone. It soon emerged that Mark was profoundly lonely. No, he had quite a few friends, got along well with colleagues and neighbors, but he had no truly close or familial relationships. His parents had long passed away. Angelucci had no siblings, and he never started his own family in his youth. The man diligently studied, then he tirelessly built a career in legal practice, where he achieved great heights and recognition. But he intentionally decided to sacrifice his personal life, so at 52, he had never been married and had no heirs. Mark was quite attractive, intelligent, eloquent, always dressed expensively and stylishly, lived in a luxurious home and drove a luxury car. He was rich and successful, and wherever this man appeared, he literally drew the attention of women. But he did not engage in romances or intrigues, and in principle, always kept his personal life hidden from everyone. This led to many rumors about his orientation, but the lawyer himself never confirmed nor denied them. In his list of contacts, they found a woman named Cassie J., with whom the deceased was very close. Their relationship was not romantic, but rather akin to brotherly sisterly love. She was a journalist and had met the lawyer many years ago while preparing a report on a high-profile case he was handling. The man willingly agreed to help her. They quickly found common ground, got along well, and continued to communicate after their joint work ended. For Cassie, the news of the death of her close friend was a real shock. She described Mark as sincere, kind, and responsive, with an easygoing and cheerful nature, who was involved in charity and always responded to others' troubles. According to her, he had no enemies, at least she was unaware of their existence. But in recent years, he had been among the top lawyers in California and had not lost a single case, so he undoubtedly made some adversaries whom he might not even suspect. The anti-feminist and men's rights advocate, during the investigation, a rather intriguing detail emerged. It was discovered that the lawyer held anti-feminist views, but also supported traditional notions of men and women in family and society. Without harboring any animosity towards women, he opposed discrimination against men in matters such as child custody, which almost always tend to favor women. Angelucci was a fighter for justice, not male supremacy. He took on some complex cases completely free of charge, helping those who found themselves in trouble. The lawyer noted that with the rise of feminist organization activity, men were almost always presumed guilty from the start in any conflict and doomed to defeat, with no chance to prove their innocence. Over the years, Mark became an activist for men's rights, although in fact he simply sought to equalize rights for all people, ensuring that everyone could expect a fair judicial resolution in conflict situations, regardless of gender. Given this, it was not possible to exclude the likelihood that radically minded representatives of feminist organizations could have been involved in the lawyer's demise. As the deceased had no family or close people, and there were no leads or clues in the case, the investigation could have stalled and eventually been archived. In response, Cassie J. decided to take initiative, using her extensive connections in the media. The journalist brought widespread attention to the case, prompting law enforcement to conduct a more thorough investigation. Detectives carefully reviewed the case files that the lawyer had been handling recently, hoping to find any hints. The task was daunting, but before they could find anything, the courier criminal struck again. Collateral victims, or was the entire family targeted? On July 19, 2020, just a week after the first crime, on the other side of the country, in New Jersey, an armed courier paid a visit to the luxurious home of a state federal judge. That day, none of the family members were expecting any deliveries or packages, and they were all self-isolating. Both parents, being lawyers, continued to work remotely, and their college student son was on holiday. The head of the family, a 62-year-old lawyer named Mike Anderl, first noticed the approaching courier while he was on the second-floor balcony of his home. He thought that perhaps some work documents awaited his wife and hurried downstairs to open the door. However, his son, who was closer to the front door, opened it without a second thought. They exchanged just a few words before a shot rang out. Mike was descending the stairs at that time, and likely he was the initial target. But his 20-year-old son, Daniel, literally stood between his father and the criminal. The young man took a bullet to the chest, fell to the floor, and the criminal opened fire on the lawyer, wounding him 3 times. The courier, as in the previous case, did not enter the premises, but simply turned around and left, leaving the bleeding victims to die. However, there was another person in the house, Judge Esther Salas, who was the wife and mother of the victims. The woman, shortly before the incident, had gone down to the basement to sort through things and did not hear the gunshots. When she came upstairs, she first saw her son lying in a pool of blood at the door. Esther rushed to him, tried to stem the wound, called out for her husband's help, and only then saw that a bloodied Mike was lying on the stairs. Salas immediately called emergency services, reporting the incident, and tried to provide aid to her husband and son herself. By the time law enforcement and paramedics arrived, both men were alive, but in extremely critical condition. They were immediately taken to the nearest hospital, where they underwent surgery, and it seemed their condition was stabilized. The criminal's motive was unclear, and it was also uncertain whether he came to end the life of the judge, her lawyer husband, or intended to eliminate the entire family. Again, no traces or clues were found at the scene, and the only evidence consisted of bullets fired at the victims. The Federal Bureau of Investigation joined the case, immediately suspecting a connection between this incident and the murder of Mark Angelucci in California. In both cases, the targets were lawyers, and the shooter disguised himself as a FedEx courier. However, the agents were confident that in the second case, the true target was the judge, and her relatives were merely collateral victims. Eyewitnesses, final account, ballistic analysis established that the shooter used a .380 caliber pistol in both incidents, and all bullets were fired from the same weapon. This dispelled any remaining doubts that the acts were committed by the same individual. But who was this person? Where could he be found? And where, when, and to whom might he strike next? It was necessary to question the surviving witness who had come face to face with the criminal and had even exchanged a few words. After a serious surgery, Daniel was in the intensive care unit in critical condition, but when he regained consciousness, he expressed a desire to speak with detectives, to tell them everything he had seen. The young man couldn't describe the perpetrator appearance because he was masked, but he thought the individual was elderly, as he could see gray at the temples, wrinkles around the eyes, and the courier's hands appeared old behind the courier. Near the road, Daniel noticed a light-colored car, though he couldn't remember the make. The student also speculated that the criminal's target might have been his mother, as the attacker had inquired if she was home. However, at that moment his father appeared on the stairs, apparently startling the criminal. The attacker quickly drew his pistol, shot the young man in the chest, and then began shooting at Mike, wounding him 3 times. After being injured, Daniel remembered nothing until he woke up in the hospital. The student's testimony provided little help to the investigation, except to confirm that the shooter was an older white male. Regrettably, Daniel's condition could not be stabilized. He worsened, and the day after speaking with law enforcement, the 20-year-old passed away in the hospital from resultant internal bleeding. Thus, detectives unanimously concluded that the main target of the shooter was indeed Esther Salas, but her husband and son were inadvertently in the way, and now the young man was deceased, while his father still hovered between life and death. It was urgent to understand what linked Salas and the earlier deceased Angelucci, what cases they were handling, and if they had common adversaries. Esther Salas was born in 1968 in Monterey Park, California. She had Cuban roots on her mother's side and Mexican on her father's. The girl who grew up in poverty achieved everything in life through her intellect and hard work. She attended Rutgers University for law school and earned her Juris Doctor in 1994. She built a stellar career, progressing from a clerk to an assistant U.S. public defender, and eventually to a United States magistrate judge in New Jersey. She also served several years as the president of the Hispanic Lawyers Association. Since 2011, she had been a judge for the U.S. District Court for the District of New Jersey. In 1993, Esther married renowned lawyer Mike Andrell, who was 11 years her senior. The couple desperately dreamed of having a child, but Esther struggled to conceive. After 4 consecutive miscarriages, doctors declared that she would never have children. However, a miracle happened on July 13, 2000, when the couple's only child, a son named Daniel, was born. The spouses adored their child, raising him in an atmosphere of love and care, striving to provide him with the best education and wide opportunities in life. Unfortunately, just a week after the young man celebrated his 20th birthday, he was gone. An unexpected turn in the case. News about a courier criminal operating across the country went viral on the internet, spreading rapidly and sowing panic among the population. With no precise information available about the investigation, wild rumors about the case began to emerge. People simply feared opening their doors to couriers, even though, during the pandemic, they were often the bearers of necessities. Several days later, on a deserted dead-end road near Rockland in northern New York, an abandoned beige sedan was found. Nearby lay the body of a man with a gunshot wound to the head. Documents found in the car quickly helped identify the deceased as 72-year-old Roy Den Hollander, a once successful lawyer. Near the body lay a pistol, and the scene resembled a self-deprivation of life, as there were no signs of struggle or the presence of third parties. These assumptions were soon confirmed, as the murder weapon bore only the victim's fingerprints. However, the weapon itself drew significant interest from investigators. It was a .380 caliber pistol, identical to the one used to end the lives of Mark Angelucci and Daniel Andariel. Ballistic analysis soon confirmed that all 3 men were deprived of life by bullets fired from this pistol. Yet it remained unclear what motivated the shooter to end the lives of 2 men, injure another, and then fire a bullet into his own head. A search of Hollander's home indicated that he had meticulously planned the attacks in advance. His diary contained addresses of the victims and notes on the dates of the attacks. Detectives, however, could not understand the criminal's motive. However, when they found memoirs on his laptop, which Roy had been working on for years, it became clear that he was a mentally unstable individual, embittered and angry at the world, who despised everyone, from his own mother and ex-wife to his neighbors, colleagues, and clients. It was only a matter of time before he would take up arms and begin to end lives. Who was Roy Den Hollander? Roy Den Hollander was born on September 26, 1947, in Midland Park, New Jersey. He had an older fraternal twin brother who died under mysterious circumstances in childhood. Roy blamed his mother for this his entire life, a sentiment he openly discussed in his memoirs, along with his hatred for his parents. He graduated from high school in 1965, then attended the prestigious George Washington University Law School and later earned an MBA from Columbia Business School. He worked as a lawyer at several renowned firms, and in the late 1990s, he moved to Russia, where he lived for several years working as a lawyer and private detective at Kroll Associates, a consulting firm specializing in financial issues and risk. Hollander earned significant money, which he immediately spent in various elite entertainment venues on young, beautiful women who were his main weakness. In 2000, at a Moscow nightclub, the 52-year-old American lawyer met a 24-year-old beauty named Angelina Shipolina. Previously a professional track athlete, she later decided to switch to modeling, possessing all the attributes necessary to succeed in that field. The aspiring model quickly realized that the older American was utterly infatuated with her and decided to use him for her purposes. She swiftly swept him off his feet and gently nudged him towards marriage. After moving to the United States and obtaining a marriage visa, she soon filed for divorce. Now Angelina could legally stay in the country and pursue her modeling career. For the lawyer, this turn of events was a huge blow. He realized that the beauty had merely used him to achieve her own goals, playing with his emotions. He came to despise all women, a sentiment he eloquently expressed in his memoirs. He referred to his former wife as a venal woman, willing to do anything for money, and also accused her of connections with the Russian mafia. Fundamental stance and puzzling motives for the crimes. Following his tumultuous divorce from Shipolina, Roy became a self-proclaimed anti-feminist and an active advocate for men's rights. However, his behavior grew increasingly eccentric and flamboyant. Unlike Angelucci, who provided free assistance to men affected by domestic abuse and handled custody issues during divorces, Hollander became notorious for his frivolous and unsuccessful lawsuits. For instance, he objected to ladies' night promotions in bars and nightclubs where women are offered free admission and complimentary drinks. Yet it remained unclear why Roy chose his victims and sought to deprive them of life. The situation with Angelucci was particularly puzzling, since they were effectively colleagues, both fighting for men's rights. The answer to this question was soon found in the criminal's memoirs. It turned out that Roy saw Mark as a rival and was extremely jealous of him because Mark was far more successful in his career, commanded widespread respect, and held considerable influence, whereas Hollander had been mostly ridiculed for his antics and bizarre lawsuits over the last decade. Furthermore, both lawyers were members of the same men's rights community, making Roy appear even more outlandish and unsuccessful. By contrast, about a year before these tragic events, he was expelled from the community for aggressive and inappropriate behavior. Roy's personal life and career spiraled downward after his divorce from the Russian model. He fell into depression, developed problems with alcohol and anger management, and started losing most of the cases he took on. Esther Salas, as a judge, presided over several cases Hollander had handled at different times, consistently ruling against him, which led him to long-list her as one of his sworn enemies. However, neither Salas, Angelucci, nor any of their colleagues considered Roy to be dangerous, but in 2018, when he was diagnosed with cancer, the lawyer likely felt he had nothing left to lose and began devising a plan for revenge and the elimination of his enemies. The long list of revenge. Hollander never made explicit threats, so it was difficult to determine whom he considered his enemies. However, in his memoirs and notebooks, a lengthy list of names was found with whom the lawyer apparently planned to settle scores. This list included not only judges and fellow lawyers, but also the doctors who treated him, whom he accused of incompetence and intentionally treating him poorly, allowing his disease to progress. Detectives checked all the other individuals on the list and, ensuring they were alive, warned them of potential danger, as it was unclear whether the criminal had acted alone or had accomplices. It also remained unclear why Roy stopped and unexpectedly settled accounts with life. There was speculation that this was due to the deteriorating state of his health. Hollander's memoirs contained over 2,000 pages. Also, about a dozen notebooks and diaries were found among his personal belongings, which needed to be meticulously examined. This process took several weeks, but ultimately established that the criminal acted alone and had no accomplices, meaning that everyone else on the list was safe following Roy's death. Daniel Andrews' Law. After the attack, Mike Andrews spent over half a year in the hospital undergoing a challenging rehabilitation process due to 3 gunshot wounds. His wife, Esther Salas, remained in a prolonged state of depression due to the loss of their only son. However, in February 2021, she agreed to give an extensive interview for the television news magazine 60 Minutes, where she spoke publicly for the first time about the horrific events and the tragedy that struck their family. Simultaneously, the judge began working on legislative changes in New Jersey. A new law adopted in December 2021 was named after her late son, Daniel. The new amendments introduced a prohibition on the public disclosure of judges' addresses and other contact information, ensuring the safety and privacy of public officials and their family members. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Consider a scene from any film when the main character is fleeing from a chase, but just as he is about to be safe, the villain's foot blocks the door from closing, making the protagonist a helpless victim. This scene marked the beginning of a young woman's grieving. She was stuck. We are all aware that in a state, the protection of freedom and human rights must always come before religion or tradition. However, the lady is impacted by societally enforced childhood stereotypes and attitudes from many years before, and she continues to live with a tyrant and accept abuse due to the effect of unwritten rules. Because of the state of the world now, these attitudes are still applicable and have the power to transform people's lives. We will travel to Kyrgyzstan, which is in Central Asia, today to examine the traditions and way of life of the citizens of the state with the longest history. Natural beauty is abundant in Kyrgyzstan. After all, mountains cover 3/4 of the nation. Its 2 mountain systems include nearly all of its land. Muslims make up the vast majority of Kyrgyz believers. At the same time, there are Orthodox Catholics, Christians, and other Protestant movements. The state of Kyrgyzstan is secular. It is a state with a system that keeps religion apart from state power and regulates it according to civil standards rather than religious ones. The government of the nation punishes clergy members for engaging in religious practices that are against republic laws. However, the authorities were completely uninterested in the instance of one vulnerable young woman who pleaded for protection and assistance from the state. Azel Nogobayeva was born in Tokmak, Chuy Oblast, Kyrgyzstan, in 1986. The girl completed hairdressing classes after graduating from school and relocated to Bishkek in order to work at a salon. Large cities can make it simple to get lost, but they can also make it much easier to meet people. Azamat Estebesov visited the hair salon where Azel worked one day in order to obtain a fresh haircut. He invited the attractive, slim girl for a cup of aromatic coffee because he thought she was really attractive. For both of them, the encounter proved to be fatal. After all, Azamat also thought highly of Azel. He appeared to be a straightforward, considerate man who'd grown up in a wealthy household and was incredibly diligent. Because Azamat was very devout and respected Muslim customs, Azel's family supported her daughter's decision. Azel's parents calmly approved the marriage because they could not perceive the groom's shortcomings. Azel married her lover Azamat when she was 19 years old. The young family soon welcomed a son as their firstborn child. It appears that every man longs for a successor, someone who will carry on the family tradition. However, in our myth, the humble and nasty demons of Azamat were brought about by the joy of fatherhood, as if it were a genie from a jug. Thus, a straightforward family tale on a typical evening descended into a genuine drama, which in turn sparked a string of depressing incidents. The inexperienced father unintentionally spilled too much water on their son as Azamat and Essel were bathing him. He sobbed uncontrollably and trembled with fear. In a nasty reaction, Azel yelled at her husband. Without hesitation, Azamat responded by striking her in the face. When Azel and the child visited her mother's home that same evening, Azamat expressed regret and begged for forgiveness. Saying that this will never happen again, he pleaded. It is important to note that the mindset of Kyrgyzstan differs greatly from other mentalities. Given the traditions and customs of the Turkic family, girls are taught patience from an early age, and that a husband should live alone for the rest of his life, because divorce is not encouraged, but is not prohibited. Additionally, the Muslim faith plays a significant role in establishing and maintaining a family by any means. Azel, who was fatherless herself, did not want her son to experience the same thing. The girl thought they would be able to live happily ever after Azamat raised his hand for the first and last time. She was wrong, but Azel returned. The family moved back to Tokmak, her hometown, to be close to her parents after a year in Bishkek. She was expecting her second child, so the return was a happy occasion. Azel met a number of her classmates while strolling with her son on the playground close to her house. They greeted one another and struck up a pleasant discussion, but on the way home from the walk, Azel was struck hard once more to the face. She was hit so hard that she stumbled on the linoleum and collapsed. Unfortunately, a miscarriage was caused by this blow and fall. Azamat became the shadow of Azel after he moved to Tokmak. He stalked down the street after her. He was always trying to find an excuse to start new fights. The man developed a liking for it and was unable to stop pounding her. Only the gentle and considerate Azamat's exterior remained. For the sake of her children, Azel had accepted life under complete control, even though his eyes were filled with hatred and rage, which caused Azel to alter. She had another son, after all. Once more, the abuse continued for years. When the mother of Azel learned about her daughter's family drama, she became enraged and brought her home. However, the man continued. He repeatedly visited his family, pleaded for their forgiveness, and vowed that this would never occur again. Once more, tradition stepped in since, according to Kyrgyz law, a son must grow up with his father. In the end, Asel returned 5 times. Azamat's life turned into a nightmare, and she had had enough of it. She went to the police hoping to receive assistance after each day of the excruciating beatings. However, domestic violence in Kyrgyzstan carries no criminal penalties. Azamat was subjected to a maximum of 3 days in an isolation center before returning, and this nightmare persisted for 6 years. A divorce was the last thing Azamat wanted to hear. He vowed to find his wife, the kids, and her family and murder them all if she filed for divorce. She was taken to Italy by the Asel family during the harshest beatings. Asel had huge intentions in Italy. She moved in with her brother, who assisted her in obtaining employment. She worked as a cleaner, a nurse, and a dog walker. In order to become financially independent, save money for an apartment, and escape her oppressive spouse, the woman worked non-stop on the weekend. She had saved enough money after 3.5 years to start a small business and purchase an apartment. Throughout his years in Italy, Asel witnessed several firsts. Her moral condition steadily improved as she interacted with fascinating individuals, but her mother heart still grieved for her kids. After all, in order for them to have a bright future, she had to leave them for 3 long years. The woman remained composed because she was aware that the father never physically abused the kids or shown any aggressive behavior toward them. However, she was met with a dismal scene upon her return from Italy. The living conditions of the children were appalling. They slept, ate, played, and even used the restroom in one little room. The kids didn't go for walks or to school. Their food was poor, and in keeping with custom, Azamat brought up actual Turkic guys and made their lives extremely difficult. They learned Islam and how to read the Quran at a madrasa, a Muslim educational and religious establishment, in place of going to school. Azamat didn't object that Asel took the kids. She appears to have been freed from the harsh confinement. But Azamat resumed his pursuit of his Asel. He offered to meet her over the phone. Asel was unambiguous and stated that she would report harassment to the police if it occurred. However, this didn't deter him. Asel went to get some dishwashing detergent in the evening. The shop wasn't far away. She ran across Azamat on the way, who was once more pursuing her. There, he led her to a dark, isolated location, directly on the street after grabbing her and threatening her with a knife. He exploited Asel and beat her viciously. On September 1, 2022, bystanders became aware of the odd noises and contacted the police. Asel reported the rape of her ex-husband to the police in a written statement. A criminal case was opened and he was placed under arrest. Asel's family was confident that he would stand trial and that their suffering would come to an end. But Azamat's family took action because they could not believe their son was a despot. Asel was constantly urged to withdraw the application by Azamat's mother and sisters. Another peculiar custom is that a woman in Kyrgyzstan is not allowed to report her husband, since it is considered extremely disgraceful to be raped, beaten, and humiliated, even though it is not. As much as possible, Azamat's family used deceit to dissuade Asel. They were successful. Asel is still their legal father, even if he retracted the application in response to Azamat's request to give up parental rights. Due to the victim's counter-application and the parties' reconciliation, the Sokoluk District Court dropped the case. Azamat initiated a fresh round of threats and harassment after being freed. He sent threatening letters to Asel every day, changed phone numbers in order to keep applying pressure. He made it clear in voicemails that he would kill her if he captured Asel. In the driveway, he waited for her. At work, he waited for her. For 3 months, he followed her everywhere. Relatives of Seals alternated between living with her and her kids, shielding her from Azamat's attacks. However, the victim was still subjected to the second act of abuse. The woman went to the police once more on January 31, 2023, to report that her ex-husband had once again used force on her. The suspect was also taken into custody and a criminal case was opened. The materials were handed to the court following the investigation. The family anticipated a genuine term of at least 5 years and was awaiting the judgment. Asel was invited to a separate office by the judge and 2 prosecutors on the day of the trial. In front of her eyes was Azamat. After removing his shackles, they told him that 3 years of probation had been applied, rather than 5 years in jail. Indeed, he was still at liberty. Because Azamat has 2 children from his marriage to the victim and an elderly mother with a disability, the court deemed this ruling appropriate. To be clear, probation is a set of rules that are imposed on convicted individuals. Correcting behavior and preventing the commission of future offenses are the goals of probation. Asil wept. She was pushed into the deepest recess, from whence she could not get out. Fear and despair once again took a firm hold on the woman's life. Asil, however, didn't wait for fresh assaults. She stopped believing people and stopped paying attention to Azamat's family. All of the beatings were taken down by Asil. She filed an appeal with the Chui Regional Court after hiring an attorney. The lawyers presented the court with all of the voicemails and threats in the messages, and this time the matter proceeded to court. However, a number of incidents repeatedly delayed the hearing, bringing the worst day of Asil closer. The trial was first postponed for a month due to the lawyer's illness. For unknown reasons, the second and third hearings were also postponed. Asil pleaded during the 4th hearing that the hearing should not be postponed any further because she was terrified of dying, not of being beaten. Azamat persisted in moving freely and trying to kill Asil. He emailed her a picture of a black rucksack with a knife and a rope on the eve of the rendezvous, along with the message, "I'm ready to meet you at the bottom." However, the case was once more put on hold indefinitely. With such disregard from the legal system and law enforcement, since Azamat rejected the state attorney and a private attorney became involved, there was just no way Asil could save herself. As usual, September 20, 2023 got underway. Asil woke up her kids at 6:30 a.m. After eating breakfast together, the loving mother wished her oldest son a good day and went with him to school. She didn't close the door because Asil was also going to go. And completing the preparations, the front door opened abruptly and she combed her hair. Azamat entered with great speed and aggression. The woman shut herself in the bathroom before she could react. He struck her twice on the head right away, and Asil went into a daze from not understanding what was going on. The pervert took her by the throat and began choking her after striking her head. Azamat passed out, nothing more. Asa was unconscious. At times, she thought that everything was a horrible dream when she heard Azamat's voice. But her son's cries pulled her back to the present. When Asil saw that she was awake, he wrapped a blanket around himself and sobbed as he repeatedly said, "Daddy, don't do it." However, his father told him to be quiet or else he would kill him as well. Asil tried to hide in the bathroom, but she couldn't recall how to get out. The kitchen was where she ended up. Like a needless object, he flung the poor woman to the ground, then scooped her up and proceeded to mistreat her. The pervert quickly raised Asil once more, leaned her against the wall, and began cold-bloodedly stabbing her face and neck with a clerical knife. When Asil regained consciousness the following time, she noticed that everything was covered in blood, but she was unaware of what was going on. Her throat was dry, and she had lost a lot of blood. She insisted on getting a drink. She received a bucket of rags from her once-loved spouse, which contained blood and water. The giver began selecting a knife because he had become so enamored with the taste of blood. He selected the kitchen knife that would reach Asil's heart after trying each one on. But all of a sudden, the door opened and policemen came inside. As it happened, the screams were heard by a downstairs neighbor. She contacted the police after learning of Azel's and her ex-husband's precarious circumstances, which prevented the terrible torture and ultimately saved her life. Azama Estebasov resisted and used a knife to strike the officers. Nobody understood what had transpired in such chaos. There was blood all throughout the apartment. Azama began slicing Azel. After cutting off his ex-wife's nose and ears in the restroom and dragging her along the hallway to the kitchen, he repeatedly injured her face and neck. He severely assaulted her, sliced her face and chopped her neck. An ambulance was called by the district police officers when they arrived. They evaluated the appearance of the cell and then hurriedly started searching for the sliced organs, but they were not there. Would you be shocked to learn where the woman's nose and ears were discovered? In the pocket of the monster. In an attempt to make up lost time, the police officers drove Asel to the 4th City Hospital in Bishkek, but they refused to administer first aid, stating that she was not a patient of theirs, based on her propiska. In addition to failing to administer first aid, the doctors failed to halt the bleeding. She just received first help and stopped bleeding in the second hospital. After that, she was sent to the National Hospital, where she underwent a 9-hour operation. Asel's face was painstakingly restored by 6 physicians. The district police officers carefully handed the discovered dismembered organs, and the doctors carefully gathered everything, because the nerve nodes and earlobes had been entirely severed. Azamat used a unique knife to accomplish it. The work was quite delicate. In the hospital, the nose was also amputated entirely. Azamat did not come to for a while. Her survival was amazing. Psychologists cautioned that recovery would be extremely risky and take a long time. The incident resulted in the disfigurement of the young, attractive woman, and a criminal case was filed under the Kyrgyz Republic's Criminal Code's article on causing grave harm to health. The suspect in the crime was taken into custody by the police. On September 27, 2023, he was transferred to a pre-trial custody facility. By presidential decree, 9 judges were removed from their positions, and Azamat Estebasov's sentence was reduced to 8 years in prison. Among them is Kilbek Toktomamitov, a judge in the Chuy region's Sokuluk District Court, who granted the guy a probationary release. According to the President of State's proclamation, Toktomatov was fired for failing to uphold the standards of a judge's faultless conduct. Alongside him, Sadir Japarov prematurely terminated the powers of several judges who had in some way broken the standards of impeccability by issuing a decree on November 1 at the Council of Judges' suggestion. The incident was further investigated by 6 investigators. They revisited and reviewed all of Azamat Estebasov's earlier cases. After considering all of the information they discovered, they included 11 articles in the new indictment case by the end of December 2023. All investigation work was finished, and the first court hearings were held on January 9, 2024. Azamat Estebasov evaded answering the judge's inquiries in any manner possible, and in other instances claimed that he was unable to talk because he was possessed by a demon. He did not confess to any of the 11 incidents that were brought against him. The trial was postponed as a result of his hostile behavior toward the witnesses. The last closed court hearing took place on January 26, 2024. Given the complexity of the case, Judge Talikul Kadir Kanolova condemned Azamat Estebasov to 20 years in prison without the possibility of probation. In addition, he has to pay his ex-wife $2 million, 0 cents, and the state an 80,000 sum punishment. 1 day in the pretrial detention facility was counted as 2 by the judge. Despite the defendant's appeal in the spring, the 20-year prison sentence was upheld. Azel Nogobaiba stated that she would go farther and insist that the ex-spouse receive a life sentence, and that everyone who supported and encouraged his behavior be publicly removed from government and subjected to punishment. Let this serve as a model for all. No woman in Kyrgyzstan should have to bear the suffering that my family and I am going through. Thank you to everyone who did not support the victim. Advocates and Asel Nagoy Bivas's family demanded that her ex-husband receive a life sentence. In the end, Azamat kept sending threats to Asel via text, saying that he would still go out and find her even after being imprisoned. Lawmakers have finally reached a resolution in the Asel Nogaibova case, which concerns a woman's helplessness before the nation's laws and how a once loved and caring individual may suddenly transform into a heartless monster. Kyrgyzstan's public was deeply affected by this case. Diana Yelkin, Asel's sister, urged lawmakers to enact legislation against domestic abuse. She threatened to force the MPs to consider the value of one poor choice by showing them a child's face without bandages if they failed to enact legislation against domestic abuse. Asel's sister filed a petition to sentence her sister's ex-husband to life in prison without the possibility of parole. She remembered how her sister had divorced her husband 5 years prior due to his abuse and poor behavior, but he continued to harass, beat, and abuse her even after the divorce. Azamat Estebasov poses a threat to civilization. His kind shouldn't be allowed to live freely. They are maniacal and compulsive individuals. People like him ought to be imprisoned. We demand that this monster be given a life sentence. Morally, he has already killed a seal. In front of her little children, he disfigured her face. He and all like him ought to get life sentences without the possibility of release. In the petition, she makes an appeal. Regardless of the nation, Family violence frequently takes on horrific forms. All women worldwide should be united on the issue of domestic violence, and we must remember that a person's religion is not a sign of their suitability. Asel has a new life now. She suffers greatly from her new identity, and although Asel's wounds are slowly getting better, it will take a while for her to fully recover her breathing and hearing abilities. All described in her interview how she first saw her face following the tragedy. It was a day off. There were no mirrors in my room because I was not allowed to look at myself. I proceeded to the first level to dress because neither my doctors nor the on-call doctor were present. There was a metal operating lamp and my bandages were off. The on-call physician hadn't put it away. In the reflection, I recognized myself. My fear is of me. I am unable to look in the mirror. My ears were already visible due to the shock. I passed out. Aseel saw her face in its entirety 2 weeks later. Her brother gave her a home address. All of the mirrors were taken out beforehand with the exception of the bathroom mirror, which was impossible to remove. Aseel got up and chose to take a short peek at herself after her brother left, for 3 seconds. She fainted upon seeing her reflection. Her frenzy was intense. Although Aseel stated that no one should ever witness such ugliness, she still has work to do to restore her face. She will undergo a number of procedures to rebuild her face and repair the structure of her nose and ears prior to the plastic surgery. These operations necessitate extensive planning, skin augmentation, and a year or more of recuperation. Aseel has also lost 20% of her hearing, which will undoubtedly be fixed as well. The fact that these procedures are not carried out in Kyrgyzstan presents a challenge. Large sums of money are needed to carry out such intricate activities in Turkey or other nations. Turkish plastic surgeon Mikhail Surar volunteered to do the procedure for free, meaning he would pay for it entirely. Doctors in Kyrgyzstan initially told him that Aseel only had the tip of her nose, but Sauer was astonished to see the woman's face unbandaged. As it happened, plastic surgery was insufficient to solve the problem. In this instance, a number of procedures were required to repair the organs. Aseel Noguaibeva's ex-husband disfigured her ears and nose, and the procedure to restore them will cost at least $45,000, 0 cents. All intricate activities will be conducted in Turkey, according to Asel's sister Diana Yelkin, who is actively involved in spreading information and collecting money for the operation. Regretfully, we still haven't raised half of the $45,000, 0 cents that is required. Accommodations, psychologists, rehabilitation, interpreters, medications, and other costs are also included. I have more photos of her without bandages, Diana Yelkin stated. They're terrifying. The faint of heart should not attempt these. Because yesterday I have been unable to regain consciousness, and because her nose and ears are gone, I am unable to accept this fate. I am grateful to the physicians. They exerted every effort. The most important thing is that gangrene and sepsis did not go, Diana Yelkin, the victim's sister, stated. She says she will publish her sister's face sans bandages if they are unable to obtain the required funds soon. Show the real face of lawlessness and the real face of a victim of violence to the entire world. Allow each judge, police officer, and deputy to view the mutilated Asel's face by hanging a picture of her. Before enacting the required laws and judgments, take a picture. All of this would not have occurred a year ago if the judge had not placed this monster on probation. The seal and the family hoped that the statute would allow for independent judges. We are now posing a challenge to the Kyrgyz courts and to everyone else. Diana frequently planned activities to raise awareness to the issue of domestic violence against women in Kyrgyzstan. Fundraising has been done thus far to assist in regaining Asel Noguaibeva's health. Despite the horrific experience she had, Asel's support is a testament to bravery and tenacity in the face of abuse. After 12 years of abuse, Asel, who has not yet fully recovered physically and mentally, aspires to start a foundation to support other battered women. You can't stop helping others to wrap up the story after experiencing abuse. The essence of her ex-husband is the true ugliness that no one should see, not even the face of Asel. It is evident that Asel is a very feminine, delicate, and attractive woman, despite the weariness and pain in her eyes. She is a lovely woman because of the beauty of her soul and heart, regardless of how her face seems right now. All women should heed my advice. Never put up with or expect your chosen one to change, flee, and never return. There are tyrants in every country. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On October 26, 1998, on a dismal day, a terrifying find was discovered near the Columbia River. When a body was found floating close to Lower River Road in Vancouver, the neighborhood was rocked. In an attempt to identify the sad person who had met their premature end, authorities rushed to the scene. The strong stench of decomposition hit them as they got closer to the body, indicating that the man had been in the water for a long period. Since there were no clear hints as to the identity of the man, they took his body out of the water with caution and took him away from the scene to start the difficult process of autopsy and identification. They had no idea that this was the beginning of a mystery that would trouble them for years to come. A disturbing reality surfaced as the medical examiner's office started the autopsy on the unnamed man's body. According to the autopsy, he was shot in the head and died as a result. However, after examining the material, detectives found more questions than answers. Did the man commit suicide? Had the trigger been pulled by someone else? There was still doubt surrounding the reality. That wasn't all, though. Authorities were left to cobble together a timeline of events leading up to the man's unfortunate death, because it was thought that he had been in the water for anywhere between 6 months and a year. The man's age of death was likewise estimated by the medical examiner's office to be roughly 53 years old. Notwithstanding the passage of time, the case's enigma was only heightened by these discoveries. How had this man ended up in such a gory way, and who was he? In their attempt to learn the truth about the man's terrible demise, the detectives encountered a formidable obstacle. They were aware that figuring out who he was the first step, but it was not always easy. Because the individual had been discovered without any kind of identification, officials had nowhere to start. In an attempt to locate a lead, the investigators looked through the local missing persons records, but they were unable to identify the possible owner of the remains. They expanded their search for answers, alerting authorities across the Northwest in the hopes that someone might be able to identify the unidentified body. But their quest was unsuccessful despite their ceaseless attempts. Fingerprints were another element that might have assisted investigators in identifying the man. The advanced degree of the body's decomposition, however, put an end to this dream. The investigation felt like it was hitting a brick wall as the days stretched into weeks. The investigators were no closer to unraveling the enigma of the man's identity or his premature death, and frustration started to set in. He continued to be an unidentified John Doe, a somber reminder of the case's numerous unsolved mysteries. The case eventually faded into obscurity despite their best efforts, becoming just another mystery in a world full with them. The truth was still tantalizingly out of grasp, despite the detectives' best efforts. When it comes to investigating cold cases, time can occasionally be a double-edged sword. Even though it might seem like there is less chance for a case every year, new technology and developments in forensic science can give a case that was previously deemed to be unsolvable fresh life. Armed with the newest forensic instruments and methods, the case's investigators made the decision to examine the material again in 2008, in the hopes that the advances in DNA profiling would provide them with the answers they so urgently needed. They contacted the University of North Texas Center for Human Identification. Using samples from the autopsy, the University of North Texas Center for Human Identification was able to create a DNA profile of the unnamed male. Investigators were reassured by the DNA profile and quickly submitted it to the National DNA Database in the hopes of finding a match. But they looked everywhere, but they couldn't find a match. In addition to providing them with a fresh lead to pursue, the DNA profile served as a reminder of how challenging it may be to solve a case in the absence of clear-cut evidence. Nevertheless, the investigators remained optimistic. They were aware that the likelihood of finally solving the riddle of the man discovered in the river increased with every advancement in the field of forensic research. Investigators were desperate to find the truth, after the mysterious man case remained unsolved for years. In 2021, they made the decision to try something different and sent a sample of DNA from the bones to Bode Technology, a forensic DNA laboratory in Virginia that is well known for its ability to recover DNA from difficult material. The challenge was warmly accepted by the Bode technology scientists. They were aware that they could discover the identity of this enigmatic John Doe by examining the DNA sample. DNA from the remains was utilized by a forensic genealogist to determine the individual's lineage. The forensic genealogist found an ancestry connection to a California family through careful investigation and comparison. The genealogist identified one individual in particular, the son of Ruth Marie Henson and Chelsea Johnson Jr., as the promising lead. It's interesting to note that since 1998, this person, Michael Johnson, has not engaged in any traceable activity. The detectives were aware that they had hit gold and were now one step closer to figuring out who the enigmatic John Doe was. Thus, Nikki Costa, the medical examiner's office operations manager, achieved a breakthrough in the case of the unnamed man in October 2022 as the fall foliage began to fall. Russell Johnson and Kathy Bergen, Chelsea and Ruth Johnson's two children, were located by Nikki and provided some shocking facts. It seems that their brother Michael had severed all ties with the family and vanished almost 20 years ago. Could this be the piece of information that investigators had been looking for years? Nikki was determined to solve the mystery surrounding the unnamed man. She worked frantically to prove that Michael was the owner of the DNA sample. Determined to uncover the missing piece of the puzzle, Nikki contacted many authorities to corroborate her concerns. The Washoe County Sheriff's Office obtained a DNA sample from Johnson's sister, Kathy, and the California Department of Justice Missing Persons DNA program analyzed family reference samples. In the meantime, California's Missing Persons program, created in 2008 by the University of North Texas Center for Human Identification, which it compared to all the evidence collected. Dr. Martha Burt, the chief medical examiner for Clark County, ultimately determined that the unnamed man was in fact Michael. The man now had a name and a chance at justice because, to Nikki's perseverance and the combined efforts of several authorities, investigators have yet to learn anything about Michael's actions before, to the body's discovery. Thus, the enigmatic circumstances surrounding his death continue to baffle them. Nevertheless, learning who he was a significant development in the investigation, providing detectives with a foundation from which to work. Authorities are now requesting assistance from the public in the hopes that someone may come forward with knowledge that could clarify Michael's fate. Authorities want to solve this puzzle case because even a small piece of information could make a big difference. Over June 19, 1970, two young guys chose to take a leisurely walk over Independence Pass in Twin Lakes, Colorado, on a lovely summer day. The day was ideal for hiking because of the clear, brilliant sun and cool air, but when they discovered something horrifying, their journey took an unexpected turn. They saw a man's decomposing body in a ditch on the north side of the road as they were strolling along it. Rocks that had fallen from the hill above partially hid it. It wasn't the worst part, though. The two men approached and saw that the body's left arm and rib cage were completely gone. Their hearts pounded in terror and bewilderment at the gory scene. The scent of rotting was overpowering, and the body was wearing gray pants and a ragged sweatshirt. This dude was who? Where had he gone? As they stood there, astonished by what they had just learned, questions gnawed at their thoughts. The two men did not waste any time in calling the police, who came to the scene with a sense of urgency. They thought the man was in his early 20s as they got closer to the decomposing remains. In order to unravel the mystery, the officers meticulously inspected the area, noting every detail. The officers saw that the man had 3 pairs of socks and hiking shoes on, in addition to the missing left arm and rib cage. Even a sock that had been pulled over his left shoe was discovered. However, they discovered other strange items as well. Although they discovered a razor and $7.00 in the man's pockets, those items didn't reveal anything about who the man was or how he died. The officers were left wondering who the man was and what had happened to him because they could not find his wallet or identification. In an attempt to locate any clues, officers also conducted a thorough search of the area surrounding the body, but to no effect. The remains of the man were promptly retrieved from the area and examined. However, investigators were unable to identify him despite their best attempts. They looked through dental records, spoke with locals, and combed through missing person reports, but nothing seemed to fit. The man was a total mystery, and the more they studied him, the more they discovered. Officers were baffled by the body's state. The man appeared to have spent a considerable amount of time outside, perhaps the entire winter, yet his attire didn't seem suitable for such severe weather. What might have happened to the missing body parts was another question that the officers couldn't avoid. Had wild animals devoured them, or had they been removed after death? Even if it was a horrifying possibility, they had to consider it. Before a startling finding was made on July 15, 1970, more than 3 weeks after the body was discovered, the officers could only make educated guesses. The missing leg was located beneath the road where the body was uncovered by a state traffic maintenance worker. The hand and wrist still had flesh on them, but the arm and shoulder were reduced to bone. The mystery was only made more complex by the discovery. Why had the limb been cut off from the body, and how had it gotten there? Because of the confusing state in which the body part was discovered, the officers surmised that it might have been taken out by a snowplow after the victim passed away, but they lacked hard proof. The enigmatic individual discovered at Independence Pass faded into obscurity over the years. Due to his lack of identification, he was only known as Independence Pass John Doe and had no name. Buried beneath a plain monument that stated, "Unidentified Male," in Leadville's Evergreen Cemetery, he was reduced to the position of an unidentified soul. The case was unsolved, and it appeared that the identity of Independence Pass John Doe would always be a mystery as time passed. While clearing an overgrown area of Evergreen Cemetery in 2011, a man named John Pearson, who had spent years cleaning it up, discovered the burial of the Independence Pass John Doe. Being a Vietnam veteran himself, Pearson was naturally interested in the man's identity. He pondered whether Independence Pass John Doe was also a Vietnam War veteran. Because he was curious, Pearson contacted the Colorado Bureau of Investigation's Audrey Simpkins, a crime and intelligence analyst, who in turn contacted Sylvia Petham, a specialist in identifying John and Jane Does. Eager to learn the truth about the enigmatic cemetery, they traveled to the little hamlet together in August 2011. However, in spite of their efforts, the case once more stalled, and for a short time more, Independence Pass John Doe's name remained unknown. Following 2 years of inaction, the Independence Pass John Doe case began to gather steam in 2013. When Audrey and Sylvia got back to Leadville, they looked for the case files, but they weren't there. They worked with Shannon Kent, the coroner at the time, to ensure that the case information was added to the database of the National Missing and Unidentified Persons System. Determined, Sylvia then requested that the Lake County Sheriff exhume the John Doe's bones so that DNA could be taken. The Colorado Bureau of Investigation assisted in obtaining a fingerprint from the exhumed body. When DNA was taken from John Doe's skull and femur at the University of Northern Texas, there was hope that the unidentified man might eventually be identified. However, John Doe's body was kept in a casket at the office of former Lake County Coroner Shannon, rather than being buried in his grave at Evergreen Cemetery. The man was eventually laid to rest in the calm of 2022 after 8 difficult years. A team of police submitted DNA taken from the unnamed John Doe for forensic genetic genealogy testing, marking a breakthrough in the decades-long case. A promising lead came from the test, although the specifics of this lead are still unknown. It was sufficient to completely unravel the case. Gardner Paul Smith was John Doe's name at last after all these years. Gardner was more than simply a nameless body in a tomb for Smith, who would have only been 39 years old when his bones were found. He had a life, a family, and a tale. Gardner, the eldest son of Paul and Bernita Smith, was born on September 22, 1930 in Modesto, California, and was raised in a family that loved skiing. Gardner and his younger brother Armand naturally took up skiing as both of their parents were avid skiers. Skiing was more than just a pastime for Gardner. It was a lifestyle. In addition to studying at the University of Nevada in Reno, he was a member of the collegiate ski team. Gardner's commitment to the game was laudable, and he was constantly trying to get better. In order to improve his balance, he was known to try out a variety of methods, including huge slalom courses on cross-country skis. Gardner, however, was not merely a sportsman. He was a humanist and a thoughtful thinker who was constantly trying to figure out what life was really all about. He aspired to discover the mysteries of human consciousness because he was captivated by psychic phenomena and mental powers in his later years. He investigated this field of research for several hours. Gardner enlisted in the Army as a young man in June 1951. He served 2 years on active service before moving to the reserves, where he remained for an additional 4 years. He was released in June 1957 after doing his duties with honor. Gardner's journey ultimately brought him to Argentina, where he met Jennifer Dawn Andrews, the love of his life, in 1961. Following their marriage, Gardner returned to California with his new bride. Soon after, on June 18, 1962, they welcomed their first child into the world, a daughter called Jean. Gardner did, however, eventually leave his wife and little daughter. In 1968, Jennifer finally got a divorce from Gardner and married Ernest M. Dillard. Sadly, Jennifer was left a widow after Ernest's death in 1974. Gardner, on the other hand, seemed unable to settle down after his divorce and vacillated between Aspen and California. Longtime friend and ski racer Dick Dorworth remembers clearly the last time he saw Gardner, which was in 1968. Living life on the road, Gardner was attempting to market a novel ski pole grip that he had created. He had previously developed double-lens goggles, but he had not succeeded in commercializing them, therefore this was not his first innovation. Gardner disappeared into the unknown after spending a week sleeping on his friend's couch, and Dorworth never saw him again. Gardner actually sent his mother a postcard on November 12, 1969, which was the last time anyone heard from him. His mother was optimistic at the moment, but she had no idea that it would be the last time she would ever hear from her son. It said simply, "I am doing all right. Don't worry. Love, Gardner." Jean, Gardner's daughter, had many unresolved issues regarding her father, who vanished when she was a newborn. She wondered where he had disappeared to and why he never returned for her for years. She had to put together her father's life on her own, because her mother and other family members were silent about his disappearance. When her father's genuine identity was revealed decades later, she finally received some answers. As a 60-year-old lady with a family of her own, Jean is committed to honoring her father. She intends to have a monument constructed in his honor and organize a modest military funeral. Jean hasn't decided where he will be buried yet, but she knows that she will always have a particular place in her heart for the father she never had the opportunity to meet. The cause of Gardner Smith's death is still unknown. Although there is no documentation of an autopsy being conducted on him, the Colorado Bureau of Investigation states that there was no indication of foul play, and theories on his cause of death are still being discussed. His body may have been dumped in Independence Pass after he was the victim of a crime, according to certain theories. According to others, he might have walked up there with the intention of hiking back down, but he got caught in a severe storm, lost his bearings, and died of the cold. There were still a lot of unsolved questions, though, as the actual cause of Gardner Smith's death was still unknown. On a cold November 28, 1992 day, a group of visitors near the Walker Wildlife Area off River Road in Colorado noticed something strange. They were filled with terror as they got closer to the location. A man's decomposing body was lying there without its cranium, but the man was speaking even as he died. He was dressed in a tan tobacco pullover shirt with an enigmatic emblem on the left side of the chest, and green shorts with striking black patterns. At the biceps, the sleeves were severed. Authorities rushed to the area with sirens screaming as they arrived after the public reported it in. They immediately set to work searching the surroundings for any hints that may lead them to the man's identity. They looked everywhere and turned over every stone, but sadly nothing was found. The officials were left scratching their heads in confusion, as not even the man's clothing gave away who he was. They had no choice but to remove the body for identification and autopsy, in the hopes of at least learning something. When the autopsy was completed, the medical examiner was shocked by what they found. There was no question that it was a homicide because the man had been fatally stabbed. The town was rocked by the discovery, and panic broke out. Why and by whom would someone do this? The investigators were committed to solving the horrific murder, even though they realized they had a difficult task ahead of them. They had no idea that the journey ahead would be convoluted and lead them down a sinister path of intrigue and mystery. Detectives started the investigation with a clear goal in mind, looking for any clue that would help them solve the mystery. However, it became evident that this would not be a typical instance, as the days stretched into weeks and the weeks into months. Every lead they followed ended in a dead end on the chilly trail. They were troubled day and night by the mystery of the man's missing head. Where might it have gone? Was it buried out of sight or was it taken as a trophy? Time was a powerful enemy that the investigators had to contend with if they were to solve the case. The case grew increasingly chilly as the months stretched into years. It appeared as though justice would never be done, and the memories of the man in the green shorts started to fade. But investigators never lost optimism that they would eventually find the truth. As the years went by, new technologies that claimed to simplify their work surfaced. The National Missing and Unidentified Persons System was used to help with the inquiry when the case was reopened in 2011. However, the investigators were once again at a standstill in spite of their best efforts. They had nothing but more questions when every lead they followed appeared to fade. Everyone concerned struggled with the idea that they would never find out who the man really was, and it was a frustrating period. However, the detectives persisted. Despite the passing of the years, they stayed attentive and never allowed the case entirely go from their thoughts, since they understood that there was always a potential that fresh information would surface. The Mesa County Sheriff's Office was committed to doing everything in their power to deliver justice to the guy in green shorts in 2022. They made the decision to seek assistance from cutting-edge technology since they were aware that conventional investigative techniques had previously failed them. In the hopes that cutting-edge genetic testing might enable them to eventually determine the man's identity or locate a close relative who could offer crucial information, they contacted Othram, a forensic DNA analysis business. Detectives were prepared to do whatever it took to solve the case, even though it seemed unlikely. To solve intractable crimes, the detectives went to DNA Solves, a platform that combines volunteer data, crowdsourcing, and state-of-the-art genetics. However, advanced DNA testing is not inexpensive, and they realized they would need to find funds to proceed. The public's generosity and the detectives' unwavering efforts helped generate the money so that the testing could start. Detectives had been baffled by the skeletal remains of the guy in green shorts for almost 30 years, but the incredible advances in forensic technology allowed them to finally start piecing together some of the pieces. After being meticulously packed, the remains were delivered to Othram's cutting-edge laboratory in the Woodlands, Texas. Fourth, order to create a thorough genetic profile for the unidentified individual, a group of talented forensic specialists there put forth endless effort to harvest DNA from the bones. They were able to piece together a whole DNA sequence using a state-of-the-art method known as forensic-grade genome sequencing, providing a previously unattainable picture of the man's genetic composition. However, possessing a DNA profile was only the first step. In order to identify the man, the Othram team realized they needed to use this information to develop investigation leads, and they did just that. They used the power of forensic genetic genealogy to track down the man's distant ancestors and compile an extensive family tree with the assistance of their in-house genealogy team. After receiving this information, the Mesa County Sheriff's Office was able to determine that the unidentified man may have had a sibling. The Othram team was able to verify that the unidentified man was Etus Thomas E.T. Romero by using a DNA sample from this sibling. Although Etus's identify was a major accomplishment for the Mesa County Sheriff's Office, detectives understood they needed to look further to find the truth, because the mystery surrounding his murder remained unexplained. Although Etus had made significant progress since his early years, nothing was known about his childhood. Nevertheless, investigators were able to construct a portrait of the man he had developed into. When investigators dug into his past, they found a man who had dedicated his life to sacrifice and service. One instance of the boldness and courage that characterized him was his military service. They learned that Etus's premature death occurred while he was only 26 years old. Together with two other Louisianans, he had traveled to Grand Junction, Colorado. In 1991, he worked as a dishwasher in a nearby restaurant and lived in a now demolished home on 4th Street. Although the specifics of his death are still unclear, it is thought that he was murdered in the summer of 1992. Detectives are still working to piece together Etus's narrative, and they are requesting that anyone with information that could help them understand why he died so suddenly come forward. Do not hesitate to get in touch with the authorities. We could get closer to the truth with every bit of knowledge. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Taylor Wright, 33, a recently divorced private investigator, was having a good time with her lover, Cassandra Waller, on September 8, 2017. Despite the tense divorce processes Taylor was going through with her ex-husband, the two had recently moved in together and everything was going smoothly. Taylor went out of the house that day to hang out with a friend. However, this choice altered not just her life, but also the lives of those in her immediate vicinity. We shall thus examine the events that took place in Pensacola, Florida, today. April 23, 1984, was Taylor's birthday. She first met Jeff Wright at the age of 19. Despite their relationship's ups and downs, they remained in love. They made the decision to be married 3 years after they first met. Taylor accepted a position as a police officer in Jacksonville, North Carolina. Taylor and Jeff had a kid in 2011. They encountered certain difficulties, just like many other newlywed couples. Their relationship gradually deteriorated, and in 2015 they began the difficult procedure of getting a divorce. Jeff thought Taylor was unfaithful to him. Jeff's suspicions were confirmed when Taylor soon relocated to Pensacola and moved in with Cassandra Waller. Because Taylor and Jeff couldn't agree on who their son would live with, their divorce was a challenging procedure. In this process, the financial element was equally significant. By this point, Taylor had left the police force and started working as a private investigator. She had followed Jeff when he was picking up their son and had attacked him multiple times. Taylor's actions damaged her reputation after she was detained multiple times. Taylor became enraged when Jeff was granted full custody of their kid in 2016. Taylor had no intention of giving up, filing a new case, but the ex-spouses were unable to reach a consensus. They had significant financial disagreements. In September 2017, Taylor chose not to disclose any financial information to Jeff and, in violation of court orders, took $100,000, 0 cents, out of their joint account without his knowledge. Taylor chose to empty the account in order to conceal the funds, which were meant to be used for child support. For short-term security, she divided it among her acquaintances. Ashley MacArthur, a former crime scene technician she had known for more than a year, was one of those buddies. They had become good friends during this period, and Taylor gave her $34, 0 cents. Taylor had a lot of issues, and they quickly got worse when she needed the money she had given Ashley to keep safe. Despite Taylor's repeated requests, her pal constantly came up with a new excuse to keep the money. She had no time to take it back. The bank was having issues, and so forth. Taylor suspected that the money was gone at one point. Despite her repeated demands, Ashley never gave her pal the whole sum back, creating new justifications each time. Cassandra Waller and Taylor Wright went to a restaurant for dinner on the evening of September 7, 2017. Taylor shared her issues and financial concerns with Cassandra over dinner. She spoke extensively about Ashley and the money she refused to give back. Taylor was certain that Ashley was purposefully hesitating and that something was amiss. Cassandra tried to reassure Taylor that the matter would be handled by providing her with all the assistance and consolation she could. She also had a suspicion that the money was missing at the same time. Taylor informed Cassandra that she would meet Ashley the following day, September 8, and they would go to the bank to retrieve her $34,000, 0 cents. On September 8, Cassandra was heading to work in the morning. Ashley was seated in a car close to the driveway when she was bidding Taylor farewell. In order to ultimately resolve the issues with the bank, Ashley came to meet with Taylor. Cassandra saw Taylor for the final time that morning. Cassandra Waller lost touch with Taylor as the day went on. After she stopped answering her texts, she called Ashley, who informed her that Taylor wanted some alone time because she had been sobbing and upset all day. When Taylor apparently canceled their dinner plans with her girlfriend and texted Cassandra that she needed a few days to collect herself, things became more stranger. Cassandra became concerned since she knew that Taylor, being a private investigator, had the resources and expertise to vanish. "I don't have any clue what's going on. I just know that something's not right. I was scared," Cassandra said. Cassandra assumed Ashley, not Taylor, was the author of the text message she received from Taylor, stating that she needed time to collect her thoughts. Cassandra called Taylor several times in the days that followed, but she disregarded her calls and messages. A few of those messages were read, though. All of Taylor's possessions were still at home, but she had not arrived. To check on Taylor, Cassandra wanted to meet her. The fact that Taylor abruptly vanished, especially without first getting in touch with her little kid, was very concerning to her loved ones. Following that, Cassandra went to the police, who advised her to get in touch with Taylor's ex-husband, Jeff Wright, so she could do her own independent investigation. Jeff informed Cassandra that their son had attempted to contact Taylor as well but had not received a response. He then gave Cassandra a shocking warning, asking her to exercise caution since Taylor might become upset with her for bringing the police into her affairs. Disturbed, Cassandra started phoning local hospitals and kept looking for her companion. Authorities launched an investigation after Cassandra filed a missing persons report after a week had gone by with no trace of Taylor. Because Cassandra lived with Taylor and knew a lot about her, the investigators questioned her. Additionally, they searched their home and discovered cash, a revolver, and Taylor's identity credentials. Cassandra claims that the firearm was never used and was purchased only for self-defense. There was nothing else suspicious discovered. However, why didn't Taylor bring her ID, cash, and possessions with her if she had made up her mind to travel somewhere? Cassandra sat in the questioning room asking herself a lot of questions in her head. It soon became clear to her that the police were searching for information that would enable them to connect her to Taylor's disappearance. She nevertheless persisted in helping the investigation to uncover the truth. Following confirmation of her account, the investigators turned their attention to Taylor's friend Ashley MacArthur and her ex-husband Jeff. Since ex-partners are frequently implicated in these types of situations, the idea that Taylor's disappearance was caused by her ex-husband seemed very plausible. They had money disputes and were still battling for custody of their son. However, as Jeff had been in North Carolina the entire time, the theory that he was responsible for Taylor's disappearance was swiftly disproved. Ashley MacArthur was the last person left on the list of possible suspects. Ashley was the last of Taylor's friends to see her before she disappeared, so they made contact with her. Ashley appeared to be acting strangely when she was questioned at the police station. She appeared unconcerned by her friend's absence and was flirty and cheerful. She claimed that Taylor had taken $34,000, 0 cents, out of the joint account she and her ex-husband had shared a few weeks prior and gave it to her to keep safe while the divorce was being processed. Additionally, she asserted that Taylor took the money, placed it in a travel bag, and departed the day they met. Ashley said she didn't believe her friend could have suffered any harm. Ashley told the police in her initial interview that she had picked Taylor up early on September 8 and that they had spent the day driving about before heading to MacArthur's family home to ride horses. After that, Ashley said, they returned to her house where Taylor had taken an Uber to a pub. In the police interview, Ashley can be heard saying, "I don't believe Taylor's been harmed. I think Taylor is doing what Taylor does, but I don't know. You know, she's always come across as being tough. She's always carrying weapons, whether it's knives or guns or whatever. She's not an easy target." Ashley claimed that after Taylor got into the Uber and drove off, she had not seen or spoken to him. Ashley apparently made numerous attempts to reach her on the phone at that period. The investigators discovered multiple texts pertaining to money after going through Ashley and Taylor's correspondence. The email made it clear that Ashley was often coming up with fresh excuses for not giving the money back. Upon reviewing Ashley's comments, the detectives were unable to verify that Taylor had made an Uber call. Considering all of this, the police started to suspect Ashley of concealing something, but they lacked sufficient evidence to bring any charges against her. Ashley was released since the detectives had just suspicions thus far. Almost daily, she called the police to check on the progress of the inquiry. She had previously stated that she believed Taylor was okay, so it seemed odd. Recalling the fresh information from that day, Ashley attempted to assist the detectives. She mentioned a number of dubious individuals she had previously seen Taylor with. Ashley made every effort to demonstrate her interest, but the investigators continued to look into her potential connection to her friend's disappearance. Taylor was expected to get her $34,000 0 cents back from Ashley. The investigators did not rule out the idea that Ashley may have disposed of her buddy in order to avoid returning the money, because they were aware that some criminals operate for far less money. She might have spent it already. She was therefore stalling in every manner she could. Maybe she made the decision to eliminate the source of her issues when she recognized that Taylor wouldn't leave her alone. Ashley's actions supported this hypothesis. Ashley was on the suspect list for another significant reason. Previously, MacArthur worked as a crime scene technician. Her knowledge would enable her to meticulously conceal the evidence of the crime. Ashley could perhaps have had ties to the police officers because her husband, Zachary, was a former deputy sheriff. The date of Taylor's disappearance was September 14, 2017. Ashley MacArthur was questioned a second time in October. Significant behavioral alterations were seen by the scientists. She was really apprehensive now, but she used to be gregarious and even seductive. She understood that the police had some evidence against her if she was being questioned again, and she was correct. Even though Taylor didn't show up for weeks, the case didn't move forward until the detectives were given access to Taylor's phone records. They found inside them that the phone records did not correspond with Ashley's account of where she and Taylor had gone on the day she disappeared. After focusing on Ashley, the police started looking through her and her husband's phone and financial records. They soon discovered that Ashley had made multiple calls from a separate MacArthur's home in a different area of town than the one she had initially claimed to have been in on the day Taylor was last seen alive. Authorities also discovered Ashley had transferred Taylor's $34,000 check to her bank account, despite the fact that Zachary was not in the vicinity on the day Taylor vanished. Suspicions about Ashley persisted. Authorities were successful in obtaining a search warrant for the MacArthur's 3 separate houses. To keep Ashley out of the way, they asked her to come down to the station for an interview on the day they intended to execute the warrants. Ashley was found to have falsified Taylor's signature on the check, but there might have been a darker motive at play. Ashley lied about where she and Taylor were on the day Taylor vanished. According to mobile phone data, a representative for the sheriff's office attested that MacArthur was employed from roughly June to November 2006 as a sheriff's office crime scene technician. The official stated that MacArthur's resignation was voluntary. Ashley was in the interrogation room and was rather anxious as the police searched the MacArthur's properties. Her responses to the questions become increasingly ambiguous. She could not think of anything to justify it. Ashley maintained that Taylor had taken an Uber to purchase illegal substances before returning to the property when police brought up the disparities between her claims and the data gathered during the investigation. The detectives were intrigued by the fact that she had never discussed it previously. They were interested in learning why this crucial information had been kept secret. In response, Ashley said she didn't want to damage Taylor's standing. Taylor's work as a private investigator might have suffered if everyone knew that she occasionally used illegal substances. However, if Ashley's companion was expected to return but never did, why didn't she notify the police immediately? She might have been in danger after all. Ashley made an effort to express her worry, but she made no effort to locate her companion. She was summoned in for questioning, but why didn't she pay attention to what was going on? The detectives were certain Ashley was lying to them, and all these questions were still unsolved. The woman wanted a lawyer and refused to answer any further questions after realizing the police knew she was lying. Despite Ashley's denials, a search team searched the farm, where phone records indicated Ashley and Taylor had been together on the day of Taylor's disappearance. Investigators were compelled to free Ashley after they first came up empty-handed. It was October 19, 2017, early in the morning. The policeman who kept searching the farm with police dogs later that day discovered something unsettling. It was a tiny pit that had just been excavated and sloppily concreted using a construction instrument. When the police began excavating there, they discovered a human skull with a bullet hole in it. The bodies were in a shallow grave that had been concreted over after being covered with dirt and construction debris. Clearly, someone was making every effort to conceal the body. When the investigators started to remove the body, they discovered a necklace that Taylor had been wearing in a picture. The identification of Taylor Wright's remains was verified by the examination. Ashley MacArthur, 40, was taken into custody that same evening on October 19, 2017. She had been accused of killing Taylor Wright. In August 2019, the trial got underway. Ashley MacArthur's defense lawyer informed the jury during the opening statement that there was no evidence connecting his client to the crime. However, the prosecutor contended that security footage and mobile phone data will be used in the trial to connect Ashley Britt MacArthur to Taylor Wright's death in 2017. John Barrowset, Ashley MacArthur's defense lawyer, said in his opening statement that there was no tangible evidence in the case. Barroset informed jurors that there would be no eyewitness or scientific testimony to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that his client was involved in Taylor's death. In addition, he questioned Taylor Wright's mental health, citing reports that she had used illegal drugs at the time of her abduction. Assistant State Attorney Bridget Jensen, the prosecutor, contended that Ashley had a definite reason for killing Taylor: money. Jensen claimed that Taylor often texted Ashley to ask for access to the money when she needed it for court procedures and to pay child support, but Ashley kept coming up with reasons not to return the money to Taylor. Ashley and Taylor decided to have a face-to-face meeting to talk about the money on September 8, 2017. That following day, Ashley disappeared. Another of Ashley's secrets that came to light during the trial was mentioned by Jensen. Taylor had spent about all of the money, so Ashley was unable to give it back to her. It was revealed that married woman Ashley MacArthur had a covert liaison with Brandon Beatty. It came to light that Ashley had purchased a boat for her covert lover using Taylor's money. Brandon acknowledged in court that Ashley frequently bought him pricey presents, but he was unaware of her financial source. The prosecutor informed the jury that, based on cell tower records, Ashley MacArthur was far from the farm on the day Taylor vanished, despite Ashley's testimony to detectives that she and Taylor were riding horses at the farm on that day. "I was there," she said, on a plot of property owned by the MacArthur family. Taylor Wright's body was discovered in a shallow grave in October 2017. Concrete and potting soil were spread over the grave. Assistant State Attorney Bridget Jensen, the prosecutor, said jurors that security footage of MacArthur buying concrete and potting soil at a nearby Home Depot in the days following Taylor Wright's abduction will also be shown. According to Detective Richard Gigliotti's testimony, the only remnant of Wright's body that the investigators discovered was a skeleton hidden beneath potting mix and concrete. According to Gigliotti, a projectile was discovered embedded in the back of the skull, but it was hard to identify it as belonging to a particular gun due to its condition. Ashley's lawyer defended her by saying she couldn't have moved Taylor's body because of back issues. The defense attempted to challenge the prosecutor's version, arguing that Taylor was physically more prepared. The lawyer's strategy was predicated on the police's lack of concrete proof of Ashley's guilt. There were no witnesses, no crime weapon, and no DNA evidence. The lawyer contended that none of the firearms the prosecution had produced as evidence could be reliably linked to the kind of bullet that killed Taylor Wright. Ashley's defense lawyer attempted to portray Jeff, Taylor's ex-husband, as someone who had a reason to kill Taylor, despite the fact that he was screened early in the inquiry and removed from the list of possibilities due to a credible alibi. These efforts were unsuccessful. Ashley was found to have boasted about her plot to kill Taylor during the trial. Audrey Warren, a local bartender and Ashley's acquaintance, said in court that she had informed Taylor of her intentions to overdose her on a potent, illegal narcotic. She declared that she would add the drug to Taylor's drink. Audrey stated, "She said this world would be better if Taylor wasn't here, and she wasn't a good person. Once that she was too small to hurt anybody, so she'd just shoot them." Ashley MacArthur was charged with more than only the death of Taylor Wright. Jurors heard testimony during a week-long trial that MacArthur stole thousands of dollars from customers, including the Azalea Cocktail Lounge and Seville Quarter, when she worked at her family's company, Pensacola Automatic Amusement, from 2015 to 2017. For 40 years, Pensacola Automatic Amusement maintained jukeboxes and other amusement devices for a variety of customers in the Pensacola region. Witnesses at the trial stated that Pensacola Automatic Amusement usually operated under a contract, in which the business divided the profits from the rented machines 50/50 with customers. By allegedly keeping half of the cash proceeds, payments made using credit cards, debit cards, or smartphone apps. For herself, MacArthur allegedly broke the terms of the arrangement. According to charge filings, prosecutors said that MacArthur pocketed over $300.00 that belonged to Seville and roughly $13.00 in revenues that should have gone to the Azalea between July 2015 and June 2017. On the day that MacArthur was supposed to meet with the Azalea's management over the missing revenue, a fire broke out at Pensacola Automatic Amusement, according to evidence presented to the jury. According to a state fire marshal's office investigator who testified before the jury, there were two distinct fires, one in a second-floor open area and one in a downstairs hallway. Traces of diesel fuel or kerosene were discovered by an analyst who examined samples taken from the fire scene. Witnesses claim that MacArthur visited the location to investigate after the company's security alarm went off twice in the late evening and early morning hours before to the fire. In her testimony to investigators, she claimed that although the structure appeared to be in good condition both times, she called the fire department at around 9 in the morning after noticing fog surrounding the building. She allegedly informed investigators that irate former workers might have started the fire. "This is a very dangerous individual," said Larry Johnson, the proprietor of the Azalea Cocktail Lounge and a former member of the Pensacola City Council, who called MacArthur a world-class con artist. "I believe there are other people who have been harmed and haven't come forward. She's a world-class con artist. She conned me, and I believe she deserves a significant prison sentence." Judge Jan Shackelford heard the arguments and gave MacArthur a sentence of 84 months in state prison and 3 years of probation. Let's return to the case of Taylor Wright now. After more than 2 hours of deliberation, the jury returned a guilty judgment. A jury found Ashley guilty following a 4-day trial, and the judge sentenced her to life in prison with a mandatory 25-year sentence. Due to the jurors accidentally seeing a picture of MacArthur brandishing a shotgun, MacArthur filed an appeal and requested a fresh trial. Additionally, she contended that the trial court had mistakenly allowed the victim's text messages, some mobile phone records, and statements she made to police officers. She was unable to appeal the decision. MacArthur is still serving her life sentence with a minimum of 25 years in jail at Lowell Annex Correctional Institution in Ocala as of 2024. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On February 26, 1984, a neighbor living below Susan Agin's apartment at 3412 Ocean Harbor Drive in New York called the Nassau County Police Department with a worrisome report. When the authorities arrived on the site, they discovered something very terrible. Between the bedroom and the hall, they discovered the lifeless body of Susan Agin, a mother of 3 who was 41 years old. In an even more horrifying discovery, the police also found Susan's 17-year-old son Richard's lifeless body in the master bedroom. Richard may have been the one who committed these horrible crimes. What could have motivated someone to carry out this unimaginable tragedy? Today we're exploring the horrific and puzzling double killing of Susan Agin and her son Richard Agin, which rocked the country in 1984. Let's get started without further delay. With its magnificent waterfront residences and expensive properties, Ocean Harbor Drive is a charming coastal highway that is tucked away along New York's shoreline and radiates elegance and peace. The wealthy and those looking for a tranquil coastal lifestyle are drawn to this highly sought private area. But occasionally, the charm of New York's Ocean Harbor Drive can mask the dark sides that lie beneath its splendor. The tragic and eerie story of Susan Agin and her son Richard serves as a sobering warning that evil may lurk even in the most bucolic places. Born in 1942, Susan K. Agin experienced a turbulent life. As her marriage to L. Agin broke down, she had the courage to stand up for herself and leave her spouse. Alongside her 3 children, Richard, Karen, and Michael, she started living on her own and starting over. She accepted hope for a better future at 3412 Ocean Harbor Drive in Long Island, Fresh York, where her fresh beginning began. She gradually blended in with the neighborhood and made friends with her neighbors in her tranquil surroundings. Her attempts to make a fresh start appeared promising, and she felt a feeling of community when neighbors would periodically stop by her house. She had no idea that the appearance of a typical life she had laboriously built would soon be cruelly destroyed. On February 26, 1984, 11-year-old Michael Agin was returning home from a local hockey game when the innocence of a normal Sunday was shortly to be transformed into a nightmare. He was confronted with a horrible and terrifying scene instead of the comforting embrace of his mother. His mother, Susan Agin, was lying dead in the hallway. The young youngster would be haunted by the unthinkable scene of her body being brutally battered and strangled for years to come. He hurried to a neighbor's house right away and begged for assistance. The Nassau County Police Department responded to the distress call from Susan's downstairs neighbor, whose identity was withheld. Upon entering the house, they saw Susan's motionless body in the hallway on the second floor, directly in front of the master bedroom. It was immediately apparent to the cops that she had been assaulted, but as the police entered the master bedroom, the most sinister discoveries were still to come. The police discovered Richard, Susan's 17-year-old son, dead when they entered the bedroom. Officers Otto Cole and Myron Ed Carter of the Nassau County Police Department asked for help after making sure the area was secure. Following his arrival at the crime scene, Detective Herb Dobb began a thorough investigation. A white bedsheet that was found near Susan's body and smeared with blood was recovered by the forensic team. They also gathered pieces of hair from the bandana that had been used to choke her. Additionally, bodily fluids were discovered within the house and gathered as proof. The bedroom looked like it had been ransacked, like a scene from a failed heist. A pocketbook's contents were strewn all over the bed, and the doors to the dressers were left open. 2 latent fingerprints were found by the forensic team during the crime scene examination. The first was taken from a banker's seat that was discovered among the strewn-about objects on the bed, and the second was taken from the plastic bag that Richard Eigen had been suffocated in, which was still covering his face. The collected evidence was then forwarded to the lab for additional processing and analysis. Investigators conjectured that Richard had suddenly returned home during his mother's assault. In light of this notion, he was killed after seeing the crime in order to stop him from speaking. Although this notion appeared to be supported by the preliminary evidence, it would be difficult to prove. Forensic analysis did not have the sophisticated and advanced methods that are now available in 1984. Because of this restriction, it was more harder to draw firm conclusions from the material that was gathered. The traditional procedures and technologies that investigators had to use might not have yielded as accurate and comprehensive information as contemporary forensic techniques. Detective Charlie Costello of the Crime Lab's Fingerprint Division was testing latent fingerprints taken from the bag used to strangle Richard and another from the bankruptcy taken from Susan's purse in August 1984 because he thought they might be those of the intruder. Costello used the Automated Fingerprint Identification System, AFIS, to process the prints, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not discover a match in the system. The detectives chose to expand their investigation by getting fingerprints from local residents who had a history or background in burglary because there were no prior criminal records related to the murder. The goal was to find a possible match, or lead, that would assist them reduce the number of suspects by comparing these fingerprints with those recovered from the crime scene. Despite being time-consuming, this approach was meant to broaden their investigation's scope and raise the likelihood of discovering a link to the offender. The investigators tested a large number of fingerprint samples from possible suspects over the course of months, but they were unable to match the fingerprints recovered from the crime scene. They brought in as many samples as they could throughout time, but none of them produced any findings. Unfortunately, they ran out of fresh fingerprints to analyze after over a year of thorough investigation, and the case ultimately ended without any clues or potential suspects. Detective Charlie Costello decided to try his luck again on January 22, 2002, after 18 years, and ran another fingerprint through AFIS in the hopes of making a breakthrough. He was quite relieved to receive a favorable outcome this time. Costello was able to match a fingerprint from a school bus driver application with the fingerprint on the evidence. Louis Talisi was the applicant's name. Investigators discovered that Louis Talisi was 42 years old at the time of the incident and had a history of drug use after finding this match. Detectives were cautious and patient, choosing to obtain more tangible evidence before making an arrest. After Louis Talisi was named as the cold case's lead suspect, in order to identify body fluid stains on the evidence gathered from the murder scene that would otherwise be invisible to the human eye, McCarthy used an ultraviolet beam in February 2002 for DNA analysis. McCarthy collected the fluid successfully and used it to recover a partial DNA profile. With this partial DNA profile in hand, the investigators realized they were one step closer to a conclusive case, a sample of Louis Talisi's DNA to compare with the extracted profile and verify the match was now the only thing lacking. The time has come for them to locate Louis Talisi. Detective Tony Graziano, a talented and well-prepared undercover agent from the Nassau County Police Department, was tasked with obtaining Louis Talisi's DNA on May 10, 2002. Without telling Talisi about the investigation, He had to surreptitiously collect a secret DNA sample from the suspect. 11 a.m. Detectives Graziano and Sergeant Guido began their investigation by walking through Louis Talisi's home on May 10. This walkthrough was intended to help them become acquainted with the house's layout and collect any information that would be helpful when they spoke with Talisi. Detective Graziano took the initiative to build a relationship with Talisi after the walkthrough. In undercover operations, developing rapport is essential, since it helps you win the suspect's trust and confidence during the encounter. In order to establish a relaxed and welcoming environment, Graziano conversed with Talisi on a variety of subjects. The detectives were conscious that they needed to handle the matter tactfully and make sure Talisi didn't know what they were really trying to do. Gaining Talisi's trust sufficiently to get a secret DNA sample without arousing suspicion was their aim. Detective Graziano and Sergeant Guido continued their informal tour of Talisi's house, and Talisi smoked a cigarette while they spoke. They then went out onto the street, where Talisi finally threw away the cigarette butt without thinking anything was wrong. Their carefully crafted scheme was going according to plan. Sergeant Guido recovered the abandoned cigarette butt in a discreet manner after Talisi had left the area. Detectives Guido and Graziano lost no time in heading straight to the crime lab. Saliva and epithelial cells were meticulously separated from the cigarette butt filter in the crime lab. To ensure that any possible impurities were eliminated, the DNA included in the sample was isolated and purified. Now that the cigarette butt's DNA profile was ready, it was time to compare it to the partially extracted DNA profile that had been taken from the crime scene evidence earlier. When the time came, as anticipated, the comparison showed that the two DNA samples were an unquestionable match. The findings unmistakably connected Louis Talisi to the crime scene and the killings of Susan and Richard Eigen, proving that he was the murderer. Louis Talisi was ultimately taken into custody on June 5, 2002, following the development of a strong case and tangible evidence against him. He was taken downtown by law authorities to the Nassau County interviewing room to be questioned. The detective's evidence, which included the vital fluids sample that connected Louis Talisi to the crime scene, was presented to him. Talisi showed his slyness by spotting a possible defense tactic right away. He admitted to knowing Susan and shrewdly asserted that he was physically involved with her. He said that this clarified why his bodily material was found in Susan's house and implied that it had nothing to do with the killings. Talisi added that he was a Brooklyn resident at the time of the killings and had met the Igners through acquaintances who shared a residence with them. Afterwards, Talisi had previously met the Igners multiple times. He was not an invited guest on the day of the murder, the detectives claimed. Although the cold case detectives didn't trust Talisi's statement, they were aware of the possible complications it could cause in court. They knew it was important to handle it carefully. However, they had one more piece of information that was crucial, a trump card that, if used properly, would prevent Talisi from fleeing. 2 hair strands, obtained from the bandana used to strangle Susan Eigen, were turned over to DNA analyst Terry Melton on July 3, 2002. Melton then used the hair samples to create a DNA profile. Comparing this freshly acquired DNA profile with Louis Talisi's pre-existing DNA profile, the Eigen double murder case was turned over to the Nassau County District Attorney's Office following the conclusion of the investigation and the development of a compelling case against Louis Talisi. The team led by the district attorney went over the evidence and got ready for the trial. Trial proceedings started when the case was added to the court's docket. For Susan and Richard Eigen, Assistant DA Robert Biancavilla created a painting depicting death that Talisi fashioned. Louis Talisi refused to admit to the killings in spite of the growing evidence against him. Michael Washore, his defense lawyer, presented a plan to raise a reasonable doubt in the jury's mind. Washore offered an alibi to refute the prosecution's case by claiming that Talisi was trying to have a family get-together on the day of the killings. Washore also raised the idea that other people who knew the Eigners might have committed the crimes in an attempt to disprove Talisi's involvement. Louis Talisi had the chance to make a brief appearance in court during the trial. He acknowledged the great loss experienced by the families of Susan and Richard Eigen and offered his sincerest condolences. He did, however, continue to stand by his claim that he was innocent of the crimes for which he was charged. In his speech before the court, Susan's son, Michael Eigen, described a disturbing memory that had plagued him ever since the killings. He described an instance in which he and his adolescent companion ended up on a boat with Louis Talisi, 4 years after the horrific events. This unexpected meeting happened after Michael disclosed that Talisi's cousin lived next door to him. Michael's testimony indicated that Talisi seemed distressed, smoking and drinking, and spoke extensively about himself and his apparent sorrow in life. Michael proceeded to speak to the jury in the courtroom. Behind him, poster-sized pictures of his brother and mother. He talked about how the defense's representation of his mother during the trial had a profound impact on him. By bringing up other possible suspects and alternate situations, Louis Talisi's defense lawyer had tried to raise a reasonable doubt. They had so presented a skewed and unfavorable image of Susan Eigen. During the sentencing portion of the trial, 3 additional victims' family also spoke to the court in a stirring and poignant courtroom scene. Richard's father and Susan's ex-husband, Al Eigen, turned to Louis Talisi and told him bluntly how devastating his actions had been. He said the killings were the most horrifying crime he had ever seen, tearing a family apart. No term, Al Eigen said, could ever make up for the loss they had suffered. Nevertheless, he pleaded with the judge to give the convicted murderer the harshest punishment possible. He spoke with the sorrow of a parent who wants justice for his son and his beloved ex-wife. Susan's brother Eugene K. also spoke to the judge in tears, finding it difficult to express the profound hurt caused by Talisi's heartless behavior. He cried and inhaled deeply as he pleaded with the judge to take into account the defendant's extreme callousness and cruelty when deciding on the proper punishment. Karen Eigen, Susan and Richard's sister and daughter, was unable to attend the sentencing in person due to an emotionally stressful event. Rather, Wendy Woods, her closest friend, read a moving speech on her behalf. By stating that Karen had essentially lost her childhood on the day of the tragic occurrences, this comment demonstrated the profound impact that the killings had on her life. In her statement, Karen voiced her confusion and incredulity that someone who was capable of such horrible atrocities could continue to claim innocence while on trial. Robert Bianca Villa, the assistant district attorney, made a strong argument against Louis Talisi. He claimed that Talisi intended to rob the Eigeners specifically to fund his cocaine addiction. The prosecution's argument states that Talisi entered the Eigeners' house with the intention of stealing money and valuables. But when he found Susan Eigen inside the house, the break-in took a terrifying turn. During the robbery, Susan was brutally attacked by Talisi, who then killed her. When Richard Eigen unexpectedly entered the house during the break-in, the situation became much more heated. The prosecution argued that Talisi killed Richard as well because he was afraid his crime would be discovered and didn't want to leave any witnesses. Louis Talisi's defense was ineffective due to the prosecutor's strong case during the trial and the substantial evidence acquired by the cold case detectives. He had no way out of the dilemma because the evidence clearly showed that he was involved in the heinous crimes. In the end, Talisi was charged with aggravated assault, burglary, kidnapping, and second-degree murder. The victim's brother and son, Michael Eigen, spoke to the court one more during the sentence hearing on June 2, 2004, making a tearful plea. He talked about how the killings had a significant effect on his life. Michael revealed that among the other items that Talisi took from him were his mother, his sibling, and his house. Judge Joseph Calabrese of Nassau County Court sentenced Louis Talisi to prison in light of the horrible nature of the murders and the terrible losses endured by the Eigen family. For the 1984 killings of Oceanside mother and son Susan and Richard Eigen, the judge imposed 2 consecutive sentences, ranging from 25 years to life in prison. Talisi was informed by Judge Joseph Calabrese that he did not see any justification for extending any kind of indulgence or tolerance to him. The judge stressed that Talisi had killed his victims in a way that was purposeful and meant to bring them the most agony and suffering possible. In addition, Calabrese noted that Talisi had shown no remorse for his crimes during the trial. Following the sentencing, Michael Eigen talked to media about his feelings on Louis Talisi's persistent claims of innocence. He claimed that Talisi's failure to acknowledge his guilt was in line with a pattern of conduct that he had displayed throughout his life. Michael suggested that Talisi's actions could be interpreted as a sign of his reluctance to accept accountability. Michael admitted that a part of his mind took comfort in the fact that Talisi would be imprisoned for at least 50 years because of successive life sentences. and that the offender would be living with the consequences of his crimes for a considerable amount of his life. Michael was prepared to start letting go of the tragedy that had plagued them for so long. Louis Talisi died while incarcerated in 2005, 1 year after being found guilty of the murders of Susan and Richard Eigen. The court sentence was shortened by his death, which signaled the end of his time in prison. What do you think about this instance then? After only a year in prison, do you believe the Eigen family has fully come to terms with Talisi's passing? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We're delving into yet another horrifying situation today. You can't truly know what goes on in someone's house behind closed doors. Even the closest friends or family members might be clueless at times. Behind the scenes, what appears to be a picture-perfect family may be concealing a fatal threat. Many times, people are too afraid to talk about their problems for fear of upsetting or burdening their loved ones. It's more comfortable to deal with difficulties alone rather than to include other people in your suffering. However, what occurs if domestic violence is the problem? What if the partner already instills fear and submission in their significant other because they feel untouchable? Victims in such circumstances frequently experience a fear of physical abuse that is on par with their fear of their partner abandoning them. When Yulia Fireman, a well-known young businessman, killed his wife in January 2013 and attempted to make it appear as though she had committed suicide, the whole city of Samara was startled. When it was discovered that the offender received no punishment at all for his crime, the issue sparked popular indignation. Alexander Fairman was convicted guilty of killing his child's mother. However, the investigation's conclusions inexplicably changed, and the incident was attributed to a brief episode of insanity. 11 years later, Yulia's family continues to strive for justice and the punishment of her perpetrator. Alexander and Yulia, a tale of love. On August 21, 1986, Yulia Sergeyevna Fairman née Naumova was born in Samara in the Russian Middle Volga area. She was raised in a modest working-class household. Her mother, Ludmila Naumova, was engaged in the food service sector, while her father, Sergey Naumova, was a driver. Despite Yulia's difficult upbringing, her parents made every effort to make sure she never went without. They were committed to providing her with the greatest education they could afford and a decent upbringing. Yulia began attending Samara's public school, number 67, in 1993 and received her diploma in 2003. She continued her education in management at Samara State Academy's Faculty of Economics and Management. After receiving her degree in 2007, she quickly found employment at VIP Auto, a significant local auto dealership. This is where she first met Alexander, a young man, and their romance started. Samara was also the birthplace of Alexander Mikhailovich Fairman. He came from a wealthy family in 1985. His father, Mikhail Fairman, made a fortune in farming throughout the 1990s, raising cattle, owning factories that made dairy products distributed all over the country, and operating beekeeping operations to sell honey and other bee products. He rose to become one of the city's most prominent and wealthy individuals. However, the creation of LLC Teplizhny, one of the most prosperous agricultural businesses in the Samara area and the entire Volga economic zone, was his greatest achievement. Alexander met Yulia while working for a short time at the VIP car dealership after graduating from college. He started courting the young, attractive woman as soon as he saw her. Regretfully, Yulia reacted to his attention, and they began a fast-paced romance that initially seemed like a fantasy. After dating for around a year and a half, Alexander formally proposed in 2009. Friends and family claim that Alexander planned a romantic surprise for Yulia. He brought her to the window, paid her an unexpected visit, and signaled his buddies who were waiting outside when he proposed. They let go of a balloon with a tiny box holding a stunning engagement ring inside. After catching the balloon and putting the ring on her finger, he proposed to her. Yulia was so happy that she couldn't contain her tears and said yes. Shortly after their engagement in late 2009, they were married. Alexander's parents threw a magnificent celebration for their adored son, spending a lot of money. with a big guest list, a huge Hummer limousine, the most renowned banquet space in the city, a stylish master of ceremonies, and a spectacular fireworks show to round off the evening. They planned an enormous celebration. Yulia looked like a fairy tale and was beaming with happiness, as her bridesmaids remembered. To outsiders, the princess's wedded life appeared idyllic and content. They were living pleasantly and worry-free in their well-furnished flat on Stavropol Scale Street. At that point, Alexander had begun working for LLC Teplichny, his father's business, where he assumed the position of executive director. The couple began considering starting a family shortly after the wedding. However, Yulia was unable to conceive for more than a year. According to Alexander's family, the first noticeable rifts in their marriage appeared during this period, but both of them thought that the birth of a child would save their union and fortify their relationship. When the pregnancy test eventually showed those two eagerly anticipated lines, it was evident from the happy pictures Yulia posted on social media that they were looking forward to the birth of their kid. Yulia gave birth to a boy on September 6, 2011, and they called him Pavel. A few days later, Yulia announced on social media that the baby had been delivered, weighing 9 pounds 6 ounces and measuring 23.6 inches in length. She also thanked everyone for their well wishes. The countless pictures of Yulia and young Pavel show how much she loved every second of her maternity leave. Her life appeared to be perfect from the outside: a devoted husband, a healthy child, a comfortable home, stable finances, and a solid family. Many of her acquaintances were envious of her, but everything fell apart in a flash, and the horrifying late-night call made the idea of a perfect family disappear like smoke. The quiet at the Naumova home was broken early on January 4 by a phone call. Ludmila Naumova answered the phone half drowsy, not quite understanding what was being said. On the other end was Alexander, her son-in-law, who icily informed her that Yulia had passed away. The earth seemed to have vanished beneath her feet. Unbelievably, she began to scream and cry, thinking it must be some cruel, pointless prank, which prompted her shocked husband to hurry in. Everything felt like a nightmare after that. When the first automobile passed, Ludmila Naumova and her husband hurried outside, pulled on some clothing, and begged the driver to take them to their daughter's apartment. An ambulance was already parked close to one of the entrances when they reached the building on Stavropol Sky Street, which was about 15 minutes away. Ludmila, barely conscious of herself, rushed to the paramedics, but they simply shrugged, expressing their sympathy and informing her that there was nothing further they could do. Elena Fairman, Yulia's mother-in-law, was outside with their 1.5-year-old grandson, Pasha. Ludmila rushed to her, desperate for answers, but all she could infer from Elena's statements was that Yulia was no longer there. When the mob finally reached the apartment, they were met with a terrifying sight. Inside, the floor near the bathroom had light bloodstains, and their daughter's lifeless body lay on the floor near the entrance. Her face was covered in blood and her hair was matted and twisted. Her mother was too shy to come close. She had to be taken into another room as she began to lose consciousness. After Ludmila Naumova had calmed down, Alexander, her son-in-law, rushed up and shoved a phone in her face, demanding that she look into what her daughter had done. He persisted until she took the phone. Even though she was having trouble understanding everything around her, she struggled to concentrate as she read this message, which contained an odd farewell note. According to reports, Yulia admitted to cheating on her spouse 6 months prior and claimed she was unable to forgive herself. She said that if her actions damaged her family and the life of their child, she didn't know how she could continue. According to Alexander, Yulia had committed suicide, making the murder scene initially strange. He claimed that she had been so overcome by remorse over her supposed affair that she was unable to handle it any longer. He claimed that she had behaved oddly that night, and they quarreled before Yulia entered the restroom. She had been in there for too long, he realized after a while. He knocked on her door and she didn't answer, so he opened it to see her hanging from the doorknob with a hairdryer cord around her neck. He says he tried CPR on her and summoned emergency services and his parents when he realized he was powerless to save her, to assist with the youngster. Alexander didn't phone his mother-in-law to let her know what had happened until paramedics confirmed Yulia was gone. He spent the entire time in the flat, conversing with the law officers and medical staff who came to the site. But Alexander did not act like a widower in mourning. He appeared uncomfortably composed, but he became obviously agitated when Ludmila Naumova showed in. He didn't feel sorry for her. Indeed, he appeared determined to exacerbate her suffering. The condition of Yulia's body, however, was what really drew the investigators' attention. Not Alexander's strange behavior. On her neck, forensic specialists found 2 ligature marks. One was quite noticeable, as if she had been strangled. The second mark showed after she had passed away, although it was faint and at a different angle, suggesting hanging. Her body also had a lot of other wounds that were healing in different phases, but more on that later. Another oddity is that Alexander called his parents and a hospital worker relative first, rather than the emergency services, after finding his wife's dead. Their arrival at the scene preceded that of the paramedics. What was wrong with the message of farewell? After losing her daughter, Ludmila Naumova was in a state of shock and was hardly able to process anything when her son-in-law first gave her the message on her daughter's phone. She had reasonable suspicions from the beginning that her daughter had not authored that note. First of all, Yulia had never texted her mother before, understanding that she didn't read texts at all because of her terrible vision. Secondly, Yulia never spoke to her mother in the manner described in the parting message. Third, Ludmila had no doubts whatsoever that her daughter would never abandon her kid. He was the center of her existence. Furthermore, scientists concluded that Yulia's heart had already stopped beating when the message was transmitted. Alexander clarified this by saying that he may have mistakenly sent his wife's last message to her mother while attempting to contact for medical assistance, and that Yulia may have typed the message and left it in drafts. Yulia's phone also showed a conversation she had with a close friend in which she disclosed marital issues and her husband's aggressive actions. She didn't elaborate, but it was obvious that she was terrified of Alexander. In one of her final letters, Yulia stated that she couldn't bear to die and that she would remain strong for her kid. After analyzing Yulia's body and the murder scene, the original theory was that police had determined that this was a poorly orchestrated crime rather than a suicide. Alexander was the main suspect right away. He was arrested and placed in a correctional facility, pending the completion of the investigation. Initially, Alexander persisted in his belief that his wife had committed suicide. He accused her of adultery, saying that her need was fueled by regret and guilt. But it was evident from the forensic report that Yulia had been brutally murdered. The preliminary theory states that the pair got into a furious dispute over a pointless issue on the evening of January 3. Alexander attempted to disguise his wife's death as a suicide after beating and strangling her during the dispute. He was formally charged with the offense on January 18. The investigation went on and his prison period was prolonged. Alexander later acknowledged that he and his wife had a heated argument that evening during which he punched her and grabbed a nearby hairdryer, but he said he couldn't recall what transpired next. Only when he noticed Yulia's motionless body, the hairdryer cord around her neck, and blood on the floor, did he realize what had happened. At that point, Alexander said, his sole worry was that their 1.5-year-old son, Pavel, wouldn't wake up and discover what had occurred. Alexander began wiping the bloodstains off the floor once they were able to put their son to sleep. Then, to make it appear as though his wife had committed herself, he carried her body to the bathroom and hung it from the hairdryer cord on the doorknob. He maintained that he had some kind of memory blackout and was unable to recall how he accomplished all of this. According to the results of the initial psychological and mental assessment, Alexander was completely sane at the time of the crime and knew exactly what he was doing. Things at the funeral, however, started to drastically change in the months that followed. Yulia's body was taken home from the morgue on January 5 in order to get ready for her funeral, after a custody dispute. On the same day, Alexander's parents visited the Naumov flat and begged for as much forgiveness as possible for both themselves and their son. They then departed, and neither they nor any other member of the Fairman family showed up for the funeral or memorial service. The following day, January 6, the funeral was held. Not a single member of the Fairman family attended the more than 100 guests who gathered to honor the young woman who was taken too soon. Ludmila Naumova started the process of requesting custody of her grandchild a few days after she had begun to accept her loss. She went to the appropriate authorities, who told her what paperwork she needed to collect. She saw physicians, psychologists, and other specialists for weeks. But when all the paperwork was prepared, Ludmila was abruptly turned down. Due to their affluence and ability to give him a more comfortable living, the child welfare authorities chose to leave little Pasha with his paternal grandparents. Ludmila and her husband were only permitted to take their grandson on weekends, which they did as frequently as they could. The small boy now resided in a spacious suburban villa in the Volsky area. Who, then, was actually unfaithful? As previously mentioned, Yulia's husband, the murderer, wrote and sent the farewell message discovered on her phone after she had passed away. There was no question about it, even if Alexander denied it over and over again. He only invented a fictitious lover to present the tragedy as the result of an unfaithful, guilty wife's regret. He made the text up as he went along and typed it. Yulia had no affairs and couldn't have had any, according to the results of a comprehensive inquiry and witness testimonies. She was totally focused on her son once he was born, spending every moment with him and hardly leaving him. In the hopes that things would improve in the future, she was even prepared to put up with her violent husband's abuse in order to keep the family together. Alexander wasn't so innocent for the sake of little Pash. He didn't even bother to conceal the fact that he had been having an affair. He was frequently spotted with a young woman who lived close by, and it was obvious that their relationship went beyond simple friendliness or neighborliness. Elena, Julia's cousin, claims that she saw Alexander and this woman cuddling in his car just before the catastrophe. But she just told her mother about it, and she subsequently had confirmation from her. After arguing with his wife on New Year's Eve, Alexander went out to celebrate with friends and Yulia, the same woman. She confided in her best friend, whom she could always rely on, rather than telling her parents about it to avoid upsetting them. Everything was altered by the new assessment. In May 2013, a second psychological evaluation came to the unexpected conclusion that Alexander was temporarily insane at the time of the crime against his wife. Because of this, the murder charge, which was previously punishable by up to 15 years in prison, was immediately reduced to 3 years by being categorized as a crime committed in a condition of temporary insanity. Alexander had gone to considerable pains to stage his wife's death as a suicide after killing her, which is not the usual behavior of someone in a temporary state of insanity, but for some reason, no one seemed to care. In order to conceal the evidence of the beating, he cleaned the floor. He even emailed Yulia's mother a phony farewell message posing as her regarding the lawyer's actions and the custody dispute. By the end of May, Alexander was freed on a travel restriction order, which basically allowed him to move around and carry on with his life as he awaited trial. Alexander's attorney had sought to modify the terms of his client's detention almost away. Devastated by this ruling, Yulia's parents filed an appeal with the prosecutor's office, requesting a third psychological assessment. This time, experts from Moscow's Serbsky State Research Center for Social and Forensic Psychiatry were consulted, and the results took roughly 3 months to obtain. The psychiatrist did, however, only confirm that the accused had acted while temporarily insane. Regarding the initial assessment, which said that Alexander had been fully aware of the crime and had purposefully attempted to conceal it, it was argued that the experts had merely misunderstood the accused's conduct and actions. Alexander, meanwhile, kept changing what he was saying. That evening, he was in a state that sounded like the definition of temporary insanity from a textbook. The trial starts. On January 22, 2014, the Kirovsky District Court in Samara hosted the initial hearing in the Fairmont case. Alexander claims that the issues in their relationship started when they moved in together before the wedding. He asserted that Yulia had high standards and an entitlement complex, expecting nothing less than the best. He claimed that he and his parents responded to her desires, which included the lavish wedding, the pricey limousine, and all the extravagance. According to Alexander, Yulia and he tried in vain for more than a year to conceive after the wedding, which strained their relationship and even led to Yulia discussing divorce. Nothing changed after the birth of their son, Pavel. According to the defendant, his wife only cared about his paycheck and was totally preoccupied with the baby. Alexander's parents supported his allegations by calling their daughter-in-law materialistic and avaricious. Alexander spoke of an oppressive environment at home that was constantly getting worse, claiming that his wife, who he had once adored, had become aloof and that he had no one with whom to discuss it. The young businessman claimed that on that particular night, he and his wife got into a heated argument once more, during which she raised the subject of divorce once more. He said she became irate and threatened to kidnap their son and keep him from seeing the boy. Alexander said that he then blacked out after feeling his tongue dry out and his ears begin to ring. Yulia was already dead when he regained consciousness. He did not provide an explanation for his decision to stage her death as a suicide, but he acknowledged that he brought her body to the bathroom and cleaned the blood off the floor to prevent frightening their son. Additionally, the defendant insisted that he had never hit his wife, blaming the multiple wounds and bruises on her body on rough play with their child. Alexander and the lawyer his rich father had hired had obviously done their homework. According to the defense lawyer, his client committed the crime while suffering from a cumulative state of temporary insanity. This indicated that he had been subjected to long-term psychological stress as a result of Yulia's alleged insults, humiliations, and oppressions. To put it another way, they were effectively holding the victim responsible for her own terrible destiny. The prosecutor first requested an intentional manslaughter penalty of 8 years, but Alexander's maximum punishment was reduced to 3 years in a correctional colony, a slap on the wrist for a killer, after the seasoned defense lawyer swiftly succeeded in having the charge dropped back to a crime committed in a condition of temporary insanity. Several strange things happened during the trial. First, the first panel's forensic psychologist, who had determined that the defendant was completely sane and had acted with intent, abruptly disappeared and never showed up in court again. Then, as if they had never been mentioned or were somehow considered unimportant, any reference to the victim's cuts and bruises appeared to vanish. At each hearing, however, the victim was gradually presented in an unfavorable light. Alexander Mikhailovich Fairman received a sentence of only 2.5 years of probation after being found guilty of a crime committed while temporarily insane on August 8, 2014. That is to say, he was not imprisoned. His only penalty upon returning home was to pay Yulia's parents 1 million rubles in moral damages and to be required to check in with the Federal Penal Service on a regular basis. The court considered Alexander's alleged remorse, including the fact that he had apologized to his in-laws and that he had a young boy to maintain, even though the prosecution had initially asked for 3 times that sum. But right once the Naumovas declared that they would appeal the punishment, even going so far as to appeal it to the Supreme Court. However, their appeals were denied, and they were unable to contest the decision at the cassation instance of the Samara Regional Court. The sentence didn't change. Ludmila Naumova noted that animal abuse has a more severe penalty under the Russian Criminal Code, which includes actual jail time. The distraught mother is still holding out hope for justice, since she couldn't see why her daughter's life was worth even less than a stray dog's. The incident occurred more than 11 years ago, but the lawsuit has not moved forward. There was never any, according to Galina Kislyakova, Fairman's attorney. There is proof that the crime was planned, so the court's decision is upheld. She believes the victim's mother's grievances are unfounded, solely sentimental, and devoid of any legal merit. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This story is an excellent illustration of how life can occasionally be more terrifying than a horror film. Imagine an ideal marriage and an opulent mansion. She is a charming and self-assured woman. He is a successful businessman, and they lead a glamorous life filled with luxury and style. The twist is that there are sinister truths that will chill you to your core beneath that gleaming exterior. I want to tell you about Mike and Susan Reichel, who were viewed by everyone as the model couple, but who were unaware of the sinister secrets that were kept inside their house. Nobody could have predicted that all would end in tragedy. An emergency services call, and skin-chilling accusations on a chilly February night. Do you know what they say? This story demonstrates the adage, the devil is in the details, as the small details, text messages, casual remarks, and scarlet droplets on the floor, combine to create an image that is impossible to ignore. Wealthy. In order to provide the impression of a perfect married life, Mike Reichel and his wife Susan were frequently spotted out together, dining at upscale restaurants and taking vacations at opulent resorts. With a sparkling pool, a well-kept lawn, and sleek, contemporary interiors, their mansion in the affluent Naplesville, Florida neighborhood gleamed as brilliantly as their romantic union. Everything Mike touched seemed to turn to gold, and Susan, his prize, was no different. However, there were profound fissures behind those walls that were impossible for even the most talented designer to hide. Although Mike was well known in some circles due to his commercial success, nothing was known about his personal life. His past, which dated back to his early years at the University of Florida, where he first fell in love with Dee Dee Hoffman, was rarely discussed. He was already making big plans and moving up the professional ladder at the age of 19, and their young passion developed into a marriage that lasted for 25 years. Dee Dee described him as a trustworthy and gentle man who never raised his voice or even his fist. However, a successful career came at a price. Mike turned into a workaholic who abandoned his family to spend months abroad on business travels. Their discreet divorce in 2005 was ultimately the result of this. Although Dee Dee moved on, the memories of the past persisted. Mike met Susan, a young nurse he found on an internet dating service, and she took over. From the first messages, he was drawn to the 38-year-old woman. He invited her into his universe without hesitation because of her fascinating energy, charm, and love for life. The space that had once belonged to Dee Dee was soon occupied by Susan. Once replete with memories of Mike's first family, the estate became the site of a new union when they were married in August 2007. However, the tranquility of this new life was upended on February 3, 2018. Just before daybreak, the quiet was broken by a call to emergency services, and Mike's tremulous voice announced a break-in. He and his wife had been attacked by an unidentified assailant wearing a mask and carrying a knife. Despite their fast arrival, police and paramedics were astonished by what they discovered. The mansion's enormous windows reflected the siren's flashing lights, creating ominous shadows on the glass, and the yard remained eerily silent, as though it was witnessing everything. On the surface, everything seemed ideal, but those who knew them well saw that their marriage was not as easy as it seemed. Susan had a strong hand in running their home, affecting many facets of Mike's life, and she wasn't afraid to assert her dominance. She used to work at a hospice, where she provided care for patients with life-threatening conditions, but she quit to concentrate on her new social standing and household duties after getting married. Mike bought a dental clinic to be nearer to Susan and stopped traveling for work, but every year that went by increased the stress in their home. A very different reality existed behind the facade of success and luxury. As the police officers moved through the mansion's hallways, taking note of details that had previously gone unnoticed, a troubling picture started to take shape. Mike would tell his friends that he had found in Susan someone with whom he could start a new life, but his hesitant attempts to deepen their bond were frequently met with a cold, distant attitude. These details suggested that things had been hidden within these walls, things Mike had never openly discussed. Everyone was anticipating responses. What had led the man with the mask to this house? Who was he? And, above all, what was lurking beneath the surface of a happy and successful marriage? However, before delving further into those horrifying incidents, let's pause and examine this couple's history. The main reason for their increasing stress by 2015 was that Mike and Susan's relationship was no longer as ideal as it appeared to the outer world. Was the complex relationship between Mike and Susan related to his daughters, particularly Caroline, his oldest? Susan's distaste for Caroline was not concealed, and occasionally she would text Mike about his daughter in a sour mood. She thought Mike was spending too much time and energy on Caroline. Caroline, on the other hand, was not fond of her father's new wife and accused her of attempting to remove her from Mike's life. According to Caroline, Susan frequently drank a little too much. She frequently drank 5 or 6 glasses of wine or martinis in a single evening, but even after having too many, she was able to maintain her poise and carry on a discussion. The family was at a breaking point in terms of tension by the fall of 2017. When Caroline began organizing her wedding, things became more heated. Mike set aside $100,000 0 cents for the event because he wanted her special day to be flawless. Although it was a significant sum, Susan grudgingly consented to allow him to pay for it. Susan became enraged when the wedding's expenses continued to rise, and, by the time everything was finalized, The budget had risen to almost $250.00. 3 weeks following the November 2017 wedding, Susan was still furious when she learned how much Mike had spent on the party, despite efforts to find common ground, particularly throughout the wedding planning. Mike confided in Caroline that he had been physically attacked by Susan multiple times. Since his daughter had seen a faint white scar on his cheek on the day of the wedding, she instantly believed him. After one of the instances, Mike even showed her pictures of his injuries. Susan had been arrested after allegedly attacking him with a knife. Was this, however, the sole instance? What was actually happening in that house behind closed doors? Susan became enraged upon learning the actual expense of Caroline's wedding. She became enraged, tossed a phone at Mike, and started hitting him. Everyone who believed they know this couple was shocked by the incident. Unexpectedly, Susan was the one who contacted the police after assaulting her husband. She had always attempted to keep control of the situation, so this decision seemed odd. It's possible that she wanted to give her version of events first in order to avoid being charged, but things didn't work out that way. A smashed phone on the floor, overturned furniture, and a heated environment between the couple were among the obvious evidence of a recent argument that the police found when they arrived at the Rochelle residence. Officers spoke with Susan and Mike for a short while. Mike was clearly upset, and Susan was distraught, recounting the events in a fragmented manner. The officers concluded that Susan needed to leave the house for a bit in order to collect herself and think about what she had done. She merely verbally agreed. Presuming the problem had momentarily fixed, the police departed. 30 minutes had gone by, but Susan was still inside the house, urging Mike to stay with her and hash out their differences. The quaint restaurant's soothing candlelight and the sound of the running water gave the impression that it was a quiet evening. But Mike and Susan Rochelle's table was anything but. Things had seemed odd that morning. Instead of a welcoming grin, Susan's face had a stern expression, and their talk soon turned to familiar, tense issues. Mike had thought that this dinner would be the beginning of a truce, a chance to go back to the days when everything between them was simple. She used to be the one who brightened his life, but now she was the primary cause of his tension and worry. Frustration and miscommunication simmered between them like water in a pot that was about to boil. Let me now give you a detailed account of what happened that day. The evening ended almost as suddenly as it had started. Mike got up, threw some money on the table, and walked away. Susan sat there looking at nothing, as though she was trying to take in everything that had been said. Mike's eldest daughter from his first marriage, Caroline, had been the subject of another argument between them. Susan would never be able to forgive him for spending $250,000 on Caroline's wedding because, in her opinion, it was both lavish and a betrayal. He grew further estranged from Caroline the more he invested in her. Their marriage was gradually being destroyed by her constant battle for power and the sense that she was the most significant person in his life. Susan was lost in contemplation as Mike departed the restaurant. Although she had no idea what to do next, she was certain that she wasn't going to lose control of the situation. After a few minutes, she got up, picked up her phone, and texted him, "Good luck with your daughter. I'm going to file for divorce." It was a declaration of her goals rather than a threat. She sent another SMS after learning that their talk was far from over. "You have significant problems with your daughter. I will not put up with this conduct." Susan called a cab and went home as soon as she made up her mind. There was silence in the house. Long shadows were thrown across the corridors by the lovely moonlight that spilled in through the enormous windows. Unaware that this evening would offer a test she would never forget, Susan walked into the guest room. Mike emerged in the doorway as the door abruptly opened as the clock struck midnight. His eyes were filled with a wildness that made Susan uncomfortable. They got into a heated argument once more, which soon turned into a full-fledged altercation, but this time it went beyond than it had before. They were soon fighting against one another after Mike's rage got the better of them. Susan experienced a searing pain in her stomach. She was horrified to see that Mike was brandishing a knife, and she made a valiant attempt to free herself. It all happened so quickly. She had no time to comprehend how a furious dispute had devolved into a nightmare. He hit her again in a matter of seconds, and blood began to slowly run down her arm. This was no coincidence. This was deliberate. Mike was surprised by one thing, though. She had no intention of giving up. He attempted to hold her back, but was hesitant due to Susan's will to live. She understood that she might not see the morning if she couldn't persuade him to stop. "All right, I'm not going to get a divorce. I will not abandon you." In a desperate attempt to get him to stop, she whispered through the agony. Something shifted in Mike's eyes as he froze, perhaps realizing what he had done. He started to put the knife away in a panic, gathered his belongings, and hastily made up a new story. It was an unknown individual. We'll pretend it was a person wearing a mask and all will be well. You understand what I'm asking you to say? Susan acknowledged that she had nothing left to lose, but she gave her version of events as soon as she was taken to the hospital and felt secure. The following few hours passed quickly, filled with heated conversations in the hospital hallways, police calls, and urgent announcements over the intercom. Susan told investigators, physicians, and anybody else who would listen. Mike, meantime, insisted that they had been the victims of a late-night invader in an attempt to persuade everyone of his story. In an attempt to remove any evidence of what had actually transpired behind their home's walls, he even erased the security camera recordings. Officers were shocked to see no evidence of a break-in when they returned to the Rochelle property. The windows were still in place. There was no damage to the locks. They quickly came to the conclusion that Mike's story was not credible. However, he had a contingency plan and promptly implemented it. He made a thorough effort to convince the police that possibly someone had entered while they were asleep because the doors had been left unsecured. His portrayal was so compelling that it briefly appeared possible that this might have been an isolated incident. Then the pieces began to fit together once the investigators got footage from the restaurant security cameras. They witnessed Mike and Susan leaving apart without exchanging words, then coming inside and going to separate rooms. These scenes obviously had nothing to do with a fictitious invader at night. Suspicions started to arise since everything seemed strange and unbelievable. Investigators realized that this was only the beginning as they attempted to fit everything together. No one could have predicted the complexity and depth of the story Mike had attempted to present as an attack. Mike persisted in promoting his version of events, but his story was beginning to fall apart. The house's shadows, which seemed serene on video, were concealing things that nobody anticipated discovering, and they served as the backdrop for a new, far more terrifying turn in this story. Mike Royce called his daughter's cell as soon as he was taken into custody. He spoke in a trembling but resolute voice, as though he could eliminate any uncertainty with pure willpower. "I didn't do anything, Caroline." He said it again. "He insisted that you phone my attorney. Get me out of here, please." He was aware that he had little chance of escaping without her help. His daughter Caroline was more than that. She was his unwavering ally and the only one who could protect his reputation both in the public and in court. However, Mike was known in some circles as a successful and calm businessman, and everything that had transpired in the past few weeks didn't fit that image. The shock of hearing of his incarceration was evident, and it affected not just his family but also his friends, co-workers, his ex-wife Dee Dee, and everybody else who had ever met Mike. After 25 years of marriage, Dee Dee appeared to be inconsolable. Mike was a nice, soft guy. It's unbelievable that he could achieve this. Even at times of crisis, friends said he was steady, calm, and logical. However, an almost unthinkable thing had happened to this model of stability and success. However, the prosecutor's viewpoint differed from theirs. He was accustomed to having total control over his life, according to the story. Mike couldn't bear the thought of a divorce and losing the things he had fought so hard to build up over the years, and life abruptly lost its control. He was struck hard by this blow, which caused him to act recklessly. The prosecution's account was simple. Mike was motivated to try to find a permanent solution because he was afraid that Susan would take half of his fortune after the divorce. It was now up to his lawyers to demonstrate that Mike had nothing to do with the attack, that the intruder's narrative was true, and that Susan's injuries were caused by a terrible accident rather than deliberate action. Mike initially gave a public account of what happened at the initial court hearing in mid-February. His story sounded earnest but unpersuasive. He acknowledged that he and Susan had in fact argued at the restaurant on the evening of February 2, and that they had both gone home separately, going to their own rooms. After his rage subsided on this cold evening, Mike made the decision to try to talk to someone and make amends in the guest room. He wanted to make amends, but upon entering, he saw something unsettling. Susan had a knife in her hands and was kneeling by the bed. She appeared desperate, he said, and he thought she might hurt herself. According to Mike, he attempted to get Susan to put down the knife, but she resisted. A struggle broke out, one that was more desperate and awkward than aggressive, like two people caught up in their own feelings. At one point, Mike said he felt the cool blade brush against her stomach. The knife slipped out of her grasp and cut him as well. Blood was slowly seeping through Susan's clothing, and she was breathing deeply. He said he was merely attempting to stop her and that it was an accident. One significant contradiction, however, occurred that same evening when the couple allegedly chose to fabricate a narrative about an intruder to hide the occurrence. According to Mike, they sat on the bed discussing the future while attempting to block out their wounds. We were talking about life, vacations, and our travel plans. Our talk was among the greatest we'd had in a long time. He smiled almost nostalgically as he remembered. However, who could be gravely injured and speak of a bright future? It sounded ridiculous to the people listening. New information was slowly coming to light during the trial and investigation. Bloodstains were noted in the police report on the bed, the walls, the floor, and even the bathroom mirror. Another concerning element, however, was that the room smelled stifling and humid, and the bed was not only blood-stained, but also contained signs of vomit and feces. Their version of events offered no explanations, and Mike was unable to explain how this occurred. The idea that the situation was more darker than anyone could have envisioned in court was strengthened by all of this. Another odd incident involving their dog jumping on the bed was also described by Mike. Susan was able to slit her wrists with the knife once he became distracted. She was sobbing and muttering that she was afraid of going to jail and that she was unsure of how to deal with it. Mike claims that he recognized he had to take action because he knew the cops would discover the surveillance tape. To avoid being accused, he said, he turned off all the cameras. He then made the decision to phone emergency services a few minutes later, fabricating a tale about an intruder who had entered at night, but a lie-based narrative started to fall apart due to its own contradictions. It became evident that no one had broken into the residence when investigators searched the area and looked over the security tape. There was tension between Mike and Susan, as evidenced by the fragmentary clips of the recordings that Mike had painstakingly erased, but not all of them. The medical professionals verified long before that evening that Susan's injuries were intentional and not the result of an accident. The signs of struggle that Mike attempted to conceal indicated a different story than the exact, non-random knife cuts. He maintained that he was merely attempting to keep her safe, but as the court proceedings progressed, the evidence presented a more ominous and gloomy picture. The tale of a masked invader seemed to be a front for something far more sinister, and Mike didn't seem ready for that front to begin to fall apart. The atmosphere in the courtroom was electric, the questioning aggressive, and it seemed as though a spark could explode at any time and alter the entire case's trajectory. Mike's attorneys tried to use the picture of a guy trapped in a terrible relationship as the foundation for their case. According to their perspective, Susan was a tormentor who threatened his safety and tranquility in addition to being a wife. They firmly pointed to the threatening and accusing messages that were discovered on Mike's phone from Susan, and they reminded the court of her previous arrest for aggressive behavior, citing it as proof of her propensity for animosity. Their most effective tactic, however, was to bring up Mike's posts on internet forums where he asked other guys who had gone through home difficulties for help, characterizing his life as a constant struggle to find understanding and empathy. Desperation, complaints over persistent adultery claims despite no proof, and Susan's insistence that he break off contact with his daughter only served to increase the tension in these posts. Mike's assertion that Susan had turned the knife on herself looked credible, and the defense attempted to persuade the court that Mike was stuck in a toxic, unstable marriage. On the surface, this story made sense. Instability was evident in Susan's messages. She wrote that she didn't know how to continue and that her life had lost purpose in some of them, expressing thoughts of self-harm. This was used by Mike's lawyers to suggest that she may have planned the attack to incite disagreement and cause Mike pain, but Susan's legal team was not going to back down. She disputed all charges of violent conduct and asked pointed, straightforward questions, such as why Mike never called the police if he was a real victim. Why did he continue to maintain the appearance of a happy marriage and remain in the relationship? A straightforward but effective argument served as the foundation for their case. Why didn't Mike leave if his fear of Susan was real? He stayed, but why? First and foremost, why did he make up the tale of an intruder on the evening of the event? The court had to determine who was telling the truth, and as the case became increasingly intricate and intertwined with each session, it became clear that an emotional defense would not suffice. Mike's lawyers made the decision to hire a forensic specialist in order to bolster their case. The blood spatter analysis discovered in the guest room was the main focus of this specialist's examination of the evidence at the scene. He claimed that Mike's account of events was confirmed by the pattern and direction of the blood, which showed that Susan's injuries were sustained late at night, closer to 3 in the morning. However, Susan maintained that her husband was the one who attacked her initially, and that the attack occurred in her room when she was sleeping at around midnight. The trial's turning moment was this argument. Mike's lawyers contended that this supported his allegation that the injuries were caused just before the paramedics arrived, despite medical experts testifying that a person with such severe wounds to the wrist may die within 1 hour without proper medical attention. Susan, however, lived, but when the forensic expert's reliability was questioned, things took a different turn. His reputation was quickly revealed to be far from impeccable. His name had previously been connected to a somber controversy, and his license had already been suspended for violations of professional ethics. When Susan's defense team produced records exposing the expert's involvement in a horrific occurrence, it was like a lightning bolt in the courtroom. The police found a stockpile of organs, including hearts and brains, in his own refrigerator after he was caught collecting organs from the deceased. The validity of his conclusions in Mike's case was called into question by these startling disclosures. All of a sudden, the expert's conclusions were more than just dubious. Mike's whole defense plan was in danger of being destroyed. Susan and her attorneys took advantage of this, claiming that the bloodstains on the walls and furnishings indicated intentional knife attacks rather than unintentional self-harming wounds. They said that Mike had prevented Susan from moving or defending herself during the attack by holding her in place. Susan gave evidence in court that Mike had put the knife in her hand to give the impression that she had hurt herself, then had wounded himself to support his narrative. However, soon after, this story's darker facets surfaced. Evidence indicating Mike had long lost interest in the marriage was discovered throughout the investigation. He was actively seeking a life without Susan, even though he claimed to be trying to resolve the conflict. His argument took a significant hit when it was revealed that he had registered on several dating websites. As it happened, Mike was openly talking about future plans that did not involve his current wife and was looking to make connections with younger women. Taking advantage of this, Susan's legal team claimed that Mike had always been deceitful about his intentions. In order to get rid of his wife without losing money in a divorce, they indicated that the attack might have been planned. From trying to delete surveillance footage to calling the police with a burglary story, the defense contended that his whole course of conduct was intended to establish an alibi and evade financial repercussions. Mike fought to keep things under control, but as his web of falsehoods thickened, every new detail showed how his hold was slipping. At first glance, Mike and Susan's story appeared to be just another domestic conflict, but it soon turned into a profound tragedy in which everyone was caught up in their own lies. Each day in court uncovered additional secrets, revealing a far darker reality beneath the facade of a happy life, despite the opinions of witnesses, defense lawyers, and prosecutors. One of the most dramatic trials in recent memory developed from what started out as a routine supper. Mike Royschel, a guy known to many as a successful and composed businessman, found himself in the center of a high-profile scandal, accused of attempting to murder his own spouse. It appeared to begin with a straightforward argument. Mike didn't want to give up control or money, and Susan wanted a divorce. However, how did it all turn into a nightmare at night, involving knives, blood, and deceit? With stony faces, the jurors listened carefully to the accused, attorneys, and experts' testimony. Every word was well considered, and every gesture and look might be construed in a variety of ways. Mike, a 63-year-old successful businessman who was accustomed to maintaining order, was found guilty of attempted manslaughter, evidence tampering, depriving the victim of medical assistance, and witness intimidation in just 4 hours when it came time to deliver the verdict. When the court imposed the 30-year prison term in December 2019, It did not show any mercy. That was it, or at least it appeared to be. Mike had no intention of giving up. The court rejected his attempt to appeal the decision. He is currently incarcerated in a Florida institution with little to no possibility of being released early. However, the case continued to attract attention despite this. Following his incarceration, there were speculations that Mike was looking for someone to look after Susan while he was in custody. Even after he was imprisoned, he was allegedly planning to get rid of her. The public was agitated by these rumors, which led the police to launch a fresh inquiry. Mike was spared further punishment because there was insufficient evidence to file new charges, but the tale got much more sinister, and his reputation more damaged. After all of the trauma, Susan made an effort to lead a regular life. She pushed for a speedy divorce procedure and filed for one as soon as Mike was jailed. She stayed out of the spotlight. No interviews, no public remarks. Unlike her husband, all she wanted to do was go on. One problem remained, though. Their home, which had once represented their love but had since become the scene of nightmares, was now the location of a fresh court case. Susan was adamant about getting her portion. Despite Mike's best efforts to leave her with little, she claimed that she had every right to a share of his assets. Ironically, this opulent home that had once appeared to be a stronghold for their union had now devolved into a battlefield. Even from behind bars, attorneys on both sides were attempting to claim triumph by scheming against one another. Through his lawyers, Mike made every effort to deny Susan her claim to the joint property. The house was more than simply a financial concern for Susan. It was about putting her past behind her. She wished to forget how her blood had smeared those shiny floors, and how she had sat there, gripping her stomach, pleading with Mike to call for assistance. There was more to her battle for the house than just the law. She was fighting to get rid of the ghosts of her past. Will Susan have a happy ending? Her life would never be the same because she lost so much more than she had won in court. After a bloody end to what began as a peaceful dinner conversation, her husband was sentenced to 30 years in prison, and Mike, a man accustomed to luxury, attention, and control over his destiny, now spends his days and nights alone in a cell without fancy suits, fast cars, or the people who once looked up to him. What can we see here then? It's not all about wealth, prestige, or power. It tells the tale of how even the strongest people may be torn apart by unsolved disputes, concealed grudges, and a desire for dominance. Every lie and deception has a cost, as we are all aware, and Mike paid with his freedom, while Susan paid with her mental stability. Consider it. If you were in their shoes, how would you have responded? Who is the victim in this situation, and who is the true villain? The answers are in the middle, and they might never be entirely understood. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.